a view of the beautiful playing venue at the Hotel Natura in the city of Reykjavik, Iceland, here at the 2022 Fischer Random World Championship. This is going to be another exciting day. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. It is a pleasure to be bringing you the commentary once again with International Master Lawrence Trent, the legend. Lawrence, good afternoon, I suppose. But we have a new prime minister every time I commentate with you. And hopefully we're going to have some interesting chess today. How are you feeling? How excited are you for another day of Fischer Random action?
I'm excited for another day of Fischer Random action. I'm not particularly excited for the future of British politics. Another robot, another piece of the system in government. We won't go there, though, shall we? As for the Fischer Random, commentated yesterday, blinding chess. I'll be honest with you, Daniel. I said this throughout the stream yesterday. Don't understand any of it. I'm watching some of these positions. I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. Hopefully you'll be able to help me out a little bit more. But there was some wild stuff yesterday.
There was some wild stuff indeed, and I'm pretty pessimistic on the being able to help you, friend. I'm about as clueless as you are, but let's make sure that nobody is clueless when it comes to Fischer Random, what it is and what the rules are. Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, is a version of chess where the pieces start in one of 960 random starting positions. Of course, it is different from normal chess in that the pieces have a different starting configuration. The black and white pieces start in the same setup, so the pieces are still symmetrically reflected, and otherwise, all standard chess rules apply. If it talks like a knight and walks like a knight and looks like a knight, it still moves like a knight. All the pieces move the same way, and castling works in the same way as well. Perhaps Wesley So, he could do well to review this graphic, Lawrence.
I mean, we were shocked yesterday because I'm still not completely clear on what happened, because it feels so strange to me that Wesley mistook the fact that even in 960 that when you're checked, you can still castle. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. I still can't get my head around it, to be brutally honest. But there you go. Even the best players can get the rules wrong in 960 or Fischer Random. It's so new to everybody still, relatively speaking.
It is indeed, but that makes it a little bit more exciting. And speaking of exciting, I'm a big fan of the format in these Fischer Random World Championships. It's unique. It's interesting. It caters to some exciting chess. The players are divided into two groups. They play a double round robin, so everybody plays everybody in two separate two-game matches. Each match consists of 2 games, and if you win the match, doesn't matter if you win with a score of 1.5/2, or if you wipe off your opponent with a 2-0 victory, you get assigned 2 points for a match win, 1 point for a match draw with a score of 1-1, and 0 points for a loss. And the top 2 of each group advance into the knockout. That means there will be 4 players, 2 from each group, that advance into the final knockout. The time control, rapid, 25+0, and after 30 moves, to avoid crazy flagging, Lawrence, I telling you for the record, I didn't vote for this, but the players are given 5 extra minutes, and a 5-second increment comes into effect. Your take on sort of the format and the time control?
Yeah, so I mean, I was discussing this at the top of the show yesterday. The format I like. The groups, how they're divided up and going into the knockout, that's all fine. The time control is honestly the strangest time control I've ever witnessed. We're talking about after move 30 or 31, you get extra time. Never seen it before. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's a great idea. I don't particularly know. More tests will be required for sure. But certainly it certainly generates interest from, you know, getting into time trouble. We saw yesterday Matthias Bluebaum on numerous occasions get very close to flagging before move 30 against Magnus. So it leaves quite a bit of intrigue in that sense. But yeah, certainly in terms of the general format and the 2 groups, the way everybody plays each other, I'm totally for.
And I mean, 30 moves is a lot for a Fischer Random game, so time scrambles definitely come into effect. Let's review the group standings going into today. In Group A, we have the reigning World Rapid Champion the Uzbek phenom. He has been, taking the chess world by storm. Everything he touches on the chessboard kind of turns into gold these days. And this tournament has been no exception. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has 8 points, a 3-point lead over Jan Nepomniachtchi as he clinches a qualification spot. Technically, Jan could still come in first, but remember, the top 2 players from each group get into the knockouts. And Nodirbek can breathe easy. He is just, at 18 years old, the mark that he's already left on the chess world is immense. And you just get this feeling, Lawrence, he's like a rookie LeBron James. The fact that his chess career is just getting started is pretty terrifying. And so is his record in this tournament thus far.
Well, what can we say about this young man? He's been sensational. No hyperbole there. Leading Uzbekistan, obviously, to winning the Olympiad, World Rapid Champion, doing fantastically against these top players, and winning with ease so far. This particular group, he's looked unstoppable. Even when he's been losing, you didn't really get the feeling like he was going to lose. For example, against Gretarsson yesterday, he was stone lost. But he's got this confidence, he's got the resourcefulness, he's got the talent, and he's running away with the group, and fully expect him to win that group. And then, of course, he'll be playing very stern competition in the next round.
He will indeed, and he will be facing Jan and Wesley today, so we'll be keeping a close eye on his games. And in the other group, we have a more tightly contested race. Carlsen and Nakamura, not a big surprise there, currently sharing first with 6 points. But Vladimir Fedoseev, he is a terrifying opponent in all formats, and he is still very much in the running with 4 points. He needs a strong performance today, and unfortunately, Matthias Blubaum, just not his tournament. We could see the disappointment on his face as he lost a couple of painful games throughout the days, but still, this is an experience of a lifetime for him. But Lawrence, when you're facing Magnus Carlsen, you're facing the world champion, arguably the greatest blitz player who's ever lived. That is just a tough group. And Vladimir Fedoseev, of course, nobody to sneeze at either. This is a brutal group, and any group that features Magnus Carlsen, just by definition, is going to offer a difficult journey to the top as we take a look at the smile and face of the world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Magnus, one of the reasons why, he's gonna make the big and very valid claim to be the greatest of all time is just because he is able to win in all chess formats. When we think about previous world champions, they didn't manage to do it. Now, maybe they didn't have the opportunity to do it. True. Maybe for example, the Fischer Random World Championship perhaps didn't exist in the times of Kasparov, Karpov, and so on. Nevertheless, that's not Magnus's fault. So for Magnus to be able to excel, win this, it's a very important tournament for Magnus. I know Magnus very well, as a lot of people know. He really considers this a very special tournament, and he's gunning to win it. Yesterday, Matthias Blubaum, what a chance he missed. He was so infuriated by not being able to, by losing. He should have at least not lost, let's say, against Magnus. But he was pressing the whole game with white, didn't manage to do it. Very, very frustrating day for Matthias, who's out of the tournament. It will be invaluable experience for him, however, but we're going to see a big, battle of these top guys for sure today. I'm very curious who will emerge from that group. Fair to say, a very tricky customer. Another player who I simply don't understand. I don't understand any of his moves. Very creative guy. Very capable. So we'll see.
I can confirm that he sometimes doesn't understand himself. Fedoseev is always, you're in for a trip. Whether he wins or loses, it's going to be an exciting game. And we are going to have so many exciting matches today. So buckle your seatbelts, settle in. And before the games begin, a quick review of today's matches here at the World Fischer Random Championships presented by Brave. The game's about to kick off, and you can see here, So against Gretarsson, Nakamura Blubaum, Fedoseev Carlsen, looking forward to that one, and Jan Nepomniachtchi against Abdusattorov. And Lawrence, let me tell you, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's taking it personally. He does not like to lose 2-0. I mean, Jan, of all people, he is just going to be putting every ounce of energy as we see him adjusting his seating position there. A smile on his face. He seems relaxed enough, but he's going to try to let his moves do the talking.
Absolutely. There's no question. Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the greatest talents the game has ever seen. In fact, this clash here is really the clash for me of the round. I mean, to see both of these guys, uber talents, natural talents, fight it out is a real treat. And I've got no real opinion on who I like either. That's the funny thing. I don't have a real opinion on who I really like in this either. It feels like a total coin flip to me. So
100%.
let's see what happens. Yeah.
Well, we could see the handshake and the grab essayed by Vladimir Fedoseev. One thing not to forget, this is Fischer Random. The pieces are arranged differently, and the position is revealed a couple of minutes before the round begins. So we will try to give you a sense of what's going on in the starting position as we try to figure it out ourselves in real time. So Lawrence looking at this position of the queen tucked away in the corner, the kings on c1 and c8, and Fedoseev's 2 pawns already on the 4th ring. What are your instinctual thoughts here?
Difficult one, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see. You need time to adjust, don't you? Even I'm looking at this position, and it seems as though getting the queen active makes a lot of sense because the queen on h1, of course, pointing towards the center, makes a whole bunch of sense. The bishops look like they're going to play an interesting role today, actually, to be honest. Going to be interested to see how those guys are developed throughout today. Very, very interesting indeed. And the king as well is positioned in a similar way to yesterday, whereby, castling is going to be interesting. When you castle long, it's going to be a very long castles to the king side. With the king on c1, which is always fun to see. It's aesthetically very pleasing to actually see that on the board as well. So that will be fun. Let's see what happens. I'm curious if there's a consensus as to the opening move. I remember yesterday in the last round, for example, when I was discussing before the game with Artur's, what is the correct, the opening move, and we both went for c4. We both thought c4 was the right move in that position from yesterday, and lo and behold, the masters did play that. So very, very curious to see how this all develops.
Well, they were waiting for Lawrence Gent's recommendation, and then before deciding on their first move. But that is, I don't remember who made this point. It was Anish Giri, I think, somebody of that caliber. But the fact that you often have mistakes really sometimes on the very first move is part of what makes Fischer Random so excited. I mean, so exciting. You could have some players with familiarity in the starting position. It is possible to study a lot of the starting positions, even though there's 960 of them. But more often than not, you have the players thinking on their feet from move 1, move 2, move 3, and you could have serious howlers committed with really either color on the very first move. So here we have Carlsen taking a sort of more traditional approach. He's playing in the center. He's putting together kind of a French type of setup with pawns on e6 and d5. I am more inclined to trust his setup more. Fedoseev is playing a lot on the flank here. But one problem that Vladimir could experience has to do with central control. Like if Carlsen brings his pawn up to c5, he's going to be controlling a lot of these squares in the center, making it difficult for Vladimir to really maximize the activity of his minor pieces. I really like the move c5 here for Magnus.
Yeah, me too. I think, Fedoseev, I mean, yesterday, I again, if you told me this was going to be a setup, I struggle very much to guess very much. But looks as though, Magnus goes for knight e7, however, which of course is plausible. I don't have a strong opinion either way of this setup, actually, for either color. It feels pretty standard. It feels as though some of the other games have gone a bit wild. I mean, I'm looking at the Nakamura game, absolute chaos.
Let's switch to the
Yeah,
Nakamura game, because this game
yeah.
is still sort of taking on a relatively normal character. We need to wait a couple of moves to see if White's flank strategy is going to result in success. So we'll take a rain check on this position. And in the Nakamura game, yeah, I agree. We have something quite a bit wilder. Hikaru has the white pieces. Now, in contrast to Vladimir, he starts with a central approach, e2, e4. Bluebaum, one of the noted the top French experts in the world, true to his form, he went e6, d4, d5. So we have a French advanced. No, g3. That's not a move you see every day on move 3 of a French. So Hikaru opens up his queen, and Bluebaum does the same. And this, Lawrence, is a very interesting debate that players often have. Do you play g3 to open up the queen, or do you push the pawn 2 squares? And the motivation behind that is that you grab more space while you're at it. But obviously, when you push a pawn 2 squares, you're also introducing more weaknesses in your position. And I think that's what Hikaru tries to exploit right off the bat by taking on d5. If Bluebaum would have recaptured with the pawn, he would have had to reckon with potentially a very nasty check on h3. And so Bluebaum already burning into his clock and experiencing some indecision about what to recapture with. And he does take back with a pawn. And there we go, looking at a 5 square.
Yeah, and Hikaru already saying, I've got a big positional edge here. The f5 square extremely weak. The pawn on g5 is potentially a target. I like g3, just to go back to your prior point, Danya. I do like g3 compared to g4 in that particular position. I like being a bit more humble in the approach. And, poor Mateus, he struggled in the first 2 games as they got something going. But I feel like Hikaru is absolutely the wrong opponent for him stylistically. I feel like he's going to really have difficulties today with both colors against Hikaru. I actually expect pretty big whitewash actually from Hikaru today in this particular matchup. I don't like Black's position already, and it looks as though the bar kind of agrees as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the fact that Black's already experiencing all these weaknesses. You pointed it out. F5 square, pawn on g5, so White has an easy target for his dark squared bishop. But I think we're going to likely see Hikaru copying Bluebaum's developmental approach, and the knight on a1 just doesn't have that many options. I think it's safe to say it's going to jump into b3. And now let me clarify one thing. In order for White to castle queenside, the rook from d1 is going to have to move out of the way, correct? And then the rook from b1 is going to slide over to d1.
Correct. That's the way I've interpreted it. Believe it or not, we were trying to make some castles. Arthur's was desperately flicking over the king, but I don't know if there was a bug or something. Sometimes there are bugs, of course. These things do happen. But yes, I believe that is the rule.
Okay, so an interesting decision here from Hikaru. I guess I stand corrected. He might actually be bringing his knight out to c2, playing against the black queen, trying to keep it totally out of the game because it's biting on a serious chunk of granite. That pawn on d4 is so well protected. So Hikaru maybe taking a somewhat more conservative approach here, knight c2, and later, Lawrence, the knight could swing out to e3 and really clamp down on this f5 square, making it difficult for Black to fix these gaping holes on the king side. The white queen can also jump into f3 at a moment's notice with the same exact idea. I think it's important for White to try to control these light squares and put pressure on Black's d5 pawn.
Yes, totally agree. Seems like a very sensible strategy in this particular position. So curious to see how this one develops.
Yeah, we could also see a move like h4 from Hikaru, using this pawn as kind of firewood to start the flame on the king side. But definitely a solid edge for Hikaru, but the position has stabilized. Shall we take a gander at our other 2 matchups, especially Nepo Abdusattorov? I know that's what people in the chat are itching to look at. So let's
let's have a look
there, as we have a beautiful bird's eye view there. You can see all 4 boards on your screen, and the Nepo Abdusattorov game over on the top right. So let's take a deep dive into that one. Jan Nepomniachtchi has the white pieces. And, okay, so he, much like Vladimir Fedoseev, started the game with 1 g4. And Abdusattorov taking a central approach as well.
Oh, I do want to... I do want to just... this is a little off script, but I do want to take a moment, actually. Today is actually a bit of a sad day.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we received some very sad news today. International Master Michael Basman passed away today.
Oh man.
The
Hmm.
legendary Mike Basman, who was pretty much the driving force behind junior chess in the UK. And unfortunately, today he did pass away. And because, of course, you mentioned the move 1G4, Michael Basman was the the creator, effectively, of the Grob opening, and playing G5 with black and all of these wacky openings. He brought a smile to a lot of people's faces, and he was a very pleasant guy. I didn't know him extremely well. Of course, I saw him a lot when I was a junior because I
Hmm.
participated in a lot of the events. Nevertheless, it's a very, very sad day for English chess. Commiserations and obviously condolences to everybody close to him and who worked with him and his family. So I you know, this is G4 is for you today, Mike, and yeah, uh,
That's very sweet. Thank
that's
you
it.
for mentioning that. I'm quite familiar with the name. I've he caught my eye years ago when I was just digging around on ChessBase and seeing which titled players played, E4 B5, and sometimes he played E4 A6, but it was very obvious from the games that he wasn't doing it out of disrespect for his opponent. He was a strong player,
No, no.
and much like Tony Miles defeating Anatoly Karpov with one E4 A6, he won a lot of noteworthy games in his offbeat opening. So thank you for that. And in the
All right.
game, we have this current position. Nepo has just swung his queen from, well, swing is the wrong word. I guess slid his queen from H1 up to H2. And again, we have an interesting sort of battle of competing philosophies where Nodirbek has better control of the center. He's got the pawn on D5, but Jan is controlling central squares from a
Mm-hmm.
distance with his pieces, right? The knight, the queen are aiming at the E5 square. So he's sort of initiating a dark square campaign to try to make it as difficult as possible for black to move his pieces around in the center. What do you make of Jan's strategy here?
I like it a lot. I really, and Queen H2 is such a lovely little move. You know,
Mm-hmm.
just nudging that queen up to control some of those dark squares must have been a very pleasing move to make. And yeah, as you know, if you go A3, Bishop B4, all of this dark squared bind that you could get here
Ooh.
seems great, doesn't it? So I mean, yeah, massively loving how Jan is approaching this game, and Abdusattorov with some problems to solve here, I think, strategically speaking.
Yeah, Jan playing this like an artiste, A3 and Bishop
Yeah.
B4.
Oh,
Try that on for size. And I think the big question here is whether Nodirbek can get away with an early C5. I would be very reluctant to play this move because, I mean, it not just justifies the placement of White's queen, it makes White's queen into a three-headed beast. But maybe it's worth the price of admit. Maybe it's a worthy price to pay because allowing White's bishop to jump into B4, Lawrence, gives White a total monopoly over a lot of these key center squares and queenside squares.
yeah, totally agree. It looks forced to me, actually. It feels like one of those, as you said, that you don't particularly want to play, but you might be forced to play. Because I just can't allow Bishop B4, Knight BD4, etc.
Ugh.
It doesn't feel like I can allow that stuff, to be brutally
Yeah,
honest.
I
So
agree. I agree completely. Yeah,
so I
C5.
do think C5 will be played, and I think Abdusattorov is the right guy to sort of play that move as well. I don't think he's going to be too scared, let's say, about playing that move. But then and then White actually has to think about what he wants to do. But I do like White's position nonetheless. Feels very solid.
Yeah, no question that Nepo's better. Also, the knight on G8 is a very hard time getting out, especially if you play C5 because you need to maintain contact with that pawn. So, for the time being, the position is closed enough. There's no direct confrontation between the armies, but eventually, Black will require the services of the knight on G8, and this configuration of the pawn three squares away is something Robert Hess always likes to point out. The pawn totally restricting knight's mobility, and Abdusattorov, he took his time, but Queen E7 to E8. So he actually prioritizes the development of his knight over playing c5. That comes as a surprise to me, but I get it. He wants to get his pieces out. But I mean, the eval bar is not exaggerating here. I think Jan is clearly better. He's got his type of position, and he needs to try to strike while the iron is still hot. Somehow try to find a way to convert his control over the dark squares into something tangible, into some sort of an attack. Not totally sure how to do that. And that's why I'm sitting in my cabinet, and Jan is over in windy Reykjavik playing the Fischer Random World Championship. Knight bd4. That's the answer, heading for b5.
Yeah, something similar happened in a game yesterday, actually, with a Fedosseev game, where the knight landed on b5. a7 was very weak, and he had a knight kind of dislocated on a7. It was all rather odd. But I do want to say, can we go to the Wesley So game? We've got absolute
opening
action.
my mouth to ask you the same question. So a quick view of the bird's eye view here. The Wesley So game over on the top left, and you can see that white knight on b7. So to the Wesley So game we go as he faces the winless Hjorvar Stein Grettersen, Icelandic #1, who has had a very rough go of it. And Lawrence, this game seems to be no exception. That knight has just captured a pawn on b7. White has the bishop pair, and that knight is safely getting out either via c5 or via a5, which Grettersen tries to prevent from happening with the move rook d5. But this looks pretty grim for black right out of the gate.
Looks toast, doesn't it, really, to be honest? I mean, you can even just go knight c5 here, which is what Wesley does. And I see absolutely no way to survive here as black. So a rough start once again for Grettersen, who's just not been able to get anything going this event. He's the local boy. I'm not saying that I don't think there's a ton of pressure on him, because clearly he's the lowest rated and isn't really expected to perform miracles here. But I think he will be a bit disappointed that he isn't doing at least a little bit better than what he's currently doing. So yeah, this is a disappointing start for him today, and he's in humongous trouble.
Yeah, and I was going to suggest that we analyze bishop takes c5 and rook takes c5. I don't think we're going to have to analyze it because it's going to appear on the board. So rook takes c5 restores the material advantage, and it also threatens checkmate on c2. But having the bishop pair in this type of position with the black king as permanently weak as it is precisely what defines White's huge advantage. I'm curious how Wesley is going to proceed after rook takes c5. If we pull up an analysis board, Lawrence, any moves that sort of occur to you here? And I guess we could refresh, because rook c5 is indeed on the board. What do you think Wesley's going to do?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's a very interesting one. I would say queen d3. Looks like queen b3 is also interesting. Just exchanging queens. That's also very interesting.
Yeah, because queen d3, I thought maybe black was knight bd5. But queen b3 is very much a Wesley-style move. Because, yeah, after the trade, black's not going to get checkmated. But black's pieces just, to put it scientifically, they suck. I mean, maybe knight bd5. But even something like rook a1 hitting the pawn on a7 looks mighty appetizing for White.
Looks horrible. Two bishops, pawn up. No, this is just over, basically.
Well, you're not a pawn up.
Oh, sorry. Are we not a pawn up? I beg your pardon. Sorry, I miscounted. It feels like a pawn up with the fractured pawns. Nevertheless, yeah, I don't see any way that you survive this. Not against a technician like Wesley either.
No.
Forget about it.
I think queen b3 is, the moment he spots this move, he won't be able to resist. Queen trade, restrict the knight, open the a file, and Grettersen just not able to get his feet under him, especially with the black pieces. I mean, these guys are just buzzsaws. They come right after you with White from seemingly any position, and you just have to maintain that baseline accuracy in the first couple of moves to avoid this kind of scenario. Wesley taking his time. He's got plenty of it. And I think we're going to see a confident victory from him in this first of two match games against Grettersen.
Yeah. Totally agree.
Where to from here? Let's go back to the bird's eye view for a bit.
The Nakamura game is the Nepomniachtchi Nakamura game is starting to get spicy. As is actually all of the other games are
Yeah.
starting to nicely spice up here.
Sriracha. I mean, we have over on the top right, you have Nepo against Satorov. That looks pretty interesting, but we were just there. So I'm gonna narrow this down to Nakamura Bluebaum or Fedoseev Carlsen. I'm gonna give you the choice between these two games. Spaghetti, chicken or pasta, as they say on international
Well,
flights.
I tell you what, as I'm preparing for this boxing match, as a lot of people may or may not know, I've been having a lot of chicken and not so much pasta. So let's go for chicken. Let's go for Nakamura. Let's quickly go back there.
Okay. Nakamura it is, and we remind you that he faces German Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum. Okay, so what do we have here? Well, Bluebaum has expanded on the king side, but it comes at the cost of a very weak pawn that has landed on f4, attacking Hikaru's knight on e3. Bluebaum, okay, neither side has castled yet. Hikaru has put himself in a position where he can castle. What castling really means in this position is bringing the rook on b1 into the game. That's literally all it does, but that's an important thing to do because, you know, the center is sort of open and you need the services of both of your rooks.
Precisely. Yeah, this is not straightforward. What would you do here, Danya?
Well, I would move the knight. Let's start with that. I know nobody realized that's a mind-boggling claim. Okay, actually, I might want to go rook g1 and then knight g4, knight e5. Because I think Matthias's idea is to meet the obvious move, knight c2, with knight jumping into c4. And if you take on c4, then you give up all of the light squares and you let the black bishop slide up to c6. This is maybe still good for white, but not in Hikaru's style. I think the rook g1 and knight g4 idea looks a lot more appetizing because here you force black to either be the one to give up his light squared bishop or the knight jumps into e5 with pretty terrifying effect. Maybe black can still play knight c4, but this I think is very much up Hikaru's alley.
Yeah, this I like.
Do you co-sign that?
Yeah, this I like very much. This I really like. I can definitely see this happening. I think this will happen actually. Oh, we've got. Oh no, that's another. Sorry, I'm looking at a bit of a preview here, but it's a completely different game. Yes, I like this. I like this recipe very much. Rook g1, knight g4 feels classical, feels clean, feels like the sort of thing Hikaru may very well do. So I like Hikaru's position. I think black is, what's the word? Overextended, I think is the right word. A little overextended here.
Yeah. I mean, these pawns on the queen side, on the king side, the square on e5 is so much easier, more easily accessible to white's knights. Black's knights are poorly coordinated. And no, Hikaru dropping his knight back to g2. I'm surprised. I mean, the fact that he was taking his time there indicates to me that he was aware of rook g1. Otherwise, he would have played faster, but he wants to go directly for the f4 pawn. And I still think that he wants to put a knight on e5. So what he's saying is that knight c4 runs into bishop takes f4. And if Bluebaum spends a tempo defending the pawn, then Hikaru can still put a knight on e5. And that further justifies the placement, the seemingly awkward placement of this knight on g2. So he is aiming directly for the f4 pawn. That is his principal goal here. Okay, I can kind of get behind that. I still like rook g1. I'm still partial to that idea, but Hikaru trying to play more concretely.
Yes.
So
yeah, still looks reasonable. Still prefer white, but I much preferred your line. What about? Sorry, we have to go to Fedoseev because Danya. I mean, only Fedoseev could get a position like this. Explain to me what I'm looking at.
Okay, well, that's the bird's eye view. That's the bottom right of your screen. You can see a white pawn sitting on f7, and that's all we need to know where to go next. Vladimir has the white pieces here. Okay, I'm still adjusting my eyes to this because I'm not sure what else white has going for him other than this sitting duck on f7 that resembles a soldier that has decided to wage a war all on its own. That's like Stannis Baratheon's army in Game of Thrones. I mean, you're down to like 5 soldiers and you're fighting an entire kingdom. Queen to f8. And look at that beast of a knight on c4. You know what I think Fedoseev is not going to do? I can't tell you what he is going to do. Somehow, I don't think we're going to see b3. I don't really know why. I'm just getting a hunch that he's not going to try b3. Of course, it's because of bishop a3.
Yeah, bishop a3 would end proceedings, but his position is bad. I mean, this is not good for Fedoseev. I mean, the bar also agrees. You know, the knight on c4 is causing immense problems. The knight. What happened? You gasped.
No, nothing.
You gasped. Okay.
In a bit. Jan blundered a piece, but we'll get to that.
Okay, but
let's finish processing this game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, as I was saying, yeah. Now Queen G6 Rook. No, I mean, this looks even a bit too random for Fedoseev. And this knight on a1 is such a problem piece. That's kind of one of the big issues. So yeah, not feeling this at all. But I think we probably should go to the game you just gasped at, Danya, because well,
yeah, we have a breaking news alert. No, this is clearly in Magnus's control. I mean, the pawn on e3 is weak. As soon as Magnus eliminates the f7 pawn on the next move, he basically has a free hand in this position. But onwards we go to Nepomniachtchi of Dusatorov. Now, I was looking at this without the engine, obviously. I was looking at the small board preview. Now that I have the large board in front of me, nothing changes. I think he has indeed blundered a piece. It wasn't clickbait.
Wow. But c5 is such a... How do you blunder c5? It's just totally bizarre.
So he went here, which is fine, because, okay, knight e7, and now bishop e4. Walking right into rook d5. What the heck, Jan? And now bishop a5, you can say, let me threaten checkmate. No, that ain't going to work, because b6 cuts off the c7 square and attacks the bishop. This is just down a piece. I mean, Jan is going to try to mix it up, but he's completely lost.
This is just so bizarre to me.
Huh.
I have no idea. I cannot explain this. And Jan will keep the poker face because he's quite good at that. So he'll play e4 confidently, and then he'll be like, yeah, it was all in my plans, blah, 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 when we know the truth.
It was a sacrifice.
You know, it was a sacrifice.
Knight f5 here, I think, simply ends it.
Yeah.
What Jan's trying to do is counterattack this bishop on f7. And if you drop the bishop back to g8, maybe there's some sort of a check on g4. But knight f5 is very much a Nodirbek move. If we bring up an analysis board, it looks like there's a lot going on. But in reality, everything fizzles out, and white's just going to end up with a bunch of hanging pieces. Like if knight takes f5, then queen takes e5. And in the event of the queen trade, you have the classic situation. Knight is hanging, bishop is saying, look at black's dark squared bishop controlling the two key squares that the knight could jump onto. If instead white takes the bishop on f7, then it's much the same principle. Queen f7, or no, I guess that's not the most accurate move. I was thinking after knight f5, rook f5. Oh, no, here there's rook d8. Oh. Ooh, you have to be careful.
Rook d8? Oh! Wow, and b8 is hanging. Wow.
So I guess that the best move here would be to take on d4, but it's a moot point because Nodirbek has not played knight f5. Instead, he has directly taken a knight on d4.
Look at this position. I mean, just optically, look at these pawns.
Oh, I get it.
This is very beautiful. Tell me.
He wants knight takes f7, knight f5 now, and the knight on f7 is basically trapped. No, this is good too.
No, but this is crushing, isn't it?
You don't even need the extra piece. You're just gonna go d3 and just drive the pawn up white's grill.
No, this is absolutely crushing. Wow, what a awful start for Nepo, because his position looked so nice. I mean, I don't know what happened.
Clearly better, and we've seen. I mean, obviously Fischer Random. There's more blunders in Fischer Random than there normally is, even in rapid tournaments. But this is crazy. I mean, these are we're talking one move blunders here. You know, we're talking basic stuff, and Jan is, I'm sure, castrating himself on the inside. He is the last thing he wanted is castigating. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. I thought, well, he might be doing that as well, but you know.
My apologies. It was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say castigating himself on the inside. That's embarrassing. Um, but this
That's
is
good.
this
That'll
is the
make the
last thing that
highlight
he
reel,
wanted.
Daniel.
Oh yeah, this is going to be milked ad infinitum. But no, this is bad. This is really, really, really bad.
That's Buzz Lightyear's favorites to infinitum and beyond, as he. Yeah, this is bad.
Flip it
this
and
is
ship
bad
it.
news. Yeah.
So what if he tries Queen F7? How lost is this? How lost is this?
Queen F7.
I mean,
none of this has happened.
Minors.
Like the game is you'll see in a minute is very advanced.
Oh, okay. They've made moves. They should update on our board
moves. Yeah.
momentarily, but we see that bishop is on F8. So I'm trying to figure out what is happening. Okay, now we've updated.
Yes.
Oh my. So we had CD, knight F7, knight F5. This we saw. Okay, this is what happened. Bishop F8 and Nodirbek takes the knight. And then he castles queenside.
Amazing. So beautiful.
Jan has kept the material balance, but that's the only thing going for white because D3 is just going to crunch through white's position.
Yeah, rook E8 looks very strong here, just kicking the queen away. You can bully bully white in this position if you really want. This looks absolutely disgusting. Yeah, should be winning for black, but Jan is a tricky guy, and a lot can happen. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, Jan is one of the trickiest defenders, but I think what will make Nodirbek so much calmer is the fact that there's basically nothing at stake here. I mean, this is a bonus game. He's qualified, so it's such a great feeling. Hey, I'm beating Jan, but even if something bad happens, I'm still going to make the knockout. So, this is a terrifying time to face him.
I think there is sort of, some merit to trying to finish first, Daniel, because let's assume Magnus does win his group. He doesn't want to face Magnus in the next round, so he has got incentive not just to lose all of his games, right? If that, so there is something to that, for sure. So no, he'll want to win. He wants to show these guys as well that he's not just there to be a free point in special situations. Yeah, A5 I like very much. Looks like a great move.
This forces the bishop back, and I mean, that knight on F5 is such a monster. But I agree completely. I mean, he qualified via the qualifier, and it just shows that the difference in strength is just getting diminished. I mean, these young guys, they aren't afraid of anything. They play every game to the maximum, and they're just nightmare pairings, as we see Jeffrey Zhang, the one and only, saying, "Will Danya ever come back?" I think this was the end of my career, Lawrence. I think this was the straw. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. I'm getting disinvited from the CGC finals. This has set in motion an unstoppable chain of events, at the end of which marks the end of my commentating career.
There you go.
No, this I think marks the end of Jan's defensive chances. Rook to E5, such a patient move, just cutting off the queen, making space for the black queen. Okay, let's this is an eyesore. I think we should
let's move on for sure.
We should make our swift departure from this game. Let's go back to the bird's eye view for a bit. As we see top left, Wesley has not managed to squeeze all that much out of his position. Hjorvar is up a pawn, and he's eliminated one of white's bishops. But I think we've got more important games to get to, Lawrence.
Let's do it.
Hikaru on the bottom left. We see Carlsen on the bottom right. Again, same choice, chicken or pasta.
Yeah. I think we should go and see Hikaru's position very quickly. It looks like this F4 pawn, which we have been speaking about, might actually be leaving town pretty soon.
Yes.
Not entirely sure. What do you do to save it, actually? Because if you play f3, which is the move that first comes to mind, then you probably just go knight e3, and h6 is now also not particularly.
Yeah,
What's the word? Yeah,
not feeling all that safe. I mean, also I like knight f4 because this prevents the black knight from jumping into c4, which might be Blue Baum's only active idea, because if you do it here, then white just wins with knight takes d5. That queen on h2. I mean, Jan positioned his queen on that square. Unfortunately, he blundered a piece. Hikaru positioned his queen on that square. And it's just ideal. The queen is like Napoleon Bonaparte, directing everything from the island. It's perfectly positioned. And Blue Baum with 5 minutes on his clock now to make 10 more moves until the increment. It's just, I mean, it's rough to see it. But when you're in bad form, these top guys are like vultures. They're going to sense it, and they're just not going to let you go. I think Hikaru is winning this in the next 10, 15 moves.
Shout out to Jeffrey Zhong, by the way. Shout out to Jeffrey. Great guy. And he's gifted 10 subs to chat. So well done to Jeffrey. Thank you so much for being so generous.
That is incredibly generous. Yeah, I commentated with Jeffrey yesterday on the women's candidates. We had a great time. And, you know, Jeffrey is just class act, great commentator. So great to see him in the chat. And you were right, Lawrence. The pawn on f4, as Robert would say, not long for this board. And Hikaru has eliminated it. Nice tactics here. Queen g2, bishop takes f5. If you take the queen, then the knight recaptures and simultaneously defends the bishop and defends the pawn on f2 at the end of the line.
Yeah, the knight protecting the pawn is a big deal as well. So this is very bad news for Blue Baum, and I expect him to lose this position. Wow, what is going on in the? Well, I saw a queen land. Abdusaturov has truly entered with queen a2. I mean, he's just swung the guy in, which is very nice to see.
Oh my gosh, this is a disaster for Jan. He's going to lose it. I think Jan is just going to resign any second now.
Yeah, he's got to give up. Magnus Carlsen in control, is he not?
Okay, let's jump over to that game.
At least that's how it looks. Rook e4 on the board. This looks like a typical Magnus situation here. Better minor piece. Bishop f4 now sort of being threatened, and all kinds of stuff in the air. This white king does not feel happy whatsoever in this position.
Can you castle here? I guess you can. But you can in Nemo, because bishop f4 still picks off the exchange. I mean, maybe this is the lesser evil for white. Maybe this is the lesser evil. Otherwise, you could. I mean, how do you stop bishop f4? If you play,
well, that's the point.
Yeah, that is the point. The central strategy for Carlsen prevails. Like if he wins the game, it'll be because of his control over the e file, his control over key central squares. Queen f5 check by Vladimir. So this sends the black king over to b7, where it's really more than happy to go. And I'm curious what Fedoseyev's follow-up is going to be. What does he do after king b7?
I see no moves. Basically,
Rook f2, maybe?
Rook f2.
Let's pull up an analysis because this could get spicy. Rook f2.
Worst case scenario, you double on the e file, right? And
and queen f6. I think there's rook e1 check.
Rook e1 check, exactly. Yeah,
takes,
exactly.
Takes here and
king
queen
c2 and queen h7.
No, I apologize.
Queen f5.
Here there's queen f5.
There's queen f. But you can go rook e2. How about that for a little tactic, Danya? And rook takes f2. That's one for your books.
That's beautiful. Rook takes f2, controlling the queen and winning a piece. Incredible line. And Carlsen's going to calculate this in about 2 milliseconds.
Yeah.
And if you go...
No, this...
Yeah. If you go king d2, of course, you take the queen first.
Now you can just take the queen and take the rook, and it's over.
And it is over indeed. Yeah. And Carlsen is taking his sweet time to play king b7. He's down to 4 minutes. That might be the only hurdle that stands in the way of a big victory with the black pieces here. He has experienced some time pressure. What is giving him so much pause, Lawrence? Where is he thinking about going instead? Is he
Maybe
thinking
he's
about
thinking
queen
about queen
e6?
d7 or queen e6. He might be thinking about queen d7. No, queen d7 drops the pawn on d5, or does it?
I
Yes,
think
it
it
does.
does. So if
So
you're
you don't
trading
want
queens, you
that.
want to go queen e6.
Yes. So what happened? You did go king b7, rook f2. I'm just looking at the
Ooh.
live feed. This
He
kind of
went rook.
all did happen.
He went rook h8 instead of rook e8, which also makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is a great move. You're aiming at the h pawn, and you're also rendering queen takes f6 utterly untenable, because at the end the rook infiltrates the second rank, and even without queens, white's king is busto.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how is Vladimir going to hold this position? He's, Rome is
I guess
burning.
you come along now, right? As white.
Oh
To
yeah, you
do
can do
your
that. Forgot about that.
you can castle. You always forget it in this game. You can actually still do something crazy like castles long, which is your best move. I mean, what else are you supposed to do exactly?
I mean, something like c4, but that just seems way too
Oof.
brazen.
No,
Exactly. That's the right sound effect to make when you look at that move.
no, I don't like c4. I think he's going to castle long.
Yeah.
Um,
Eh, I don't see another move. Nodirbek has one, by the way. It's official.
Nodirbek has one,
Just
yeah.
unbelievable. I mean, let's take a moment just to
Yeah.
appreciate how much of a beast he is. Yeah, he maybe got
Uh,
lucky once or twice, but players like that manufacture their own luck.
for sure. 100% agree.
So this,
Wesley Greterson seems to be holding against Wesley as well. Just had a quick peek there at that position, and that's really good work by Hyopi, who's, as we've already said numerous times, had a lot of problems so far. And Hikaru looks completely winning as well.
yeah, Hikaru has won the f4 pawn. He's got into an endgame. He's a pawn up, and he's up a bunch of time. That's over on the bottom left. You can see White's got that extra pawn on f2, and the rook on f3 in and of itself presents absolutely no problems for Mr. Nakamura. But the Greterson game, top left, equal material, black as an active knight. We don't really have to go there. We don't have to analyze it specifically, but it actually looks
Right,
like a pretty pleasant endgame for Greterson.
right.
Maybe he'll be able to score a big victory, especially given what they had earlier, which seemed to be domination for Wesley. But I think we should watch the rest of the Hikaru game.
Yeah, let's stay with Hikaru for sure. Okay.
Hikaru and Magnus also in control. Bluebaum has 11 seconds. He might literally not make it to move 30.
Yeah, Bluebaum has been struggling all the time making it. And, he might not make it. And his position stinks.
And rookie 7, rookie 8. Literally anything. White is dominating on all sides of the board. Look at that. Just the bishop on g3. The way that it's restricting the activity of black's rooks is really impressive. Okay, Bluebaum has made it to move 31, and he has the additional 5 minutes. But that is going to be very little consolation, Lawrence, because I think we're going to see a rook appearing on e8 any second now.
Yeah, and Mateus just... What can we say? Poor Mateus just not able to keep up with the big boys in this tournament, just struggling so much. But he'll take something away from this. It'll be good experience for him. So let's see in the future if he manages to grow. Of course, Bluebaum was part of this very well-known project in Germany called the German Princes Project, where the German Chess Federation invested a lot of money into clearly very talented young Germans, and he was part of a group of young German players which have all now become very strong grandmasters, and he's top of the list basically in that sense. So congratulations to him for at least, he's around about 26, 70. He's still young. He's still got room to improve. So hopefully he doesn't take this too much to heart, this tournament, because it is a brutal tournament.
Yeah, it really is. You just don't catch any breaks, and I think he might resign here and now. Hikaru has taken a different approach, and he's instead gone for the
Yeah.
d5 pawn. using the fact that the black rook is pegged to the f file. This is results of the game is not in question. Look at Hikaru's time management. 12 minutes on the clock. Just incredible all the way for Mr. Nakamura. And yes, Nepo indeed has lost his game to Nodirbek. We've mentioned that. Look at that final position, that rook on e2, the queen on a3. Just total destruction by the Uzbek prodigy.
And Magnus in really, fantastic control in this position as well. I don't see how Fedoseev really plans to get out of this one either. Looks totally busto for Fedoseev. Yep.
I mean, he's down.
He's pawn down, can't move the knight, can't really do very much. King is weak. Looks
perhaps. I mean, I guess his game is a little bit more exciting than Hikaru's. I mean, Hikaru's game is just literally just over. So let's perhaps swing back to the world champion and watch his technique as he tries to take down Fedoseev's resistance. Both sides have benefited from the additional 5 minutes, and we're not in a time scramble just yet, but I cannot imagine having 7 minutes here with black. I could burn 7 minutes on one move easily. So
it's just an unenviable position is an understatement, right? It's just a horrible spot to be in for Fedoseev. No move improves your position. No move really allows you to hold. And Magnus has got various ways to improve. He can play queen g7 to then even queen g5 check. A queen trade there is going to be crushing because the g pawn will march because the white king can never get safe. The queen can even, if it really wants, you can even set up some kind of queen g7, king b6, and put the queen on g2 to avoid any checks on d7. Even a queen on d7 check is met by bishop c7, so you can just go queen g7, queen g2 immediately. And then you've got, bishop f4 check. You've got all kinds of ways, and at some point you just lose this with white. I see zero chance to hold.
And I would take the eval bar with a grain of salt. I mean, plus 2.3. Yeah, the engine can probably hold with just engine move after engine move, but for a human, this is the sort of lowest kind of misery. Just no end in sight. The pawn on a3 is also an integral part of black's construction. It's keeping white's king at bay, keeping the knight restricted. I mean, and to add insult to injury, you have this against Magnus Carlsen, perhaps the greatest technician in the history of the game. King b1 by Vladimir, I think, is about as good as it gets in terms of white's king safety. And the last hurdle by Magnus, can he find a way to get this queen off of f5 without allowing, Lawrence, as you pointed out, counterplay with queen d7?
I guess the answer is no.
To be
brutally honest. No, I see no way for Fedoseev here. It looks toast. Looks toast for the Russian Grandmaster. Wesley So. I mean, fair play to Hyopi. He's putting in a performance there. I'm really happy that he's still playing and has a position he can win as well. Let's be honest. I mean, this is not just a position you lose here as black. You can try things for sure in this position.
He's got a good knight, good pawn structure. White's got that weak pawn on b3.
Exactly.
I agree. I don't see Wesley losing this, to be honest, but I think there's going to be some sort of a liquidation or repetition. But still, a draw against Wesley with the black pieces in sort of first match game, good start for Hjorvar. And if he can win one of these matches, Lawrence, at this point for him, it's about pride. And if he can win a single match, that's something he can carry forward as a major confidence boost. I won a mini match in the Fischer Random World Champion. That's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal because he is, rated 200, 250 points, lower than a lot of this field. So let's see if he manages to do it. It will be really interesting to see.
Bluebaum about to lose the third pawn on h6, and I think that will be the last straw, by the way. That's bottom left. You can see that knight heading to g4. Okay, that one's over. So
that one is over, yes.
Carlsen still nursing his advantage. And Hjorvar will try to squeeze out a win out of the tiny pool that he has in his endgame. Yeah, Blue Bomb's still playing. He's still trying. But he's dropping all of his pawns.
Yeah, I mean he's playing on out of frustration, isn't he? And Queen G7 by Carlsen in the meantime, by the way, just to update you guys. He's going for the plan I mentioned before. So this looks very, very good indeed.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I agree with the point about Blue Bomb playing it out of frustration. If it was the start of the tournament, he would have resigned already, because you stand 0 chances against Hikaru in this position, like literally negative chances. But when you're frustrated and things aren't going well for you, you often, you're tilting at windmills.
Right. Yeah, I saw this a lot yesterday, actually, with Matisse. He played on out of inertia in totally dead position. So he's definitely feeling extremely frustrated at the moment. He's definitely feeling it.
Yeah, he has resigned, by the way.
Yeah. All right, I think we should stick with the Fedorsev Carlsen game, of course, because this is
because that, in terms of
such a massive game
qualifiers, I mean, Fedorsev needs a miracle here, and we want to remind everybody that Nodirbek, with that win against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's guaranteed himself at least a tie in the match, and therefore he has clinched top spot in his group. Just unbelievable performance by Nodirbek, and he leaves nothing to chance right off the bat. But okay, this is still not totally over. Rook C1, Fedorsev just curls up into a ball and basically says, hey, you're still going to have to breach the gates to get to my king. So this game is not over, and Carlsen has been spending quite a bit of time here. He's down to 3 minutes again.
Well, I think Magnus is just trying to find a construction where, he doesn't get pestered. So a move, for example, like King C7 here, just to prevent any checks. King B6 is also there, but King C7 just prevents any entry by the queen. Then you go Queen G5, and then you slowly march the pawn up the board, right? That looks like a fairly sensible way to proceed. I'm sure there are probably other ways you can go here as well. I just don't know what they are.
I mean, you could even probably go Queen G5 here, but this is not the Carlsen school. Like, if you play Queen G5, then Queen D7 check, Bishop C7, and the point is not Knight B4, because Rook B2 results in check. But I think here White can simply take the pawn on A3, and this is the first step to White sort of unfurling, is eliminating that A3 pawn, then back to C2, and then all of a sudden Knight B4 becomes a possibility. So this is the last thing Carlsen wants or needs, as his clock now dips to 2 minutes. So something is bothering him, maybe about the King C7 move, which I really like. I think King C7 is the clinical way to approach this.
Totally agree.
And a glance over at the clock as he readjusts his seating position. I think with every ticking second, Lawrence, Vladimir might be getting more and more hopeful. He needs a miracle here. He needs this game to go off the rails for the world champion. He needs another one of those uncharacteristic blunders that we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, Magnus had a few blunders, but I think it was yesterday it wasn't the first day he was kind of making some silly mistakes. Queen G3 is an odd move as well. I mean, why not shore up your king first? I know a lot of people are going to be saying, who are you to talk about Magnus Carlsen like this?
Who are you to talk about Magnus Carlsen like this?
Right, I get that a lot in chat. Who are you, just a lowly international master? Who are you to talk about the greatest player of all time and his plans? Well, that's my job, actually. And if you don't like it, unfortunately, that's just the reality. So I think probably he's still. Maybe his claim is simply that Queen D7, Bishop C7. That was one of the ideas I was mentioning before, right? Is that Queen D7, Bishop C7 exists, and Fedorsev trying to manufacture something. But what are you actually supposed to do here? It's not It's not clear cut at all to me, basically.
Well, I think, okay, we should point out that queen takes f6 runs into queen. The threat is queen takes c3. That is just a lobster pincer mate in the purest form. And if queen d7 check, bishop c7, white can, in that position, play knight b4 because the black queen has lost contact with the white rook. But black is spoiled for choice there. The queen could drop back from g3 to d6. Remember, the bishop will have moved to c7. Or you could drop back to g6 with a check and push the pawn to f5 and extend a 6th rank defense to the pawn on c6. So I think one of those lines is, in fact, what Magnus was spending so much time calculating on the previous move. And Fedoseev is not rushing with queen d7. I don't really see an alternative for him. I think he needs to go full tilt, last chance, use the queen and the knight, try to manufacture some sort of miracle.
Agreed. He has to do something offensive. He can't just sit back and be passive in a position like this. He will get destroyed. So, but again, I think a really informed Magnus would have played king c7. Just totally cut out, all of the white checks. Just totally prevent any chance. He doesn't do it, Fedoseev. It looks like he played knight b4 immediately, right?
He played knight b4 immediately. A trade, no, but this is... And here Magnus clearly sees something. Now, queen d7 is obviously... It's not even really a threat because black has queen c7, but Magnus drops back to c7 straight away. I feel like there must have been some sort of a mate here, and the eval bar confirms this, but I don't see exactly what it was. Apparently, the winning move was king up to b6, which is just prophylactic, Lawrence. This is in your style. The point is that the moment the queen leaves the diagonal, check, and queen c3, try this on for size, is a beautiful but basic mating construction. Something Magnus should see in the blink of an eye. Rook h1 is a backranker. Again, that a3 pawn is the mastermind, the criminal mastermind of all of these mating constructions. But Magnus, a more conservative approach, queen back to c7. And can Fedoseev grab the pawn on f6? What exactly is wrong with that? Oh, queen h7. And then queen c2. Oh, that's a beautiful geometry there.
Well done. That's a beauty.
And the king hides away on a6. Wow.
Yeah, that's really pretty.
And
we might see something like that as well. We might really see something like that.
But I think Vladimir could probably preemptively hide away on a1. Or even move the rook away, but I don't see exactly where. Maybe something like rook e1. The point is you have to keep the queen on this diagonal. You cannot allow the king to be driven to a1 under most circumstances. So queen e6. Oh. Now this is getting a little complicated, Lawrence, because if black does this queen h7, queen c2 thing, the white queen jumps into d7, and when the quarters are close, king a6 doesn't work because of queen c8 with perpetual. So Magnus kind of struggling here as his clock dips down to a minute.
Yes, indeed. Trying to find the way in. Maybe he had a late night in Reykjavik. It's possible.
Those bars. Queen h7.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. See on camera, king a1. What is his follow-up, though? Is it rook c2?
Rook c2 played, yes.
The rook will go somewhere. Yeah, rook f1 or rook e1. And then black still can't quite get away with queen h2. Again, this queen d7 business leads to perpetual. Vladimir still in the game. Rook e1 played. 47 seconds for the world champion. He's a little bit nervous here, Lawrence. Not to read too much into the body language. I'm trying not to do that as much. But 35 seconds and nothing immediate here.
I think he's getting a bit frustrated, basically, that he can't find a clean way. He knows in his heart that there has to have been a clean way, in fact. But he just can't seem to find it, and that's frustrating him, clearly. Rook h2. Okay. Well, also looks all right.
paving the way. But again, paving the way for queen c2. But again, queen c2 is never really possible, provided that white's queen keeps in contact with the d7 square. That is a huge problem for black. How do you solve it? Maybe you don't solve it and you just start pushing the f pawn. Your old idea. I mean, you do have an extra pawn that black hasn't tapped into yet.
Right.
Ooh. Wait a second.
Go on.
Can you try queen f6? And if queen c2, you can give away both of your heavy pieces by force with a stalemate.
No.
I think he can take on f6. He doesn't do it, though. Yeah, I don't see what was wrong with queen takes f6.
No,
I'm sure black is winning somehow, but I think it was a good try.
I think it was a very good try. I think it was a very good try. Unlucky. Good spot.
Yeah, queen f6. Instead, I don't see exactly what he did. They've repeated moves. They've traded queens. No, they haven't. They haven't. Rook g2. Carlsen just sort of biding his time. And I still think he can take on f6.
I think you probably... I mean, he should probably try it, right? I don't see any benefit of not trying it. Let's put it like that.
I think I see what the issue is. After queen takes f6, queen h2. Queen h2. And if you give rook e7 check, somehow the king hides on b6. And the rook cuts off the queen's access to d8. No, I think that's what Carlsen is relying on with his last 9 seconds. I see.
That makes a lot of sense.
So I guess he should just keep moving his rook back and forth for the time being. He's taking on f6. Will Carlsen see queen h2? No, he missed it! Queen c2, he's allowed the stalemate! Holy smokes!
No!
Oh my gosh.
Did that really just happen?
How do you miss queen h2? That is just...
Did that really
That is elementary school.
Did that really just happen? And Magnus disgusted with himself.
But I can't get over the fact that he missed this. I mean, he saw the stalemate. It's just about missing queen h2. And after queen h2, it's over. It's mate.
Wow.
What a throw.
This is unbelievable, really. This is just insane stuff.
Again,
insane.
You know, I would not have been able to handle the pressure nearly as well. But huge kudos to Fedosseev first and foremost. He needed a miracle. He got a miracle. But this is just... We don't see this from the world champion, like, ever.
This has left me a bit choked,
automatically.
This has left me a bit choked. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of lost for words here.
But we have one more game remaining, by the way.
Let's go there, and then we'll discuss. Yeah, the So Grederson game. And Hjopi! Is he holding? Is he winning? What is going on here?
He is close to winning. He's trying to promote a pawn. Look at this position. How does Wesley stop the c-pawn?
The c-pawn is running. The c-pawn is running.
The c-pawn is running. White has to find a way to counter-promote the h-pawn. I think White should move the king away.
Yeah, you go king g6, knight a4, h6, c2, h7. You both queen, and then you try and win the f5 pawn and make a draw.
But black can trade queens there. It's like tempo for tempo. I don't see what the evaluation is. Okay, there we go. And he's about to do it. No, Wesley has found a way to win the f5 pawn. This is just a draw.
Yeah, this should be a draw now, yes. This should be a draw. You would expect.
Listen, I think Grederson has to be careful. Because if you allow a queen trade, White's connected passers might actually promote.
That's true, actually.
Maybe 94?
Goodness me.
Maybe 94.
I would hate to defend this as white, though. I mean, 94 looks like a lovely move, just centralizing the knight, putting some... And he's played it.
He's played it. Almost no time on the clock.
This is juicy.
No, but queen b2, I mean, the king is never going to be able to escape.
Yeah.
Never.
You say that. There was the game yesterday between... okay. I heard an ooh.
What is Wesley doing?
I heard an ooh.
I mean, now White has no checks. Oh my gosh, is Wesley playing with fire? G5? But somehow White's king is safe. 2 seconds, make a move.
Whoa. Is that king safe? It looks horrible to me.
Well, queen e5. Queen e5. No, queen e5, queen
e5.
h7, king g4. Yeah, I think that holds.
Oof.
And queen b8. Okay.
Mate!
Knight e2. Oh, blundered mate!
Mate, he blundered mate!
He blundered mate!
How did he blunder mate?
Oh my god.
How did he blunder mate?
Queen b8. Queen b8
How
was the
did he
blunder.
blunder
He had to
mate?
go queen e5
Oh,
because
my.
that would have pinned the knight. Instead, it allowed the knight to jump into f2.
And Wesley So beside himself because it's a critical game for him.
It is. And not only that. Okay, so debrief. First of all, shocking moment here, Lawrence. Queen b2 check. Perpetual. Go home. Draw. That's it. No way to escape. What are you doing going g4? King e3. Suddenly no more checks. No problem. g5, queen f5. Queen e5 is the only move because after queen h7, king g4, you can't move the knight. The king is safe. But instead, queen b8. Queen back to h7. Knight up to f2. And queen h3. And yes, it's a time scramble, but you just never see this kind of stuff from the top guys. What a crazy start to the day, Lawrence.
Action everywhere. Let's do a quick review of the results, perhaps, Danya.
Oh my god. Yeah. So the smoothest game was Hikaru, as usual. Hikaru avoided all the drama.
But yes, Hikaru did avoid all the drama.
All the other games were crazy.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Wow, what a day. What a start. I mean, if that's the action we've got for today, then that's incredible.
And yeah, we're just getting started.
Yeah, we're just getting started. I mean, every single game, the Carlsen blundering into stalemate. Hikaru was just smooth. That wasn't really a drama-filled game at all.
Nope.
Same with Abdusaturov. Apart from the slightly being worse out of the opening, he then completely controlled things. But Greta said, fair play to Hyopi. I'm really happy for him. I really am. I mean, fair play to him for finally getting a victory. He deserves it. He's grinded hard, and I'm over the moon. And actually now Matthias is the only player yet to win a game. Hopefully he can score one. That would be really nice as well.
Yeah, no matter who you root for, you got to be happy for Gretarsson. That was an incredible finale, and do go anywhere because if this is how the day starts, and how is the day going to end? And this day is possible, of course, thanks to our sponsor, Brave. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Thank you to Brave for their sponsorship of these Fischer Random World Championships from Iceland. What an incredible start to the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break, refill our coffees, catch our breath, and we advise you to do the same. Keep your seatbelts on because the Fischer Random World Championship presented by Brave returns with the second match game on the other side of this short break.
Run for
Brilliant,
my
Daniel.
life.
Well done.
Okay. What's up, man? Hey, just solving some puzzles. Get my coffee. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Which one is that? Is that our new one? Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard. You sure you're feeling okay? One. Got it. Ah, shoot. Fischer takes T1.
Another look at that beautiful playing hall at the Hotel Natura in Reykjavik at the Fischer Random World Championship. Our chess.com coverage is presented by Brave. And before the second match game starts, a quick look at the prizes. Lawrence, these are mouth-watering numbers. 150K is at stake for the top prize, and everybody gets something generous, which I love to see.
Yeah, it's nice. I mentioned this on the stream yesterday. Even you know, for somebody like Mateus or Gretarsson, let's use Gretarsson as the real example here. For him to be able to have a shot at these kind of prizes is massive for him. He does have a full-time job. I think he's a lawyer, actually. I don't think he's playing chess full-time. I don't think he's playing chess full-time at the moment. Although, of course, that could be incorrect. I haven't spoken to him in a while. But nonetheless, you know, clearly, massive prizes, and the matches have already started, I understand.
Yes, sir, they have, and I flipped on the Carlsen-Fedosseev game to start. What a ridiculous finale we saw in that one. It was a surefire win for Magnus. It was a classic game by the world champion. Vladimir Fedosseev is a magician for pulling out that stalemate trick at the end. He's given himself a new lease on life, and he has to try to capitalize, Lawrence, on the psychological edge that he is experiencing right now. He is back from the dead. He's got a clean slate, and he has to try to get off to a better start in the opening. I think that is a must. The position he got in the last game just wasn't passing muster.
No, it certainly wasn't. We're going to need to see an improvement there 100%. So I'm curious to see how these ones set out. And where do you want to go first, Daniel?
Yeah, let's check out the Magnus opening, and then we'll go to Hikaru afterward. So a Scandinavian, a Scandinavian in the Carlsen Federated game. We remind you that they have obviously the same position as they did in the first match game, so that both sides get to experience it with both colors. So the queen is out early. And the queen makes another move, dropping back to e2. I think Carlsen is trying to get the queen to e2, the bishop to g2. I kind of like the setup, Lawrence. I think it's pretty harmonious. And now black's queen is kind of left out of the party.
Yeah, totally agree with you there. I like this very much. The bishop performs a great job over on the long diagonal. And what are you doing with this queen? Not clear at all to me.
What are you doing with it? Yeah, I mean, and I think this is a very interesting example of obviously violating, quote unquote, violating the basic opening rules. But in Fischer Random, you often have to identify the pieces that are going to be most problematic and try to activate them first. So Magnus takes on his chemistry homework first, before playing Blitz on Chess.com. Like, he takes care of the hardest task at first. He does his laundry in the morning. The queen is active. And now you can focus on all the other pieces. Vladimir Fedoseev starting to regret procrastinating on that.
Yeah.
No, Magnus is better. Out of the opening.
No question about it. Not even close. Hikaru's game has got very interesting. I see out the corner of my eye here as well. We saw something very similar as well yesterday, believe it or not, in this an early bishop to the wing. Again, it's a funky move to a certain extent. It's an interesting move, at least, where you move this bishop out. We saw it. I mean, it was a different configuration yesterday, but nonetheless, it was played. And you provoke a weakness and then go bishop f7. I mean, this is just. Do you understand anything about chess? You look at this and you say, okay, I just don't understand chess, basically.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I'm gonna pull up that game here, and this is the Hikaru game. Blue Bomb has the white pieces in game 2, and what you're talking about, Lawrence, comes on move 4, where Hikaru Nakamura plays bishop e8 to h5, attacking the rook, provoking f3, blunting the queen, and dropping back to f7, attacking a2, by the way. Something that I've seen blundered a lot, even in high-level Fischer Random games. These pawns in the corner that result in trapping the rook, it's such an unusual arrangement because you're so used to a pawn on a2 being untouchable because of b3, that there's like weird cognitive dissonance. But the German Grandmaster spots it, and knight b3, knight b6 is on the board. So what do you make of this position?
I mean, yeah, I think black is slightly better. I think the bind you have over these central squares is kind of relevant. So I don't like the queen on h1. If you ever have to get it out with a move like f4, then you weaken e4 massively.
Ooh.
Yes. Yeah, it's too ugly for words. So I do like what Hikaru has done here.
Does he do it? Like it? How does he do it? So how is he already better with black after move 7? It's just unbelievable. He just makes this one maneuver. Bishop h5, bishop f7, poof, he's already better. Already 0.7. And it's like Blue Bomb hasn't even done anything wrong. He just moved his pawns in the center. Like, how bad could that be?
It does make you wonder, doesn't it? It really does make you wonder. Just special, isn't he?
It is special, and when he's in good form, you just can't play him. Like, he's just such a buzzsaw. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, totally agree. Let's go to Wesley So is clearly feeling belligerent after that loss. And he's going for it, for want of a better word. He is punting Harry down the end of the board here. And rightly so, because he needs to win to tie this mini-match. And in that group, this is actually a crucial spot for Wesley. I mean, he still has a chance because Nepomniachtchi is now a dog to lose and gets 0 points against Abdusaturov. So even a point here for Wesley will be really, really huge to close the gap in that group.
Yeah, and I mean, that last game was such a heartbreaker because, like, had he made that one move, queen b3, and let's be totally honest, that was an obvious move, and on-form Wesley would have played that move any day of the week. Queen b3, endgame, You're basically winning, no risk. Instead, he not only fails to win, he actually loses the game. So right now he's in crisis mode. Gretarsson is more confident than has been this entire event. Hey, I have a win under my belt. All I need is a draw to win my first match. Wesley's the one who has to worry about remaining in contention. So these first couple of moves are super, super dangerous time for Wesley. And I already like the Icelandic Grandmaster's position. At knight on c5, well placed. There's Harry. There goes Harry. But Harry cannot compensate for the weakness of this f5 score. We saw this in some of the other matches. I think in the Nakamura Bluebaum first game.
Yeah. Probably a bit too over-eager to get back on the scoreboard here, Wesley. I mean, I like the spirit. I like seeing Wesley play like this. I'd like to see Wesley play like this in general a bit more.
Classical chess.
Sometimes, exactly. I feel like in classical tournaments, Wesley often takes a very low variance route, and that kind of stops him from winning a lot of these events, unfortunately, because, you know, you need to risk it for a biscuit sometimes. He's very risk averse, is Wesley So. So I do like the spirit, but as you said, the knight on c5 here just looks tremendous for Hoppy. And wouldn't it be great for him to get a 2-0 victory as well? Your claws ringing through the playing hall if that were to happen. So, you know, I am a big Gretarsson fan. He's such a nice guy as well. So let's see.
He really is. No, it's always great to see, you know, the lower rated participants strike back and score a nice victory. Okay, rook d6 by Wesley, a strange looking move, and I think it's quite clear that he's trying to set himself up for a long castle. So he wants to castle queenside, but that rook is really in the way of everything. It's just sort of trampled on by all the other pieces. And now the knight on c5 is even safer than before because the bishop has lost contact with it. So my inclination would be to bring the light-squared bishop out, cover that f5 square. Instead, Gretarsson goes bishop to d2, also good, attacking g5. And, I mean, Lawrence, with Black's pieces not very well developed, Wesley's just going to have a hard time holding his queen side together. I guess that's the king side, technically.
Yeah, technically.
That is the king side.
Difficult to know what side it is. Yeah, technically.
I know. Whatever side the king is not on right now, that's the side Wesley has to be very careful to hold on to. And he does with bishop f8 to h6. And maybe, okay, he wants to play g4 and okay, maybe some attack on knight c4. But okay, white better.
Precisely, white is better. Very good. I've been waiting for one of those today,
I know,
Daniel,
and eventually it'll come out. I was keeping it bottled up for a while, but you know, the genie will eventually come out of the bottle.
The genie does come out eventually. Let's go to another game. I'll let you pick. Wow,
okay.
This tour of Nepomniachtchi. I'm just looking at the corner of my eye here. It looks absolutely wild, as you would imagine. I mean,
okay,
complete
I'm picking
chaos.
Let me think about this. I think I'm going to pick up just tour of Nepomniachtchi. That's top right of your screen here in the bird's eye view. You can see Black's queen from h8 to e5. It has gone. Let's zero in on that game and figure out what's happening. Nodirbek has the white beat. Nodirbek is worse. He is much worse. Why does it feel like he's made about half as many moves as Jan has? I mean, like, where are his pieces?
Totally agree. It's been a complete just meltdown in this opening. I mean, I don't know how else quite to call it. It's been a catastrophe, this opening for white.
Another grab. He played the Fedoseev opening, g4, f4. But this is just bad, Lauren. I mean, g4, f4, e4. Nodirbek development.
Yeah.
Something that mere mortals like to do sometimes.
Yep.
Ugh.
Gross.
Ooh, and bishop c6 and g5 carving out the e5 square for the queen. An amazing move by Nepo. And this is the last kind of position that you want against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Give him a huge initiative, massive lead in development, and it's not even a sacrifice. He's going to win the pawn back on g5 on demand.
Totally agree. Yeah, this is not what you want. This is also not really stylistically something that I think Abdusattorov particularly likes doing. He kind of finds weird ways in these kind of hopeless positions. I mean, I can think of at least 3 hopeless positions he's had where he's turned them around and won in critical spots. But at the same time, at some point, his luck is gonna run. His ruck is gonna lung out. No,
lun out.
Yeah,
his ruck is gonna lun out.
Yeah, it feels like one of those ones. So yeah, but yeah, this is gross. So we can move on. But Nepo in control here.
But
Magnus.
No, you're right though. Yeah, let's go to Magnus. But just to add to co-sign your point about Nodirbek pulling out these lost positions. I mean, this is a hallmark of these young players. Just their resourcefulness, their tenacity is just otherworldly. I mean, they just do not die, and this game is not over. The first spot has been clinched by Nodirbek, but let's not forget in the last game, he was also quite a bit worse out of the opening. So we'll keep an eye on Nodirbek's attempts to get his pieces out and quash the fire of Black's initiative. But on we go to the bird's eye view here. For a moment, Carlsen's game is on the lower right of your screen. And I don't know what must be going through Magnus's mind right now. I mean, he's probably telling himself, geez, like, I just can't catch a break in this tournament. And yet, he's still in pretty prime position to qualify if he defeats Fedoseev in the second match game.
Yeah, he is. Magnus is one of those players who, I mean, let's be honest. What can Magnus attribute his enormous success to? Well, partly yes, it's because he's an enormous talent, of course, but it's his mental toughness and bouncing back when he's had a tough loss or it's something. He manages to just kind of get it out of his mind very, very quickly. I think Fabi is another guy who's able to do that. I think there are some top players who struggle with that though. So, curious to see for sure. This particular game looks as though Magnus got another. I think though, if Magnus blows another really good position there, then we might see liftoff. Then we might actually see
a couple table slams.
Yeah, a few score sheets scrunching stuff in the videos. So, yeah. But Magnus very, very resourceful and can calm himself reasonably well. Looks good though, right? Fedoseev, the position doesn't look great. Doesn't look good.
I mean, it's okay. I think it's good for white. I think Black's queen is in a little bit of trouble here. That last move, knight c5, is very opportunistic. I think Carlsen is tossing caution to the wind here. And let's pull up an analysis board. I want to show what happens if Vladimir, keeps going like nothing is the matter. Let's just make a couple random moves. h6. Carlsen wants a3. Then he can, for example, bring the queen up to d3. And already he is ready to play b4 and trap the black queen. But obviously Vladimir has not one but two tempi to do something about it. And the most straightforward way I think that he can address this mechanism is to try to get this knight on c5 off the board. And that is precisely what he does. Just as I say that, he has played the move knight b6 to a4. Extremely logical. Get off me, he says to the c5 knight. And he's vacating a pathway back to b6 for the black queen. I don't like knight c5, Lawrence. I think that was overly superficial by Magnus. I think that was another sloppy move. And it's beautifully punished by Vladimir. He's back back on track here.
Yeah, he is. You can't really do much about this queen, right? If you go a3, queen goes somewhere. It's not the end of the world, basically, is it? Maybe a bit too overeager by Magnus. Very possible. But we'll see. A long way to go in this one.
Yeah, but you can sense the frustration in the way that he's playing. I agree that we take his consistency for granted. We take it completely for granted, and it's honestly unbelievable how consistent he is.
Yeah.
Regardless of his form, I think the greatest players are able to mask bad form through sheer willpower and through consistently objective play. But just in the way that he's playing here, it seems to me that Magnus is flustered. Queen comes back to b6. Still, white is doing completely fine. I mean, knight a4 and rook d3. If you want to keep it simple, maybe he'll drop the knight back to d3. And Fedoseev still has some problems with his central control, his lack of central control, which could hamper his ability to keep the queenside initiative going.
Totally agree.
Don't go b4. Whatever you do, don't go b4. Blunder a royal fork on c3.
That's the sort of thing that can happen, by the way. That's not completely insane for that to happen. A lot of hallucinations with these positions because of the unconventional placement of the pieces. You sometimes just miss easy tactics as well. That has happened.
Oh, yeah.
What else is going on? Okay,
Where
let's go somewhere else.
Here. Let's go to a bird's eye view for a hot second. And just maybe summarize all 4 boards, and then we'll decide where to go. So top left, we have Hjorvar Gretersen with a clear advantage against Wesley So. That last move, b3, restricting Wesley's knight on b6. To the right is Nodirbek struggling to get his pieces out against Nepo. Bluebaum solidly worse against Hikaru, and we just looked at Carlsen's game. So Bluebaum's position actually looks a little bit more interesting than before, Lawrence. We can also go to the Nepo game. What's tickling your fancy here?
Let's go to the Nepo game. Something just happened. Knight took on d5, and if you look at your bar, it's not loving that. It's not loving that at all, is it?
Well, what I would be loving is a checkmate on a2, but I think Nodirbek would not be loving that. I don't think we're going to be seeing that in this game. I figured out what the problem is. The problem is that there's no threat. So let's say white makes a neutral move like knight b3. Or actually, the reason I said that is after knight c3 bc, white vacates an escape square for the king. But I guess the threat is queen takes c3? No. What am I saying? What is the threat? There must be something here. Is it just knight f4 and knight d3? Yeah, I guess it's just knight f4 and there's too many threats. Too many avenues.
So, for example, a natural move is just go bishop g3, right? Because you cover f4, you hit the queen, right?
Okay.
And then if queen takes g5, remember, you've now got this special move, castles short.
Oh, that's a game changer. I think Nepo, that's what he missed.
And suddenly, f7 is hanging, rook f5 is in the air.
Bang, bang, bangs for
Russia. It's just bang, bang, bang stuff. It really is.
And all of a sudden, Nepo's the one with no development. He's played it. And another turnaround. He's turned it around again. And he's done it in 4 moves. We just had this position. We were administering the last rites. Queen f1, knight b4. Already a step in the wrong direction because it lets Nodirbek get his knight out. Nepo was banking on the knight d5 move. Lawrence, he forgot that white could castle. He forgot that white could castle kingside.
And that is the castle's move in Fischer Random is the move that it changes games, in my opinion. It is just the move that makes the big difference because you forget that it exists sometimes. And let's see if I think there's a really great chance that it happens as well.
It will. Well, Nepo has to move the queen because if he plays knight takes c3, then obviously you don't take the queen and get smothered mated. You play bc. And again, the point is that the b2 square is now available to the white king. And here the knight is obviously lost. So this is going to be so tilting. There's nothing more tilting than having the king in your clutches and God flying down and grabbing you in a helicopter and lifting you up from the war zone. So
that's a nice one, Daniel. I mean, that was poetic.
I don't know where that came from. I was going to say Deus. You know, Deus Ex Machina. I remember from my high school days.
Yes.
So this is literally Deus Ex Machina. The king just somehow jumping on, like Daenerys jumping on the dragon and flying away.
I love it.
Okay, enough Game of Thrones references. Calm down.
Alrighty. So let's see. Queen takes g5 on the board.
It's played. Here we go. Drum roll, please. Castle short happening now. Have you ever, can you imagine lifting your king and putting it from c1 to g1, like over the board? How cool that must be to execute that move.
Well, it must be extreme. It gives you. That's what I'm saying. There's an aesthetic element to it. There's something about just moving that king, right, which has to be very, very pleasing. So yes, I can
There it
definitely
is.
imagine.
He
There we
has
go.
done it. Castle short, and white is officially out of the woods. Now black's the
Wow,
one in the woods.
just one move, and everything
Amazing.
changes. Quite outstanding. Let's go to another game, perhaps.
Okay, yeah, and it's clear
Where
that
should we?
where should we go? Let's go back to the Hikaru
Yeah.
game. We first
Okay.
have our bird's eye view. Let's go Hikaru and then maybe Hjorvar, because we definitely have to give him some love after that incredible turnaround in the previous game. But on we go. First to the Hikaru-Nakamura game. He has the black pieces against Blue Baum. 10 minutes to the good
Mhm.
for Nakamura, and he's about to win the d5 pawn.
Precisely, yeah.
Can Blue
No.
Baum whip up some counterplay?
What is he supposed to do here? I mean,
I have idea.
any knight move looks tricky.
How about this?
Very. Go on. Wow. What?
Oh my gosh, it almost works. I was thinking knight h5. Let's bring up an
Yeah.
analysis board because it is a cool
Yeah.
idea. Knight e5, I thought maybe okay,
Yeah.
c4. And okay, if knight
Take?
c4 is then I thought maybe take.
Yeah, but that is knight d2 is check, and then you have knight b6 or
But only
d6.
move. Because if d6,
Knight
then I have
b6.
knight. Oh no, I don't
No,
know.
there's knight.
Right.
It's being covered. Yeah.
Crap. Yeah, no, but knight b6 just holds everything together because
Yeah,
white
knight b6
literally
does
has
hold.
no, nothing further. So never mind. Blue Baum has played instead the move a3. Okay, counterattacking
Yes.
the knight. And now if knight takes d5, then you do lose a7 at the end, and then it's actually
Yes.
impactful. So Hikaru, I think, has to play gf.
hmm
And then maybe Matthias is okay.
Could be very well, but yes. No, it looks very unclear, this position to me. I can't quite get my head around this one, I have to say.
Anytime you have two knights hanging like this, it's always going to be messing with your mind.
Mm-hmm.
But it looks pretty normal. This might be the most normal seeming position we've had all day. Okay,
Yeah,
knight takes
looks...
c2, Desperado.
Of course, this move is possible.
Whoa,
Knight
whoa.
G2!
Oh!
What?
Oh, it traps the knight! Oh, what a move! What a move by Matthias!
Well, we do a move of the day, Danya. That might just be
that
it.
Might be it.
That is
Forget
one
what's
of the rarest,
on the line. Holy smokes!
That is one of the rarest concepts I've seen in terms of trapping a desperado knight. It doesn't happen every day of the week. Wow, that's now stunning.
The good news for Hikaru is that he does have two pawns now for the piece. He's ruined white's. Obviously, Blue Baum is now in the best position he's been in all match long. But Hikaru with two pawns for the piece, and I can confirm from personal experience, Lawrence, when you're 10 minutes down against Hikaru, it doesn't matter how many pieces you're up. Hikaru can be playing with a single pawn. You could have your whole army, and you're still going to feel like he's outplaying you. So
yeah.
Matthias has his technical work cut out for him. But let me just show that one more time. Why is knight g2 necessary? Well, the knight's only escape square is e3. Hikaru assumed that white has to capture on c2, and then everything works like clockwork. Knight f4 to g2 covers the square and forces black to give up his knight. Now, Blue Baum moves into d4. Let's see if he gets the knight out of g2 and towards c4. And this is his best chance to win his first game of the Fischer Random World Championship. He's got to capitalize on this.
Yeah, and Hikaru will be sick because that group is also extremely close. So if Hikaru loses this, he only picks up a point, and prior to today, he would have been thinking Blue Baum is an absolutely must-win for me in this group. So I think he's going to be very upset at what's currently going on. But, Hikaru, you've played him, what, hundreds of times, maybe more?
Thousands.
Thousands of times, yeah. This is a guy who finds resources more than anyone else I know, actually, in chess. I mean, he's incredibly tough to beat. So
Yeah.
you know,
No, but
I'm not writing him off just yet. Let's put it like that.
the worst part is when you're down like this amount of time. That's what
Right.
worries me the most. I think if
Mhm.
Bluebaum had 12, 13 minutes, I would have, voted for him to win. Given the time situation, if I had to predict who's going to win this game, I would probably assign higher winning chances to Hikaru than I would to Matthias. And this has nothing to do with a lack of respect for Matthias, who is a phenomenal player. We talked about him. He's great. But when you have 6 minutes against Hikaru, who's got two pawns for the piece, and you've got a weak king like this, he's going to find some way to muddy the waters.
Right. Totally
Okay,
understand.
Rookie 5, maybe. But then I guess White can try f4 to disattach the rook from the f5 pawn. I don't know. He's played rookie 5. It's only 0.9. It's not like White is totally winning or anything. I mean, the material advantage is quite limited. Let's not forget that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hikaru just incredible. I mean, what would you give Mateus's chances of winning this from a percentage if you had to create a line in this position for Mateus to win? He's probably only like minus 150 to win this position or something like that.
Yeah, not more than that. I would say if I had to assign percentages, maybe like 20% Matthias wins, 30% draw, and 50% Hikaru wins. And
you think
already
Hikaru is 50% to win this? You think Hikaru's got greater chances? Wow. You think Hikaru is actually favorite to win this?
I think so. And I've seen the narrative too many times. Like you're sure, okay, he's blundered a piece. That's it. There's just nothing he can do. And then 4 moves later, you're checkmated, and you're looking at your hands like, where did all the gold go? Where did all my advantage go? Rook c1 though by Bluebaum. He's gonna pile up on this c7 pawn, which is a backward pawn. But perhaps Hikaru could double on the e-file. He's also got 15 minutes to figure out the best defensive approach here. And that, as I said, is the most terrifying aspect of all.
Yeah, just not enough time for Mateus, probably. But he's going to make the time control at least this time, because, of course, on move 31, he gets 5 minutes extra and then 5 seconds per move. But you're right. I've also seen it, even though I've had limited experience playing with Hikaru. I've been commentating on Hikaru, watching him play online for literally 20 years now. And if I had a pound coin for every time he salvaged a position like this, I'd have a lot of pound coins in my piggy bank.
Bill Gates would have to step over.
Which I would rather have a lot of dollars. And by the way, talking of dollars, Dania, I've got to confess something. Okay.
Please.
Before the critical moment happens. I didn't know about the $2 note. I didn't know about it. I never owned one.
It's rare.
I've been to the US over a dozen times. More than that. Much more. I never owned, held, or possessed a $2 note. Do you own a $2 note?
So I did up until like a month ago, and then I accidentally spent it at the grocery store. I was keeping one in my wallet. It's like, I was like, don't use it. But then I couldn't resist. I love the $2 note. It's such a cool feeling to have one. So I'm on the prowl. For another one.
You get one, hold on to it for me. I'll give you $3 for it. FG4.
You have yourself a deal. Speaking of deals, Hikaru says, I'll give you the f4 pawn if you give me your d5 pawn.
Well,
what do you say to that? That's an offer Matthias cannot refuse, because he's going to lose the d5 pawn one way or the other.
Wow. That's actually brutal, because you can start feeling the momentum go away from Matthias. 4 minutes left. This is where it gets nasty, because yeah, I mean, you could take on f4, right? So wait, queen f4, what's the idea? To go rook f8, queen somewhere.
But queen, I think just knight d5 or directly. Just take. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Takes and queen c4. Ooh.
That's pretty
That's a
nasty.
Forkovich. That's a Forkovich because after rook d2...
You take...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, queen g8, rook
just take.
You take here. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me.
So you're absolutely right. I'm wrong. I think the idea is, in fact, rook f8. I stand corrected. He's actually going for the f3 pawn rather than the d5 pawn. Huh.
Exactly.
And this could get really ugly for white, Lawrence, because the knights are both undefended. They're unanchored by pawns unmoored from the position, and Hikaru's rooks are so active here. Tough stuff. 30 minutes for Matthias. 5 more moves to make until he gets that additional 5 minutes. Can he pull it off?
Let's see. Rook f8 on the board.
Let's wait another 2 moves, and then I do want to get to Magnus's game because I think we're about to see some crazy stuff there as well. But let's see how Bluebaum handles this next moment. Rook g2, queen h8, okay. That simply kicks the can down the road. Now he's got to move the queen.
Yeah.
And where is he going to put it?
No, this is extremely unpleasant. Totally agree with you, Dania. How unpleasant this is no joke.
Yeah, and I
mean, what do you do here actually?
I think perhaps queen d4, rook takes f3, and then maybe double on the g file, because the white's main advantage here is the weak back rank. Yeah, queen d4 on the board, and maybe rook g1. Just try to squeeze a rook into g8. But rook g1, Hikaru could... I mean, he's got options there.
Rook g1 I like. I mean, I always like offense being the best form of defense, right? Rook g1, you probably just go... And he does play it. Well done, Matthias. That's good.
That's a great move by Bluebaum, keeping his composure thus far.
Yeah. And now Hikaru's going to... I think now is actually a moment with a 13-minute advantage on the clock. This is a really critical moment. I think Hikaru makes a mistake here by playing a move way too quickly. Because you've got a lot of ideas. You've got rook f8. You've got queen... D8, exactly, blocking. You probably that's about it, actually. You don't have too many options. I do like... Or queen e8, to play rook f8. Either or.
Yeah. And he's played it, queen e8, and he took some time, but not a lot. And now the big move, the 30th move for Bluebaum. He's got 2 minutes to make it. And after queen e8, if one pair of rooks disappears from the board, then again, the other rook is going to have a hard time holding everything together. The eval bar, not the greatest fan of queen e8, but it's a decent move. And I think Bluebaum's going to go rook g8. We're going to see a trade, and then the position's going to stabilize somewhat. What do you think? Rook g8, or is he going to play something else? Maybe knight d2? Ooh, actually, knight d2 is interesting.
Actually, knight d2... What's not... knight d2, you just want to distract the rook away from the f-file and then play rook g8.
Precisely.
That's a very curious move.
Yes.
Yes, precisely.
Exactly. Lone Pine. Okay, he's played rook g8, rook f8, and move 30 has been made. We're going to see a trade of rooks, and Bluebaum is going to continue trying to nurture and nurse his advantage to a conclusion. But how is he going to protect that weak d5 pawn, the undefended knights, his weak king? This collection of factors, I think, gives Hikaru excellent practical chances. So we'll keep an eye on this game. Let's go to the Carlsen game, though, because we have some cataclysmic occurrences in that game. A brief stop at the bird's eye view. You can see, you can see Abdusatorov's rook on f8. I think he's about to win another game.
Yeah, Abdusatorov is just... I mean, Nepomniachtchi has just been blown away by Abdusatorov. By the way, if Abdusatorov wins this game, listen to this. He's won 8 games in a row.
What? Okay? 8 games in a row?
Yep.
Oh
8 or
my
maybe
God.
7.
And
excuse me.
not if
maybe
he wins
7.
this game. That's it.
No,
We
it's
don't
over,
even have to go to that position. It's
No.
over. Nodirbek's,
Yes.
look at that. Rook on F8, the battery against C7, top
Yeah.
right of your screen. It's over.
No, it's toast. Totally.
What
over.
the heck? 2-0 against Nepo. Yeah, let's repeat it again. Let's do another 2-0
Yeah.
just to show everybody that wasn't a coincidence. Oh my God.
I mean, beating
Magnus' game we go.
Nepomniachtchi. Let's go to Magnus, yeah. But
He's
beating
about to win.
Nepomniachtchi 4-0 is just incredible. And Magnus is about to win.
So
this is over.
This is sad for Vladimir. Let's rewind a little bit. He's just taken on
Yes.
F7. Black's position is falling apart at the seams, Lawrence, with the queen coming into E7, the knight dropping back to D6 in the event of rook E8 with a fork. Now this is over. How did this go so south for Volodya? So
Well,
C5.
Yeah.
Magnus sacking a pawn to get his bishop out to H3. Okay.
Yeah.
A trade on D7. Oh, he castles kingside. And I guess Fedoseyev's king just kind of gets caught in the crossfire here. Another pawn sack for Magnus. But this shouldn't be that bad for Black. He's 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
Oh, but this...
Queen
this,
C6 it hated.
That's the mistake. Because now the knight's coming into G5. The other knight's coming into G5. Yeah. So Queen C6, I think, let the wheels come off.
Yeah, and after B5, knight G5, and knight takes F7 is... That really is actually just it, right? Because let's say you go, I don't know, like rook F8 in this position. Rook D6.
Queen E7, I think, is much simpler, yeah.
Oh, Queen E7.
Knight
Yeah,
B6.
I thought Rook D6. Yeah, knight E5 is crushing. I mean, it's all winning.
Queen F6 and Rook takes D7.
Rook takes D7, yeah.
Bang, bang, bang.
Takes,
Queen
Queen
D7, King
takes,
A8.
Queen D5 check and knight B7.
Oh, look at you. That is clinical. Bang,
And
bang.
important.
Fork, pin,
And
win.
Queen D8 knight E6 is also relevant there.
I mean, you could also just take on F8 because the queen is protected.
I know the queen is protected. I actually saw that because Rook D8, knight takes F6, both knights protected. Yeah.
I think we're going to see just that.
Yes.
Rook F8 is on the board. Oh, he
does
played
go
your
Rook
move.
D6.
He's played your move, also winning.
Yeah, this move just wins straight away, right? Because if you go, I don't know, he goes Rook B8, but now you can just go Queen anywhere on the D file and you attack the Queen.
Or knight.
It's all over.
Or knight D8 check after Rook B8.
Or knight E6, or any old iron, as some English grandmasters like to say. But Queen D2 is just
that's it.
Clinical. Yeah, that's resigns now.
The sad thing is, if you play Rook F7, so let me at least get something for the Queen. At the end of the line, White picks up the Rook with Queen D5. I think Vladimir is going to resign in this position.
Yeah. You got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. Vladimir Fedoseev going down in this match. And this is what I was telling you, Danya. You know, a lot of people after blowing that position in the last game would have struggled to get themselves composed. Not Magnus Carlsen. That's the difference. Or,
nope.
You know, so just brutal stuff. Absolutely brutal stuff.
He's just impervious to this kind of... I mean, there's zero tilt. Maybe a little bit of consternation, maybe a little bit of jitters at the start of the game. But the moment he got in his groove, the moment he sensed weakness, he pounces. And that is the nature of supreme confidence. That's what makes someone like Magnus so scary. He just doesn't let anything affect and shake the way that he plays the next game. Just rises back up for the millionth time. Okay, so this one's over. We'll probably catch the handshake here in just a moment. Queen C8 played. All right, I think it's time to bring the curtains down. After Rook takes D7 check. Magnus is thinking. What is he thinking about?
Exactly. He's trying to make it pretty. Maybe he's thinking about Queen D5 check first is more precise. But I don't particularly know why Fedoseev is playing on here.
Yeah, I mean, you got to try, right? This is a huge match. Carlsen has had his share of uncharacteristic blunders, so I think the decision to play on is a justified one here.
Okay.
Ooh. I'm trying to find these mating constructions, but I think Magnus should just win this as unadventurously as possible.
Kind of surprised he's taking this long. I mean, what are you thinking about here? Just queen d5, rook takes d7. What is there to think? Yeah, he does go queen d5. Yeah,
the thing
king
is,
b8.
Yeah, king b8, rook d7. You had to account for knight b6.
But then queen d6 check.
Yeah, king a8, and I guess just rook c7.
Rook c7, and it's not that tough to calculate, to be fair.
No, it is not. And Magnus, good time management in this game. If king c7, then rook c6 check picks up the queen, of course. Yeah. Vladimir is just deciding when to resign here.
Yeah, he's got a little smirk on his face, actually, there. So, yes, that
and
is...
It's... Yeah.
That is
and
Nodirbek, the end of proceedings.
Nodirbek, who we're seeing on the preview camera, has won his game. He's discussing with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Can I flip and show just the end of that game, which was...
Sure.
I'm going to just flat out say it was sexy. It was amazing. So we had this position, which is obviously completely winning, but look at this final combination. Bang! Rook takes d8.
Oh.
Forcing the king out of the cage. Now the other rook comes in. King c8.
Lovely.
Good move by Nepo. Check. And queen zigzags back to f7. If rook d7, then rook e8 check, and queen takes c7 ends the game. And if the queen defends, then queen f5 and rook e8 is mate. How about that one?
How about them apples, Magnus Carlsen winning that match? And, you know, with that win, you know, if Hikaru doesn't do the business, well, Magnus in great shape to just to win the group. Big favorite, at least. Now, let's go to that Blue Bum game. Critical game.
Important game indeed.
What is going on?
Now, Matthias has... Unclear. It's unclear, and he's down to a minute again. And this time for the rest of the game. And all he has to compensate for that is a 5-second increment. But Bluebaum with his last move, trying to get Black's only remaining knight off the board. And Lawrence, if he can manage to do that, the position becomes easier to play. Rook g8 is not checkmate because there's rook e8.
Correct.
And that's exactly what happens. And I still maintain that at best, this is going to be a draw. At best for Matthias.
You really think White has got no winning chances here?
0. Especially now, because after the trade, the queen infiltrates to e2 and wins the h2 pawn. And then Black will have 3 pawns for the
queen
knight.
d2. No, now I totally agree. With h2 off the board,
it's going to be a draw.
Black is completely safe. You think it's a draw?
Well, after queen h2, I think Matthias can just start checking queen h8, queen d4. And if he can induce b6, then the queen can jump into g7. And he shouldn't lose this with a knight like that.
No. There's also knight a5 to go into c6. I don't love it because I feel like I'm going to blunder something. Queen g7. Matthias decides to attack a pawn. You're right. It should still be a draw.
Can you believe Hikaru's 15 minutes? Almost 16 minutes?
Incredible.
I mean, that's just crazy time difference here. I think queen h3 check also draws because White's king will not be able to hide. Or will it? Queen h3, king b4, maybe? Wait a second. What happens after king b4?
King b4? He has played it.
No, Matthias, listen, he has to go
he's
all
going
out because
a
draw loses the match, so he's got literally nothing to lose. Huh. This is interesting. Somehow the king is safe. Can you believe this position?
The king is safe, and I've got absolutely no idea. King b8, queen g8. But how does White actually make progress? Let's say king a7. I mean, what do you want to do here?
What about a zigzag? Queen f8 and queen e7. Trying to inch my way to d8. Okay, he gives the check on g8. I guess he wants king a7, queen d8. But God, that's scary. I mean, white could get mated there somehow. And if a way exists, Hikaru will find it.
I don't see this really going any other way.
Well, what's the move,
What is he thinking
Hikaru,
about? What is he actually thinking?
No, but King A7 is dangerous for black. I think Hikaru is seriously contemplating Queen C8.
And after Queen takes H7?
Well, then you just sort of wait. Queen E8. But after King A7, Queen D8, what is black's move? How do you defend this pawn?
Ah. I see.
This has not happened. I'm just showing this hypothetically.
So
I think,
A5
okay,
check.
Queen D3, probably.
Queen D3, yeah. A5 check doesn't ever work. Knight
A5,
takes.
I'll take it.
And now we've got no decent check to then check again. Right? That's too dangerous. That's far too...
Yeah, this gets...
Queen E3, Queen 6. Oh, yeah, we can't do that.
Yeah,
no.
Here I take and I'm...
Queen D4 check? No, I mean, we're taking far too many risks here. This is ridiculous.
And we're giving too many pawns away. I think
Yes.
The good thing about Queen D3 is that you just simply take on D5. You don't need to worry about a perpetual. Here it's just a draw. White is out of pawns. And Queen B6, the king is perfectly happy running between A7 and A8. But that has to be found. And Hikaru, for the first time this game, taking a significant chunk of time. And the last thing he wants to do is, you know, unnecessarily drop this game after such a good defensive effort.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this one looking like a draw. Hjorvar, Gredersen, and Wesley are still playing as well. And it looks like Wesley might be able to rebound with the black pieces. But we don't have to go to that game, just sort of reporting on the proceedings.
It certainly does.
We should probably stick to this game.
Yeah, let's stick here, because this is a really
critical
game. Yes.
His next move.
I mean, this is interesting. He's gone into the tank here.
I stopped hearing you there for a second, Lawrence.
Oh.
Give me a moment. Keep talking.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say. He does go King A7, Queen D8, and now let's see what his response is. No, this is. He probably will go after this D5 pawn, right? Queen D3, Queen takes E7, Queen takes D5, and yeah, he's not winning that unless you can. Like, Queen H1 is the same thing because you can. I like this move because you can come to B1 as well. Give some checks. I think he is going to take on D5. Yeah, because Queen B1.
Right, the king. Still not hearing you, but
oh, okay.
This one seems to be headed toward a draw. He takes C7. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Sorry, yeah, Queen takes D5, King B8. Yeah, and this does look like it's...
Now I can't hear you again.
Oh, my goodness me. What's going on?
Now I can? Queen takes D5? Okay, yeah, whatever happened there. Now I can hear you. But Queen takes D5 is just going to be a perpet. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So
kind of like we predicted. I mean, Queen H1 is the same type of move as Queen D3.
How do I unmute? Oh, very strange.
I can hear you though, I think. Keep the status quo. Yeah, this is just going to be perpetual.
Okay.
Knight takes D6.
I can't actually unmute myself.
But I can hear you.
Okay.
Queen D2 check. Blue black has to be careful not to blunder a queen here. King C5, Queen F2 gives up the queen. So white has to step very, very carefully here. King C4, Queen A2.
If I talk, only Daniel can hear me. The people can't hear me, right?
I think everybody. I think people can hear you.
People can hear me. Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I think you're good.
We're rolling. Okay, sorry, guys.
We're
Apologies,
on.
slight audio issue. So this is, as they say in Vladivostok, Nietzsche, for want of for want of a better. But,
yeah. But queen takes a3, and I think only black really is playing for a win there.
I agree.
Take and swing the queen over to d7, start pushing your h-pawn, and I've seen Hikaru win crazier positions than this.
For sure. Absolutely.
So what is Hikaru double checking here? Is he making sure that he can get the queen to defend the b7 pawn after queen takes a3?
Possibly. Yes. He has to find a route. Let's see what he goes for. He does take it.
He does take it. He's got 3 pawns for the piece now, and all Blue Bomb wants is just a draw at this point. Okay, king moves. There's
Queen
comes the queen.
D7.
Back to d7 goes Hikaru. Blue Bomb playing on his last seconds.
5 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Queen back.
Okay.
To g1. Okay.
It's a curious move.
Interesting. I don't
The knight
think
does
Blue
a
Bomb
great
should
job
lose
of.
this.
It's actually a great move because queen e7 check, king d5. There are no checks for black. The queen on g1 covers
that's
g5.
fair.
This is actually a brilliant
And the knight
move.
on d6, it really is. The knight on d6 kind of acts like an umbrella.
Also, you're threatening
cover
to win
everything.
here. For example, if h5, you go queen g8 check, king a7, knight c8 check, Danya. King b8, knight b6, and you win.
Back to b6. And this is where Hikaru's 10 minutes come in so handy. He's got to be careful. Queen e7 check, king d5 is going to happen, and maybe queen back to d8, back to d7 he goes.
Pinning.
Okay, draw.
Yeah, this might be draw.
Or is Hikaru going to do something brazen?
It wouldn't surprise me. It
He
won't
says
surprise
that face. No, but I mean, he wins the match.
Yeah,
He wins
and
the match.
He wins the match.
And there's the
And
handshake.
that is all
there's the
that is
handshake.
required.
And
Still no
Blue Bomb,
wins.
At least. Still no wins,
Yeah.
but he draws from a position of strength. But it really was never in question. Like, Hikaru blundered a piece, and it was as though he never blundered anything at all. As he wins a big mini match against Blue Bomb. Let's switch back to the Grederson game, because that is still going. It is once again the last game of this first match. And here we have it. Okay, Grederson, I thought was completely lost, but suddenly he's gotten his king to a very active square, and he's got serious drawing chances.
Rook takes f6, rook takes a2. Do you take white? a6, king d4? Or you play, you pick up another. Is white even worse? a6,
I mean,
c4
again,
I
I think-
like also. I like c4
I think
here.
Wesley has botched this. Yeah, c4. Eliminating black's passer is your idea.
Yeah,
Or I
I'm
guess
just-
this is not technically a passer.
But I just feel like it. I don't feel like black can. Yeah, and he plays c4, of course.
Very good call, Lawrence.
Yeah, this is a great.
So,
move.
okay, obviously black is playing for a win here because black is up a pawn, and it's not just any pawn, it's a passer on a6. But white's king is more active.
I don't know. Yes, black is playing for a win, but I have to say, I think I'd prefer white in an over-the-board game. I think you have to finding the precise moves here with black is not easy at all. White's plan is fairly straightforward.
I think you're being over optimistic, though. What
Am
if I
I?
take and go rook f3? I think you are. Nothing wrong with a
King
healthy
d4.
dose of
King
optimism.
d4.
E3,
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take.
rook g3.
Yeah, I go e4.
I see what you're saying. I mean, that pawn runs really fast, but so does mine. And I guess
Yeah, but-
since Wesley has 2.5 minutes, I can make these moves. So what we're analyzing
Yeah,
is takes, rook f3, here, breakthrough, rook g3, e4. Okay, rook g1.
I will go
Yeah, but
e5.
black-
I have to decide. I will go e5 just for the culture.
For the lulz. Yeah, no, here I agree. You're getting your pawn at e6. The rook is very nicely placed, actually, to cover
Precisely.
g2. Yes. Okay, anyways, rook b6 is Wesley's. What an interesting move by Wesley. Rook b6, preparing to push b4 and essentially forcing white's hand. And Hjorvar fully focused there. And he has not taken on b5.
King d4.
What
He's
a
basically saying
response.
b4 c5, and he's doing well. And he's saying
then
b takes c4, king takes c4, no harm done. I'll pick up e4 when I want. And again, kind of weirdly prefer white. Again, that's just a lack of understanding on my part. So he does take.
No, but I totally see what you're saying. I mean, I think obviously the objective evaluation here, it should be a draw. There should be some sort of mass liquidation, but it is a 3-result game, and Wesley has to win this game in order to save and tie the match. If you're just joining us, a shocking defeat suffered by Wesley from a position of strength in the first match game. Hjorvar wins his first game of the tournament, and now all he needs is a draw. Can he pull it off with a minute and a half on the clock for both players? Rook b1, king d4. Confident play by the Icelandic Grandmaster.
Yeah, I think a minute and a half is plenty of time here. Rook b4 check. You go king e5, of course.
Okay, then I go king b6 and start pushing the a pawn. Are you sure you want to lock yourself
king
out
b6.
on the center?
King b6.
Can white like go after
No, he
those
goes king
pawns?
c3. But yeah, king c3 might be clever. Rook b5, king d4. And Wesley, who can't make a draw here.
He can't repeat.
Otherwise,
no, he's gonna obviously he has to try something.
So he tries
He
a5.
does.
King takes e4 will happen, and then king b6 is my prediction.
I feel like Wesley's gonna win this. I just get this hunch that Wesley's gonna find a way to squeeze out a win. Because the problem?
Yes. What about...
What's the problem?
Yeah, rook c2. This is what I was going to say. Now a4, rook c6 check. He's going to play king b7.
King
and is
b7 though?
And now he's got to be careful, right? Because the pawn
but the rook gets behind
runs.
the pawn.
Yeah, no, I didn't like this by Hjopi. I think he really misinterpreted it. Rook c4, rook a5. This is exactly what I was looking at.
That's a bad square. He wants, I think, rook b4 check, but black is more than happy to tuck his king away on a6. Right. Because eventually the white rook is going to have to move to total passivity on the a file, and then it's just going to be winning. Yeah. Now I think it's okay. Now it's just over. I think, and in fact, I think black's king can go either way. It could go around, but king a6 is clinical. Nah, he lost the thread here. Poor Hjorvar. So close to drawing this one.
Your instincts were spot on, though, Daniel. You felt as though Wesley was gonna squeeze something out, and he has. And yet, well, the game isn't over, but it's really bad because the white rook has to go passive. The king walks in. Yeah. It's pretty standard procedure, actually.
I think it's actually just resignable.
Yeah, he won't resign. He's going to play rook b1, a3, rook a1.
a3, king b5,
a2,
etc.
and king b5.
And the sad thing is just the structure on the king side. It doesn't cater to... It just doesn't allow white to create a passer. So every pawn endgame is going to be dead lost.
Yeah, you can just go king c5 here. That's what he wants, yeah.
Yeah.
And now he wants to set up the famous king takes d5, rook d1, checking king a1. So king d6, la classe, Wesley So. That is the move. Zugzwang. Look at that beautiful move. But that's even
amazing.
That's a beautiful move. That's a stunner.
Yeah, because now if Hjorvar... Yeah, now king takes d5, and the rook will have to come back to a1. This is just exquisite technique by So. I've seen too many of endgames like this that he's won. That's why I had this hunch. He's just a buzzsaw. He never lets you go. Never lets you go. King e4, it's over.
Yeah, because the king gets to F3 and Pac-Man's F2 G2 F2 G3. Oh, Rugby 5 is class as well. Rugby. No, you can't go Rugby 1.
Playing with his food.
We go back.
He's playing with his food here. King E4.
E4.
There it is.
Finally. Yeah.
It's over. That rook on A5 so nicely placed. To also defend the H5 pawn and a resignation from Hjorvar.
Unlucky. Hjorvar Gretarsson. They didn't actually move the name tags for the second game, I noticed. But nevertheless, massive point for Wesley So in the standings, because with that extra point, he's only, I believe, will get the full standings up just behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, who got drilled by Abdusattorov. 7 wins on the bounce. In classical terms, in classical points system, Danya, 9.5 out of 10. Excuse me? Against this field, he has, I'll repeat, 9.5 out of 10 points.
Yeah, repeat that like 10 times.
In a classical
Repeat that
sense.
10 times.
Playing
because that's
Jan
unbelievable.
Nepomniachtchi 4 games, Wesley So 2 games. I mean, I'm sorry. If there are Chess 960 Fischer Random ratings, he's just world number 1 by a country mile at the moment. I don't know. I don't know if there are. Anyway, brilliant. Wesley So managing to survive that mini match, drawing 1-1. Hikaru managing to not lose a potentially dodgy looking position, but Danya was always faithful to Hikaru, so resourceful, winning that match. And Carlsen winning 1.5, but the score doesn't really tell the full story. Really should have been 2-0 for Carlsen. He's now in a really great position in that group, but okay. Hikaru is also completely fine in that group too. Looks as though those two are now massive favorites. As you would expect, the 2 group favorites. Fedoseev is going to need a miracle to come through that group. And in Group A, it's all about So or Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how consistent these top guys are. Wesley, I wouldn't call his match a disaster. He narrowly averted disaster. So let's take a look at the Group A standings. So the Group A standings, Nodirbek wins. Wesley basically has a must-win situation. And is Wesley playing Jan?
Wesley is playing Abdusattorov in the next round.
Ooh, wow. Oh, that's cool. So Wesley will have to deal Abdusattorov, not only forget the first match loss of the tournament, his first game. I mean, Abdusattorov hasn't lost a game. Wesley will have to pull out his A game. He has to step it up, Lawrence, in comparison to this match against Gretarsson. Because Abdusattorov isn't just say, whatever, I've clinched it. No, he's going to be trying.
No, for sure. Well, Wesley simply has to win this match. There's no other mathematical formula that works. If he loses this match, he is out, as far as I can tell. We will have an update of the standings when we get back. We're just organizing that. It's been an absolutely fantastic first round so far. Let's have a look at what we've got lined up, though, for round 6, because it is mouth-watering, to say the least. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I mean, we have Gretarsson, Nepo, and Wesley will need Gretarsson to pull out a miraculous victory, but Nepo could be tilted. Nodirbek, Wesley, that's what we were talking about. Bluebaum, Fedoseev, and the marquee matchup, Carlsen-Nakamura, which we will be bringing you full coverage of on the other side of the break. Before we go to break, don't forget, if you don't know about this event, where have you been? The Chess.com Global Championship is coming to a head in Toronto. Live finals begin Wednesday, November 2nd. Yes, that's this coming Wednesday. With 500K on the line, who will come out on top after the upsets we've seen throughout this tournament? It is truly anyone's game. Do not miss a minute of the CGC Live finals from Toronto, including special guest appearances from the Fabiano Caruana streaming right here on chess.com. If you want more info, type !CGC finals in the chat and read up on all the details. What a way that'll be to start November. I'm heading to Toronto on Monday. I can't wait for the CGC finals And I can't wait for the next match here in chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship, brought to you by Brave. Do not go anywhere. Keep your seatbelts fastened, and we will be back with Magnus Hikaru and other amazing matches in just a couple of minutes.
The only thing better than chess is more chess. So don't miss a moment of the Fischer Random World Championship or the women's candidates. We will be squad streaming both events, so you don't have to pick just one. Simply click this button at the bottom of our streaming panel to watch multiple events at once. Click again to switch back to a single screen. Don't miss a moment of top-level chess with squad streaming on twitch.tv/chess.
Welcome back to the Fischer Random World Championship, our chess.com coverage brought to you by Brave. And it is time for our Brave move of the day. We had some incredible matches. This was a difficult choice, but at the end of the day, we have to give some cred to Mr. Abdusattorov for his beastly play. This is a position that you will hopefully remember for a while. Lawrence, Jan has a massive attack going. White's king is caught on the crossfire. It's over. It's checkmate. There's no way out of it. Wait a second. Bishop g3. No problem. Attacking the queen. Queen takes g5. And Lawrence, I'll toss it to you to reveal our brave move of the day in this position.
Well, exactly. And we said it was possible that we'd see a long castles. And when we talk about long castles in chess, often it's the king going to the queen side, but not in this position and not in Fischer Random, because in this position, with the back rank now cleared, you can play the move king to g1 castles, which is then followed by the rook coming to f1, one of the stunning resources that exist in Fischer Random. And all of a sudden, the complexity and the dynamic of the position changes. The white king gets safe. It was very unsafe on c1. The white rook gets active down the f-file, and all of a sudden, after being in bad shape, white is now much better and went on to win the game. Brilliant stuff by the young Uzbek star.
He is so resourceful, and this is but one of just so many incredible moments from his tournament thus far. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was your Brave move of the day. It's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com today. Okay, well, let's debrief a little bit before the second position is revealed. We have here the match results from the first match of the day. A great match for Grederson, all things considered, Lawrence. I mean, he'll take it. Obviously, almost saving that second game. Still, throwing a wrench in the works to Wesley So, who is obviously relying on winning this match. Just shows you that all these guys are incredibly strong, can't take anything for granted. But the star of the show, obviously, is Nodirbek. Another 2-0 victory.
Just speechless, really. Just beating top class elite grandmasters for fun, showing his natural talent, his natural prowess for this game. And he was already a lock before today, but now he really is winning this group. And it's important to win this group because I guess he wants to avoid Magnus. That being said, it's not as if he has avoided Magnus, because as we can see in Group B, they are tied at the top, Carlsen and Nakamura. And in fact, they are both through, aren't they? Because there's one match remaining today, as far as I remember. And with only one match, of course, you can't overtake. So it's just a question now of Group B. Who is going to win the group, Carlsen or Nakamura? So this match is relevant. Carlsen playing Nakamura, so it will be decided between these two giants. And then whoever finishes second will face Nodirbek. And the second spot in Group A is the only thing that is undetermined yet. Could still go either way.
Yeah, that is the standings related intrigue that we will be monitoring as Wesley So. That draw was very painful because he falls a point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, Jan has a good pairing, all things considered. He's got Grederson. That's a match that he obviously is hoping to win. That's a match that he should win if he demonstrates good form. But in that last match, Grederson showed that he is absolutely no pushover. And, you give him enough chances, he is going to sting. But Wesley has a nightmare match against Abdusattorov. And Lawrence, I think it's safe to say, you can co-sign me on this, just because Nodirbek has now clinched first place doesn't mean that his effort is going to diminish. If anything, the lack of pressure might make him even more of a beast in this last round. So Wesley's work cut out for him big time.
Well, it is, because Abdusattorov is just playing at a level that is simply unchallengeable. You can't play with a guy who's winning 7 games on the bounce against these top-class grandmasters. Simply put, Wesley So needs a bit of luck. He needs Abdusattorov to have a dip in form. We can see players there, by the way. The playing hall, A lot of the seconds are there. You can see big Peter Heine in the background just there. Who else have we got? Wesley Mateus.
Nikita Vitugov, I think, one of Nepo's seconds.
Yep.
They're all
waiting
for the
they?
Position reveal. And the position has just been revealed.
It's a bit like a gender reveal, right? Daniel, it's just like a gender reveal
yeah,
party.
Exactly.
Let's watch it.
Yeah, we're looking here at the players as they're looking at the big screen on which will be projected the position that will be contested in this second match. It will obviously be different from the first position, and it will be different from the starting position of regular chess. So where is the king going to be? Where is the bishop going to be? As we're looking at the world champion getting wanded. Suspense.
Wouldn't it be funny?
Drum roll. Suspense.
Wouldn't it be funny if he started bleeping and they found something on his person? That would make quite the story.
Yes, it would. The chess world has been too quiet recently. I think we need a little infusion, a little drama infusion. As Peter Heine shares a smile there with the world champion. You can see Hikaru, Wesley, Grederson, all there standing in a row. And that screen changing. No position yet.
There we go.
It's getting revealed now. A bishop in the corner. And a queen next to it. And what's going to be on c1? The rooks.
Rook.
And here's another bishop. A knight.
Ooh, okay.
And another knight.
Okay.
All right. This is unique. And the king and a rook.
King and a rook.
Round off the back row. So, again, the kings are kind of already castled. We're going to spend a little bit of time trying to make some initial observations about this position so we can come in with a somewhat informed understanding of what's going on. Lawrence, your sort of instinctual reactions as we look at the players heading toward the playing hall with the position in their mind.
Yeah, this one is, as you said, a bit more normal because in the past few matches, it seems as though the king has been wedged between two rooks. So this is going to be interesting. It feels as though you're going to get slightly more orthodox positions from this setup. The two knights, though, make an impression on E1 and F1. Don't quite know.
Yeah, they really do.
Yeah, I can imagine this one actually having a bit of central control is going to be useful because, for example, if you move the E and F pawns and try and get the knights behind them, you're gonna have some central control there. So that could be an idea. But again, just purely hypothesizing here. Absolutely no idea what the best way is.
I think it'll just take a couple of minutes for us to adjust our eyes to this position, and that is why we're going to go on another break. The players have approximately 15 minutes to make some initial analysis, talk the position over with their seconds, prepare their initial moves. And when we come back, we are going to take a deeper dive into the position using an analysis board. We're actually going to dig deep and see if we can predict what kinds of first moves the players are going to be likely to essay. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We've got some incredible matches coming up for you here at the Fischer Random World Championship. The Chess.com coverage is presented by Brave, and we will be back with the start of the second match on the other side of this short break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hey everyone, GM Daniel Nodirbek here. We asked the Chess.com community to show us their best games from the CGC qualifiers, and we're here to highlight some of the exciting chess that our awesome community members cooked up in these competitive CGC games. Now here we have CKCA, who faces Demoni66 in a position that looks pretty calm, but watch how quickly CKCA goes after White's king. There's no bishop on G2, the king is exposed, and boom goes the dynamite. He starts by pushing his pawn to H5. White responds with an attacking move of his own on the other side, but black is faster. The pawn gets to H4, the queen swings out to G4, and White thought that he had everything covered with H3, pushing the queen away, but no. Knight F4 check is a brilliant tactical move, using the pin against the G-pawn, forcing the king back, eliminating the pawn on H3, dropping the knight back to H4, and after H takes G3, White's king is toast, but CKCA finishes it in style. There's many winning moves here, but only one sacrificial combination, Rook H1 check, and here Demoni resigned, because after king takes H1, the queen drives in to G2 with checkmate. What a lovely attack from CKCA. And this has been GM Daniel Nerditsky with a community highlight from the Chess.com Community Global Championship Qualifiers. Okay, back we are at the Fischer Random World Championship in Reykjavik, Iceland. It's been an exciting and amazing day of action. Commentating alongside the one and only International Master Lawrence Trent. I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. It's been a pleasure bringing you the coverage thus far. And the new position for our second match has been revealed. There's still a lot on the line. You will not want to miss this match. I mean, we don't have all of the qualifiers secure just yet. Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi are neck and neck. Will Nodirbek Abdusattorov continue his near perfect run? There's only one way to find out. And the players have just found out the position, which is now in front of us. Lawrence, the players spending these 10-15 minutes analyzing as quickly and efficiently as they can. What observations can we make? What moves can we suggest? What can we say about this unique position?
Well, I'm going to have to retract what I said before the break, because this is the first time I've had a real proper chance to look at it. I think what you're supposed to do here with white is start with either c4 or b4. And the reason you do that is you activate the bishop on a1. The king position is actually reasonably vulnerable along that diagonal. And then when you play c4, you activate the bishop on d1. You allow rook lifts as well. The queen can come out and so on. So I don't know if you should be starting actually with a move like e4 or f4 here, because when black replies b5 or c5, you actually get hit on the long diagonals. That's my intuition about this position.
I'm 100% in agreement. The one thing I'll add is that there's always this very interesting interplay between who decides to play b4 and who decides to play a little bit more modestly with b3. I think Fedoseev likes to play more ambitiously with b4, but Wesley, I think, has demonstrated a more conservative approach with, let's say, b6. So I think that a lot of openings are actually going to go b4, b6. I think we might see one b3 as well, and then maybe black will go b5. So I'm really interested to see what is going to be the interplay between the b pawns. Of course, the drawback of the move b3 is that it doesn't give the queen quite as much breathing room as you would get with b4, but b4 comes with a significant positional price tag. I mean, you're weakening some of these light squares. Here, I think black actually might consider a move like d5, although maybe you're biting off more than you can chew. But Lawrence, to make a long story short, I agree. I think we're going to see a lot of b-pawn pushes. What do you call b4? What's the proper name for this in England?
The orangutan.
Is it the orangutan?
Yeah, that's how I learned it. It might be. Oh, it's also the Polish, the Sokolski, isn't it? That's the other.
Sokolski is how the Russians call it. I've always called it the Sokolski, and it's named after Alexei Sokolsky. I actually have an original edition of his book from the 50s on 1b4.
Wow.
Fun fact, back at home in San Francisco. So, yeah, it's called the Sokolsky. I always really find it so interesting when openings have different names based on where they are. The Perk, by the way, is the same way. It's called the Ufimtsev in Russian. So we'll see. But I think we're going to see a lot of Sokolsky.
I also do believe we will. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that really makes sense? Maybe a Reti is also sensible. Knight f3 move 1, and then maybe knight g3 move 2. You could even think about following up with some h-pawn push as well. Just to gain space. h4, h5 makes a ton of sense. A few ways to play this. I'm very curious how they will go in this one.
I think we're going to see a lot of short castles here. Like, I think the easiest way is to move the other knight and then then castle. But you're right. Also, h4, h5 kind of like maybe even in some cases is better than castling, because your king is already on the castled square. And the only point of castling short would be to involve the rook in the game. But if you're attacking the king side, then you most definitely still want the rook to be on the h file. So I'm very interested to see where the sides will develop their knight d3 or f3, and what are they going to prioritize here. That's always the question that you want to answer in Fischer Random positions. You can't get all of your pieces out immediately. You're going to have some problems. So what is more important to you here? And I agree. I think opening up the bishop is the most important priority.
All right, we will
Very
shortly.
interesting.
Very, very interesting. Let's talk a bit about one of the key matchups. The matchup of the tournament for many people, Carlsen-Nakamura. Obviously, this rivalry does not need an introduction. We can see that they have equal points. I think they also are fairly aware that Abdusassorov is playing absolutely blinding chess, so there's an added incentive to try to win this match. Do you think, Danya, that compared to classical chess, Hikaru has got a better chance against Carlsen in 960? Or do you think the gap is closer in classical chess?
I think he's got better chances in any rapid time control, whether it's 960 or regular chess.
Okay.
What's interesting about the rivalry is that when they were playing extensively classical, there was a stretch where Carlsen was basically winning every game. But then during COVID, something kind of switched. Hikaru flipped a switch. They went neck and neck in those online tournaments. And ever since then, when they faced off in Title Tuesday, when they faced off previously in this tournament, it seems like Hikaru, psychologically, he's reached a new level. And it almost appears to me that the ball, from a psychological standpoint, is now in Magnus Carlsen's court. And let's not forget that both of those players have already qualified. They have knocked Vladimir Fedoseev out of contention. But that doesn't mean that they are not going to put every ounce of energy on the line. It's all about pride. Magnus Carlsen does not want to lose both matches against Hikaru Nakamura. That is the last thing he wants. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura, well, he plays his very best every single game, as we see some obscure player adjusting his pieces on camera. There's Fedoseev and Bluebaum. But Lawrence, what a treat. What a treat to watch another Carlsen-Nakamura match.
Absolutely. And I just want to say also, Bluebaum Fedoseev is not just, yes, it's not going to change much for the overall tournament, who goes through or not, but there's a lot of money to fight for. Remember, guys, there's pay jumps of 5,000-10,000. So even that mini match there is, relevant. And both Mateus and Fedoseev are going to want it. But in fact, I'm just looking now. Maybe Bluebaum is actually, even if he wins this match, he might finish last. But you can see there, 8th, 7th, and 6th place. $10,000 difference. So you want to fight.
Car.
That's a car. That's a car.
That's a car right there.
That's
something modest like a 2014 Camry, but still,
it's a 20. Well, yeah. I mean, it's a Volkswagen. It's whatever you want, and they're going to fight for that. But I'm not exactly sure. I think Bluebaum might actually be last, regardless of what happens. We'll see when all is said and done. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. Gretterson. I'm just going complete. There is a fight for 8th and 7th. Gretterson and Bluebaum.
Right.
Gretterson and Bluebaum. And so, I think Fedoseev and So are safe. We'll double check that after the next round. But the games are off. And hello, what is that I see out of the corner of my eye? Look at this. Okay, a little bit of trolling.
Whoa! Oh,
there you go.
H4, H5. Lols.
I did mention it though. I think it's a serious try by.
No, H4 is a totally serious move. I mean, it's one of White's best moves probably in this position. So they're not just trolling. If they go King H2, King H7, however, then we might have to revisit the topic.
Precisely. Wow.
Yes.
So
is Carlsen now going to push his B pawn, or is he going to play Rook H3 or something?
No, he's not going to play Rook H3. He's gonna play E3. E4. It's kind of an odd move. This
surprises me.
Now I expect B5 by Nakamura, controlling some of the light squares in the center.
I think B5 is sensible. I know Hikaru likes the early confrontation between the pawns, so he maybe also will consider C5. But you're absolutely right. There's B5. And I don't know. I think Carlsen will have to prove the worth of this move. Because from a positional standpoint, Hikaru is very happy about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I expect Knight G3 by Magnus to prepare E4.
Knight F6?
Yeah, c3.
And then maybe c3. But of course, the drawback of that is that the bishop is then temporarily buried
That's
under
true.
the pile of rubble.
That is true. Yeah, I'm not madly in love with what Magnus is doing here. Not madly in love with it whatsoever. But knight g3, c3, c4. How about a gambit, Daniel? c4, bc4, e4.
Ooh,
I mean,
a little Queen's Gambit accepted action there.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm skeptical, though. Hey, I'm usually all for gambits, but that one, he's played it! Dude, you are on a roll. I'm just letting you call every move here. But the one thing is he might not play e4.
But rook c4 is extremely odd because it runs into knight d6 with tempo and central control and not in love with it.
The other knight comes out to e6 and attacks the d4. But Magnus needs to
Yeah,
develop some pieces here. I mean, Jesus.
I think he is going to go bc4, e4. I really do. I think that's his idea. But let's see if it works out.
It's just...
I mean,
we'll wait for Hikaru to capture before we analyze, but Hikaru will take on c4. There's no way he resists. I mean, the only other thing I see is something like c5. But I don't see the need to get adventurous. Then white will play d5, and then e4 is especially justified because it blunts the bishop on a8.
Right.
So
very, very interesting.
All right,
stuff.
Hikaru.
I'm very curious if on the other boards...
I want to know what Carlsen wants to do.
I'm curious if on the other boards they all went c4 on the first move, which... and he does go c5. Daniel, we're calling it move for move here.
We are, but I mean, all of this is surprising me. I mean, I'm noticing these moves, but I'm not expecting them. c5. What a
I think he's going to go.
I think
he's going to go. I think he's going to go d5 here, and on b takes c4, try e4, and play a Benko gambit declined sort of thing.
Say that again. After d5, you think he's going to go? No, he takes b5.
Oh yeah, there's a pin down the c file as well, which is and cd4 simply. Rook c8, queen c8. What a strange position.
But black is doing great. I mean, he's got this added central pawn. He can support it with e5. What does white have to show for all of the shenanigans?
Agreed. b3,
E5.
I
mean, isn't black just better after e5?
Yes.
Or am I misunderstanding this position entirely? Which I probably am, but maybe e5, e3? Maybe e5, e3. He wants to reopen the bishop. Huh. So you know what a Hikaru move is? Bishop b6, I think, is a Hikaru-esque type of move.
Bishop b6 played.
Wow. We're on a roll.
On a real roll.
Now knight f3. Now knight f3. Watch. He's going to play knight f3. Come on, Magnus.
Yeah, he probably is.
Keep it at 100%.
Knight f3 and then knight e6. Is that what we're expecting? Probably.
Knight f3, knight e6. Yeah, I think so. There it is. Still at 100%.
That would be great if we just called the whole game, huh? Every single move.
I'm worried that he actually might... Yeah, knight e6 I think is a reasonable thing to expect here. And then I think Carlsen's going to go bishop c2.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, there's no really other move that exists here to protect that pawn on d4.
But the problem,
maybe
there isn't. But there is. But bishop takes up.
Queen b7 also exists. Here. And then you might play e5.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. We're just alternating. That's crazy. Okay, my turn to predict Carlsen's move.
All right.
I'm gonna say knight g3.
Knight g3, e5.
Bishop c2.
And then...
Well, my prediction is knight g3.
Knight f6. Okay. Knight e4. Yeah, okay. Knight g3, I might have another thing. Maybe e5 is a bit too loose.
If he plays knight g3, I'm going to lose my mind because
If he
we're
plays knight
7
g3
moves in.
This has never been done before in commentary history, by the way.
No,
of a chess
we're already in
960
record
match.
territory. Okay, the second move that I find to be tempting here is e3, to eliminate, try to eliminate the pawn on d4. But I can only get one prediction, and I'm predicting knight g3.
Yeah, he might go bishop c2 immediately, actually. Hikaru, very comfortable. Look at
Red
it.
Bull. Look at that
Leaning
Red Bull.
back.
Yeah, he's like, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh,
Now I have the vested interest. Now I'm like holding my breath.
now you feel
Oh,
disappointed when he doesn't make your move.
Oh, totally. Totally. It's because it's all about me, yeah.
Could play, yeah, knight g3 or bishop c2. I'm going for one of those ones. I think e3 is too loose.
He has no choice. He has to keep our record going. Come on, Magnus. Don't be a party pooper now. Get this knight out. Bring it into a good square. Solid move. Natural. You got this.
But he doesn't know what to do after that. That's the problem. That's why he's taking his time.
Yeah. I mean, my idea was knight g3, bishop c2, and like bishop e4.
Yeah, no,
and try to blunt this battery.
Yes. How about this? Knight g3. How do you like the move e6 there?
Okay.
And bishop c2, f5 to prevent anything landing on e4.
Ooh.
And just
totally restricting me.
We got one wrong. a4. Way too... And e5, ayalla. Let's go. As
you got e5?
No, a4, e5. I mean, I guessed e5 as a move, and he just snap played it. And I'm starting to fear I'm starting to fear for Magnus. This is not the position you want against Hikaru whatsoever. This can go horribly wrong. a4 felt way
Carlsen
too slow.
I was thinking about it briefly. I thought maybe to start with b4. Of course, the idea is obvious. You want to go a4, a5, and knock the bishop out of b6, but you're absolutely right. After e5, you don't even need the services of the bishop on b6. It's done its job. And black has driven this wedge into the center. How is Carlsen going to deal with this? Is he going to play e3? Is he going to play e3 now? I mean, this might be his last chance to play e3. This is weird.
Yeah, e3 is tough to play. Should you open up the bishop towards that king? But you're right. At least it pressurizes some spots in black's position. But no, this has gone wrong. This is
not a free pawn.
No, this is
not a free pawn. Don't forget about that bishop.
Can easily
Hikaru
be
seems
forgotten.
so relaxed.
He is. He's also getting quite a decent lead on the clock now. I believe he's up. He does go e3.
Okay.
Well done.
Let's go.
So, okay, Hikaru will take because I don't think any other move really makes... Well, actually, that's not true, right? 96 actually makes a bunch of sense here. 96.
Yep. And that's a very Hikaru-esque move to keep the tension.
He decides to take. Knight takes e3 will be played. And then I think Hikaru is going to play d6.
I'm going to call for knight g6.
Knight g6, sorry. Knight g6 is much better. But yeah, you can't take on e5 just yet.
And I'm very enticed by this knight f4, knight takes g2 idea
yes.
in the event that the bishop moves away from d1.
You know he's looking at that as well. You know he's just laser-eyed on that.
Loves those kinds of ideas.
Yes.
And knight g6 also enables black to castle, which is not, totally strictly necessary here, but still, you want the king to be as safe as possible. Yeah, so an interesting position. He goes f6. Okay, so they're disappointing us. f6. Will Carlsen continue with his plan with b4?
F6, but F6 B4. I guess his main idea is to play with D5 and just get the big center now. That must be his idea, and then you can even go Queen F7, Queen G6.
But B4 prevents it because if you play D5, there's knight takes D5.
Oops, excuse me.
And he's played B4.
I
and I think Hikaru might have underestimated this.
Yes.
I think Hikaru underestimated this move because F6, you have to agree, is like extremely committal in the positional sense. I mean, it weakens all of these light squares. There's a queen pathway to G6, knight to F5. So Hikaru has to prove that F6 was worth it. And he plays knight E6 now.
Mm-hmm.
Suspicious move, F6. And I think Hikaru's going to castle.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay. Bishop
then already
played
bishop
by
D5?
Magnus. Yes. And knight. What did he play? Knight C7?
Ugh. Suddenly I don't like his position anymore.
F6, this whole setup. F6 I didn't like. You weaken all the squares around the king. You can go queen... Queen G6, rook H6 exists. Excuse me. Okay. So what do we play here as Magnus? By the way, A5 is not ridiculous. Maybe it is. We drop B5 at the end.
Which is why it makes perfect sense, I think, to move the knight out of E3. Where do you move it? Well, that's a question. But knight F5 is an incredibly tempting move here.
Yeah, knight F5, knight D6 nearly traps the black queen. Can you believe it?
Oh my god. One square back on B8.
But actually, it's just toast.
Queen B6.
Yes. He has played knight F5, and I'm liking it now for Magnus. Knight F5.
Yeah. And an illustration of how damaging the move F6 is, if black cat... Wait. Why am I not... Am I going crazy? Why can't black castle here?
Black can. This is unfortunately the software bug we had yesterday. We need to do some work on that. Unfortunately, you are allowed to castle here.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Nicely done.
Not too difficult.
And now what you need to do
castles,
is knight E7 check, king F7, knight back to F5, rook H8, and we'll do the dance. Knight E3, and we'll go back. And we'll do threefold repetition that way, huh?
There's even like this move in Queen G6.
My goodness.
The Eva bar doesn't like it, but this illustrates what is all of this a product of. This is all a product of this move F6 because it's weakened these light squares. So let's see how Hikaru tries to address that. Knight F5 is on the board. And Hikaru definitely underestimated the impact of these weaknesses. Yeah, that wasn't too bad, though. Castling by hand. Good old-fashioned way.
Yeah, so basically we come to the conclusion that F6 is bad in all positions. Classical chess or otherwise. Never play F6. Bad move. Of course, take that with
always comes back. A pinch of what? Were you going to say salt?
Take it with a pinch of salt is what I was going to say. Yeah, pinch of pepper. Yeah. Tough position now for Hikaru. You can imagine, him going into the tank here. Sure.
I could see him taking like 10 minutes.
Yeah, this is not an easy position. Actually,
very strange game.
Black's move here isn't. And also, White has got various easy improving moves. Rook H3, Rook G3 is your typical rook lift here. That would be very nice. You've got to be careful of knight F4, knight E2 check. Excuse me, you cannot move the knight on E6. It is pinned, so Rook H3 is a legitimate idea now. So maybe Hikaru plays D5?
D5?
It's loose though, huh? A5 exists, all kind.
So your idea is to unpin the knight. But yeah, A5. A5 is actually another threat. It traps the bishop, essentially. No, this is flat out bad. I mean, point 4, I would not trust at all. Like, there's just so many threats. I was thinking maybe queen E4. But then the bishop can drop back to C2. And again, white will follow up with a5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe queen e4 and queen g4, but that we're entering like very speculative territory there.
Yeah. No, this is definitely not good for Hikaru. And okay,
Whoa.
knight e8 is a panic move.
Bishop d5 first of all exists.
Oh my goodness, bishop d5 exists.
Hikaru obviously saw that. He wants queen b, but that's a Magnus kind of idea. Bishop d5 and queen e4 grabs control over the light squares permanently. That's one option right off the bat.
Knight e7 check is very tempting here.
It is king f7.
And then you have a few ideas, right? So I don't think you can play queen g6 check. I don't think you can go nuts. So let's try knight g6 after that. You've got rook h6, however. And I can't... I wanted to play knight e5, but it's so unnecessary to play like this because black's got defensive resources. Yeah, let's rewind that. That's just not what you want to... Of course you want to look for the checks. Likes 97 checks somehow, though. What is it? Oh, Danya, I've got a ridiculous idea. You ready for this?
Let's hear it.
97 check. 97 check, king f7, knight c6. Oops.
One moment. I apologize. That was my bad. Let's back to this game. Apologize for that. We're looking at the game on camera. 97 check has been played.
97 check, king f7, knight c6. Is that ridiculous?
Oh, and now I have it back up.
And if d takes c6,
that's an amazing move.
If d takes c6, knight takes e5 check, followed by queen f5. Or knight g5, I don't know which one, but probably knight e5.
Or even, but why not start with queen f5?
Or even queen f5 straight away.
Simpler, yeah, because now if queen e7,
knight g5 check. Yeah, or but you take.
Yeah, or knight g5 first. Holy smokes! And I think Magnus is going for it. That's an amazing spot by you. 97, knight c6. Just stick the knight right in black's grill.
A bit of Sugar Ray Leonard.
Awesome move.
Yeah, and also, by the way, knight d8. Sorry, I beg your pardon. You're threatening maybe to go a5 to distract this bishop on b6. Then knight d8 check.
Oh my god!
Unexpected check, winning the queen.
What are you allowing yourself in this position? This is just.
And by the way, for example, let's say you did go. Let's say you went rook 8. Rook. It's difficult to make a passing move, but I'll try.
It's even hard to like say a random move.
Yeah, let's say rook h6. You go a5, bishop c7, right? And now, what do we think about playing? No, I can't quite make it work. We can go queen f5. We didn't have to go a5. A5 was very.
Oh, try this move on for size. This is definitely inaccurate, but there's just so many cool ideas like this. After queen takes b5, there's the move knight f to d4.
No, that's just too pretty.
I mean,
he goes knight g6. He went the other way. Interesting.
Knight g6.
Yeah, I didn't like that so much. I felt like the knight got trapped there. So he must have an idea. He's going to sacrifice on e5.
I didn't like it at all. But that's but no way. Knight e5. Black just tucks his king away on g8. He's gone queen f5.
What?
Wait, what is he doing?
What's going on here?
There's knight d6. So let's wait until the moves update here. Knight d6 by Hikaru instantly. And I think Carlsen has blundered again.
This is insane. He completely missed
Magnus.
That knight g5 check, and the king can just go to like e8.
And he forgot, I think, about the mate threat on g2. Should the knight remove itself from f3? I think that mate threat, we were joking about it, but I think Carlsen has forgotten about it in a particular variation. What the heck? Yeah, if knight g5, then the queen from b7 and the bishop a8 combine to stare at the g2 pawn. The position on the board is what you see on the left. This is what's on the board. It looks like white has moves, but he doesn't.
King e8. What an insane position.
Knight G takes e5.
Yes, and king e8. But how do you save a piece?
How you don't. Your queen is hanging. You have to move it. Black takes on e5, and now Hikaru is on top here. This is... I mean, Carlsen will have to step it up in the knockout. Because these kinds of blunders are... You just don't see this from him.
No.
You just don't see this from him with this regularity. You know, maybe once a rapid tournament or once a blitz tournament, not, you know, once every couple of games. Wowza.
Now, with this momentum shift, very, very tough to deal with. And he'll be looking, what? The king's on e8. I've got a queen on f5, a knight on e5, a bishop on b3, and I'm in trouble. It's not every day you have... Yeah.
No, go ahead. Good.
No, I was going to say, it's not every day that you have your pieces in stereotypically fantastic attacking positions, not even material down, and can be dead busto. But, I mean, I haven't checked with the computer, knight e7, king f7, but knight c6 looks entirely logical to me. Just one little knight. It was the best move. It was? Okay, yeah.
It was the best move. It was the only winning move. But what's puzzling to me is just that it seems that Carlsen's calculation has gone completely out of the window. It's just he's going for the tempting move, and he's missing stuff that he normally sees in his sleep. Now, I will say that this game is very far from over. If he drops his queen back to d3, a very important detail, Lawrence, is that the black knight can jump into e4 with yet another double attack. The knight will still be hanging, and the f2 pawn will be hanging as well. So Carlsen will have to play this very accurately in order to avoid losing in the next 5 moves.
Yeah.
But if he does, then the game continues. He's got obvious strategic compensation in the form of his piece placement, but can he actually safeguard his king?
Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Wow.
Yeah, this is a lot to handle, a lot to swallow.
It really is.
A lot.
And Magnus, understandably, in the tank here, he's probably asking himself, what is going on? Why is this all going so wrong? Of course, we are going to keep an eye on the other games. Just by the looks of things at the moment, Abdusattorov So is actually turned into a completely orthodox position. Totally
100%.
Classical percent.
You could totally confuse that with a classical.
Yeah. And that's probably very, very level. Gretarsson looks like he's got a nice space advantage. Also looks like it's come from the classical. And I told you this, didn't I, Daniel?
Yeah.
Just before we went, I said this has got the makings of a configuration where you will get more orthodox positions. And we're seeing those.
Yeah, that's
Fedosey Bluebaum is the only game which isn't, and you would expect that from anything Fedosey touches. He's quite extraordinary.
Orthodox is not in his dictionary.
Certainly isn't.
So it's we're gonna stick with this match for now. This is by far the most exciting position, and we would like to quickly shout out over 20K people watching on Twitch and YouTube. We want to thank all the subscribers and Twitch primers who make live streams like this possible. So thank you for your support. We hope you're enjoying the show. Over 20K strong, whether you're watching at work, at home, on the road. Hope everybody's staying safe and enjoying the Fischer Random World Championship. Our chess.com coverage presented by Brave. We're watching Carlsen-Nakamura and Magnus trying to wheel his way out of yet another crisis brought on by that knight g6 blunder. And here comes 94 by Hikaru.
Yeah, so 94...
Castle. That's his idea.
94 castle knight.
Definitely his idea. So let's analyze. 94.
Castle. Can you
Castles.
get... Yes,
now,
you can.
Side note, you can take the knight on e5, right? But then white gets 2 pawns and some compensation.
Let's try knight f4. That looks like a juicy... Have you got queen c4 targeting the g8 square?
Oh, and if d5, there's a check on
c6. Yeah.
Although, look at this line. Takes.
Yeah.
Check.
You want to do it, huh?
Or no, wait. What's the best move? Is it knight g3 or is it like rook g6
Rook G6.
going for checkmate?
Yes. This looks very dangerous.
Yeah,
This
white
looks-
has basically made it all of a sudden.
This looks incredibly dangerous.
Easy tactic. And you know what that ambulance is coming for? The white king.
Excuse me.
Perfect timing.
Excuse the noises, guys, but that's what happens when you live in the middle of a big city. What's going on? So 94 is on the board. Okay, excellent.
This is the current position, and I find it hard to believe that Magnus will do anything except castle here. And he will basically say, hey, guess what? My king is relatively safe. Black's king is no longer able to castle. It's going to stay stuck in the center. And, you know, if Carlsen can stabilize a little bit, he should be able to whip up serious chances against Black's king. He's also down on the clock yet again. Hikaru has been blitzing these games out.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. Oof, this has got all the makings, Danya, of, you know, just a dramatic moment. Let's say a dramatic kind of move or theme. It just feels like it's piling up to explode, but it's very exciting.
It's like Ravel's Bolero. It's, you know, the same melody is just getting louder and louder. And I'm a bit surprised yet again. I keep harping on this, but it's just another sign that I think Magnus's confidence is, you know, at a lower point than it normally is. The time it's taking for him, Lawrence, to play moves like Castle Short, which to my totally untrained eyes seem to be virtually forced. Like, how else are you going to propose to defend the f2 pawn? You can't. You have to abandon any hopes of saving this knight. Your priority is to save your king. Maybe he's thinking about knight c4. Could this be what he's calculating? Trying to get some sort of fork going?
Very possibly.
Isn't there still knight takes f2 at a minimum?
Oh, it's getting...
Because, okay.
It's getting very complicated.
I just take your queen and I win the knight on b7. I mean, white's pieces are so discombobulated.
That's very true, yes.
So maybe he's forgot how to castle, as
that's not ideal.
Jacket Mate suggests. That would be quite the hurdle to playing Fischer Random. Although when I was first learning, I had no idea how castling worked. It took me like months to actually realize it and fully master the castling rules.
Naturally, yes. All right.
Okay, he's castled.
He has
breaking
castled.
News alert.
Okay. He has castled. Okay.
Now, will Hikaru make the Trent move and play knight f4, or will he grab the knight while he still can? Big decision now as the ball is tossed back into Nakamura's court.
What do you think? What do you think he's going to do?
I think he's going to take the knight.
Oh, interesting.
And now you have to... This is the moment where you vote for knight f4.
Right. I'm not quite keeping an eye on other games properly. Things look a little calm. Although Nepo is going gung-ho against Gretarsson. The other games look a little bit... they look level, at least.
Abdusatorov, and he does take the knight, but Abdusatorov has a stable endgame pull against Wesley. He's got a risk-free position. We definitely don't have to go to that game. That's a pretty colorless game. The big one to me here is Nepo, because Nepo now probably has an advantage. And if he can win the first game against Gretarsson with black, I mean, he all but guarantees himself a win in the match. But Gretarsson has a very solid defensive construction going. So I want to stick to this game. I think everybody in the chat probably agrees with us. Nobody will blame us if we want to look at this position. But I'm keeping a corner of an eye on the Nepo game. And should something cataclysmic or interesting happen, we will update you on that game as well. So rook to g6. by Hikaru, aiming at the G2 pawn. Boy, does this look terrifying for white. Boy, does this look scary.
Looks awful, doesn't it? I mean,
maybe
what are you supposed to
A5?
do here? A5?
What about A5?
It's just incredibly complicated all of a sudden. A5? And Magnus does play A5. Okay.
Yeah, back to the roll. And you know what the crazy thing? Yeah.
I mean, it looks like mate almost, but it's just not, right?
It's not. And the crazy thing is what's saving white is that you can't move this knight because the rook on G6 falls with check. Hikaru brings his bishop back. And now Magnus can breathe a little bit easier if he wants. He can now move his rook out of F1. But will he do that? And does that run into some sort of rook takes G2 move, which is begging to be played in a lot of these positions? Yeah, this is terrifying. What about A6? Just to get rid of this gosh darn battery. A6 and bishop D5, maybe.
I'll be honest, I'm looking at this position and I'm struggling with it. I'm not getting a good feel for this whatsoever. But
Don't
yeah,
worry, neither am
I kind of do
spitballing.
like that. I like the idea of trying to eliminate this this light squared bishop, this battery, which is just giving us so many issues. So I do like that. Yes. Curious to see if...
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to point out that let's say white makes a neutral move. The reason this fails, it occurred to me, is actually because of rook G2. But the point is that you don't give the discover check. It's a little misdirection. You actually just give the foregun F4. You don't really even need this battery. So that's out of the question, as is rook E1 for the same reason. And I think white just needs to, I mean, open up the floodgates a little bit. Maybe stick a bishop on D5, try to trade off some pieces, and ensure that this king does not get caught in the crossfire or caught under the monstrous combined attack of the rook on G6 and the battery on the long diagonal. 3 minutes now for Magnus. And again, experiencing problems with his clock.
Yeah, not an easy position to play. What move are they on, actually? That's also something worth finding out.
22? Only move 22.
Yeah, no,
he's got 8 more moves to make with no increment.
Not easy
until those
whatsoever.
5 additional minutes. Okay,
not
A6.
Easy. Okay, A6. Makes
and
a
bishop
lot of
D5,
sense.
I think.
Brilliant.
He should play it quickly.
I think so. Yeah, it's the right move.
And he does.
Correct.
And he gets rid of this ugsome bishop on A8. And that's a big step in the right direction for the world champion. Great sequence there.
Now it's, so it's certainly tricky, isn't it? In this position. What do you do now? Yeah. What do you do now? Do you take, go, I mean, take, how, I think you have to take, don't you? Almost.
Yeah, I mean, let me make a banal statement. The bishop is hanging, as is the knight.
Yes, so you have to take, queen takes, then the knight's hanging, then you have to go like knight F6? Something like this?
Yeah, I think knight F6 is perfectly reasonable, and let's not lose sight of the fact that black is still up a piece. But okay, I play bishop F6.
Yeah, probably.
And then I grab
G6.
Another.
Oh, actually, there's a rook G2 check.
But King H1.
Oh
King
my
H1?
God!
What is happening? That knight on F3 holding the H2 square, and here white is probably winning.
Goodness!
My golly, what a position! This is nuts.
Wow! Yeah, you got me with King H1. Bravo.
Bishop D5 should be accompanied with like 2 Advils. Like just analyze this position. Analyzing this position may cause migraines.
Actually, H5 is hanging in a bunch of lines, isn't it? Now that I think of it. Bishop D5, Queen E5, Knight F6, I take on H5.
How did Hikaru not anticipate this when he played H5 on move 1? 23 moves ago. Come on.
How dare he not anticipate this?
That is just so short-sighted of Hikaru.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Bishop d5 on the board. Move 23.
Correct.
Hikaru with 10 minutes. So what else is he contemplating here, Lawrence, if not bishop takes d5?
I don't really
Is he
see
just
another
trying to
move,
get his
actually.
I mean, he might just be trying to get his bearings here, right? It might not even be about, oh, I'm considering this move. He might be trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
Precisely. I think he's thinking, I don't really understand the position, per se. So, yeah, I mean, getting your bearings here, you don't know, it's very unpleasant when you don't know whether you're better or worse. I wonder if Hikaru actually feels that he can't properly assess the position. Wouldn't surprise me.
And I don't think the players should even try to assess it.
Right.
I don't think the players should even try to assess it. I mean, you just basically play. It doesn't really even change whether or not you know the eval. Doesn't even change the way that you play. Because like white's going down a forest line, and potentially so is black, unless Hikaru finds something mind-boggling here. We might see your line. Let's see. Yes, trade on d5. Trade on d5. Wait, they did trade on d5, right? I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, taking on d5 has
Making
happened.
it out.
Queen d5. Now you have to save this knight, and I mean, where else are you supposed to put this guy? Not clear at all, right?
Puts it on the Lawrence Trent square. Knight f6 is on the
Okay,
board. And
but now-
will Magnus
yeah.
snap that knight off?
I think you do, right? I think you just snap it off.
Somehow, I don't think he's going to take. I feel like he's going to try to keep this bishop and save it for a rainy day, and maybe give that check on a8 and follow up with something a little bit more open-ended, maybe like Rook e1. I don't know. 2.5 minutes now on the world champion's clock. Woo.
Very, very. Do you feel
Tension's
the tension? Yeah, I feel
Crazy. The
I
air is
feel
thick.
insane tension here.
And imagine Carlsen watching his clock tick down, and the Jeopardy music starts to play.
How long does Magnus have? I
Okay.
can't see it very well from
2
here.
minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes on the dot.
And he's got 7 moves to play. That's tough. That's rough.
Six more moves to play.
Sorry, I
but
beg your
no increment.
Right.
It's not like when you've got that 2-second increment and you can fall down to 10 seconds. If he's got 10 seconds for 3 moves, he might literally not be able to carry out the moves in time. Forget the substantive quality of those moves, which also has to be high. And he gives that check on a8.
He does. King
Okay.
e7, you would suppose?
For some reason, my hand is
You wanna
drawn
go
to the f7 square, but I agree.
It's
Because
not
that
for me.
fork-
Yeah.
No, I agree. Then bishop c7 and knight e5. You're absolutely right. King e7 is on the board.
Mhm.
And now Magnus needs to find a slower move. Maybe queen b7? I feel like that's a move in Magnus' style. Trying to get the queens off the board.
Yeah, I like that
Get
move
yourself
a lot,
a passer.
Daniel. Love that
I'm
move.
calling queen b7.
Absolutely love that move.
But no, he goes for my original idea, rook e1.
Still like that move, to be honest. With the king where it is,
Yeah, I mean,
exposed. Yeah. Why
It
not?
was the third move. The top move is indeed his move, rook e1. Incredible. The way he keeps his composure.
Really is.
Okay.
All right. What to do now for black? That's the question. Not easy at all, huh?
Not easy at all. If I may, a very quick update.
Yes.
Jan is making progress in his position. He has a big advantage. He probably should win. Vladimir Fedoseev up a full piece against Bluebaum. And Nodirbek continues to press the end game, but most likely that game will end in a draw. We'll update you should there be a result, but we are staying firmly in this position with our seatbelts tightly fastened. And with Hikaru Nakamura contemplating his 26th move, 7.5 on the clock.
Yeah, so he's still got the big time advantage, so he can still have a go here. Really struggling for moves, though, Daniel. I won't deny it. This position, I feel a little out of my depth. I'm struggling to even see. Okay, he went knight g4. Did he just play that?
No, I'm just showing with arrows. I think the reason he's hesitating about this move, I think most people probably in the chat are like, why not knight g4? Let's attack this pawn. The bishop comes back to d4. This is the problem.
Right.
The knight is pinned. And you know what the problem is here? Something Hikaru cannot forget. White just takes on a7. There is a little passer sitting on a6. Two steps away from promotion.
There is.
Black cannot give away the a7 pawn for free.
Spot on.
And he's played rook g4 to stop bishop d4.
Wow.
Now bishop d4 will be met with the rook takes d4, and he'll get 3 pieces for the rook. What do you make of that one?
I like it. I like rook g4. It's kind of out there. And we see a trade. Takes. Now
b7.
Queen. No, knight e5. Okay. Knight e5 makes a bunch of sense. But
full send. He needs 2 more moves. 27
rook
seconds.
Rook takes h4, knight g6. Let's not blunder that, shall we?
Well, that's just. I mean, that is a perpetual. I don't think that loses for black. Huh. Does he have queen c3? Does he have queen c3 here?
That's just an outrageous move.
Wow!
You found it. King f1.
Played it! Oh, no. Magnus trying to hold this together. King f1! Oh, that might have been the saving grace.
Okay.
Because rook takes h4, knight g6 is a fork.
Okay, rook takes b4 then. Let's keep on munching. I mean, it looks very dangerous, though. Looks insanely dangerous.
But at a minimum, Lawrence, I have knight g6 and like knight h8 and knight back to g6.
Precisely.
Magnus can breathe easy here. He's got 1 more move to make, plenty of time to do it. I think Hikaru, and I overlooked King f1 completely. I mean, this is crazy.
Outrageous.
What a game.
Outrageous.
You know, if I had to predict, I think we're going to see that precisely that perpetual. I think Hikaru might have nothing better than like rook takes b4 or something to that effect, and maybe Magnus will start playing for a win.
Why is rook takes b4 perpetual?
Well, there's knight g6 and knight e5.
You're saying I'll never go king d6 there?
I mean, you are more than welcome to go king d6. I ain't going to stop you.
I mean, I'm not going to do it. You're right.
Oh my god!
What?
Apparently, I don't know if this is serious or not. Now, rook takes g2. Isn't there just queen takes g2?
No,
I guess that's a troll.
That must be a troll.
But it almost works. If you had to take with the king, it would work. Unfortunately, the queen guards the pawn. Worth pointing out. Huh.
Wow. Again,
let's see.
In a bit of a daze this game, to be honest. Is sort of just
this is nuts.
He gave up.
Okay, he's played it. Yeah, but that's totally sense. It makes perfect sense actually to do what he did, because now he's going to take the knight back, and he has 2 pieces for a rook. He has a monster of a knight on g4. He's kind of threatening knight h2. And I still maintain that only black can win this game. I think queen takes b4 was an excellent practical decision by Nakamura. It eliminates a lot of the risk, and it keeps winning chances alive.
Well done, Hikaru.
Wow.
Yeah, I like it. The more I look at it, the more I do like it. So now what, though? Now what do you actually do? Yes.
Fedeseev has won a very nice game against Bluebaum. So that result is our first official result. And Nepo is on the cusp of winning his game. But yeah, back to this one. What does white do? Well, let's start by assessing queen takes a7. Mm-hmm. What happens here? As Magnus already back to 4.5 minutes. He's played it.
Knight
h2 check.
Check.
Wait, I think he's going to go king g.
What? He's going to give up the rook simply. Okay.
King g1. I think he's going to go king g1, and I think Hikaru will go knight f3 check to cripple the pawn structure.
Nice. This is really nice.
Yeah. No, he takes immediately.
Okay. And he wants queen e5 check, queen takes b5.
Queen e5, queen b5.
Possibly.
He might be winning here, but with that pawn on a6, I think it gives white just enough counterplay or the draw,
Mm-hmm.
I would guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how. Huh. So let's
Very
take a look.
strange.
G3, queen takes b5, queen b7.
Queen b7, yeah.
Queen,
Mhm.
where do you go? Queen, if you go queen a5, a7, knight c7, I have queen takes c7.
Yeah, that's
So is there
nasty.
a way? Oh, there's this move.
Wow.
The point being, if you trade and go a7, I stop the pawn. You can't go a7 immediately. No, but this is practically speaking incredibly hard to hold for white. I mean, white is a full piece down.
Yes, totally agree.
So I guess you have this check, and then you have to go a7, and you have to basically try to force that pawn through, force black to give away the knight. Wow.
Crazy. Crazy. What a crazy game this has been, just from start to finish. Just insane.
And listen, we normally switch around, but it was so worth going along for the ride here. Can we quickly switch the Nepo game for exactly 20 seconds?
Of course we can.
So, because it's a huge game for the standings, and we need to figure out if, in fact, Jan Nepomniachtchi has converted his attack. This is the position.
Well, that's
goodbye.
That's a Nepo position. I mean, that's GG, right? Yeah, this is just
oh my god, look at this line.
Catastrophic.
Rook d6, queen e4, queen g3. Bang, bang, bang. H3,
bang,
rook
bang,
h1,
bang.
mate.
Wow. Lovely, mate. Well done.
It's
Daniel.
over. Back to Carlsen. This one's over.
Yes,
no question. Folks, relax. Not a single move has been played in that game. You know, not my first day commentating. I think I know how to manage this. Carlsen's still thinking. And he's thinking about how to block this check, right? G3 play.
So he does this. He's going to go queen b7, and Hikaru will play queen c6. Of that, I have no doubt.
And he's done it. And my initial inclination was this queen c6 move, but it allows a nasty check on b4, and then the pawn pushes up to a7. And you know what the irritating thing is for black? Like, if black plays, let's say, queen c6, queen b4 check, king f7, a7, it's actually hard to stop this pawn, because anytime you do this, you run into this trick with queen takes c7. So how do you arrange your queen and knight such that, I mean, the knight's only square from which it stops the pawn is c7. So how do you circumvent this mechanism? Is it... No, knight d4.
Maybe queen c5 to threaten queen takes f2, and the point is if you go a7, queen f2, queen g2, a7, then hangs. And if you go king g2, now I've got queen c6 check. So, so you run into that, which would be pretty nasty.
Although it's still not over there. I can move the king, but okay, a7, queen takes f2. Does black have a win here? You have to do some sort of a zigzag, maybe? I know.
You know?
You zigzag to c1, and you have to play knight c7. I think this is what you have to do. And then you get into this endgame. And this is like a 50-50 position. But with Carlsen's clock now below 2 minutes, I think Hikaru's winning chances will be supreme in this position. Queen c5 played!
Wow.
And Magnus responds with king g1. He does not want to give away any pawns. Woo! He's still my beating heart.
What is he going to do here?
Okay.
King g1?
So there's a check on c1, which is tempting, right? But the question, what does that check do? White can even go up to g2. Hikaru seems surprised. Is he onto something here? Is he onto something here?
Could be, but I'm not sure what it is.
What's the move? I mean, white wants to play a7. Then white wants to play
For sure.
a8. That is not in question. Again, if knight c7, I still play a7, and then queen takes c7 is basically unstoppable. I don't see the win.
No, I don't see the
see
win
the win,
either.
Lawrence.
I'm
going to predict a draw.
Yeah. I think that's a fair prediction.
Now, the eval bar is incredibly inconclusive. What does 1.8 mean in this position? What that tells me is that there's some way to get a pawn up queen endgame.
Right. Yeah, 1.8 tells me squadoosh here, basically.
Okay, what it does tell you, though, Laura, is that there's no way to, like, win the a-pawn. If there was a way to win the a-pawn, it would be +6. But in the absence of that, it tells me that perhaps black can, like, win the f2 pawn and then give the knight away for a6. Queen c1 check played.
King h2.
King h2. Now, queen c7 also possible?
Ah, yeah, queen c7 exists, actually. You're right. Queen c7 absolutely exists here.
But queen a8 there, maybe?
Oof, queen a8.
And then queen b6.
What kind of chess is this?
Well, I want to play a7 at all costs.
No, I understand. That was more of a rhetorical.
I gotcha. So, I think I know what's going to happen. Potentially what might happen. Queen c7, right. Queen a8, queen b6. Now, black wants to go knight c7, and then the opportunity train will have passed. So you have to go a7 at this point. And we've already been through this type of position. Here, white potentially gets mated. And here, at the very least, black can give the knight away for the pawn and have the endgame that we've already analyzed with the extra d-pawn. So this is one way that the course of action could unfold. Will Hikaru drop his queen back to c7 here? Whew. What do you think of that?
No idea is the honest answer. This entire endgame I have just been looking at with kind of drunk eyes. I'm failing to grasp the subtleties. The queen c6, the queen c7, the queen c5.
And Yasser in the chat suggesting queen c6 here. But now white has queen b7. And if you go knight c7, again, I have this saving grace on b4, without which the pawn on a6 would have been lost.
Goodness me. Is that the Yasser, Sarawan? The one
it's
and
the
only?
Yasser. An honor.
Shout out to
Yasser
Sarawan
in the chat.
Yasser, it's nice to see your name. Thanks for chiming in. The no pawns to be grabbed here, though, sir. So, sorry.
Pawn Grabbers Anonymous is going to have to disband for the duration of this game. Hikaru, by the way, as we're talking, he doesn't have forever. He's got 4 minutes. So, he's about to make a move, you can tell. Doing some last-second calculations. Double, triple, quadruple checking. Ooh. Yasser is firing back.
I'm not watching chat, but whatever he said, I'm sure it's gold.
It is. Queen c7 is a golden move by Hikaru. And I think we might see that line. I think Carlsen's going queen a8. No, he gives a check. He gives a check.
Okay.
Oh my God, what's happening?
Here? King somewhere and...
So, full disclosure, I thought knight c5 permanently stops the pawn, but I guess I was missing something, and Hikaru drops his king back to e8 instead, allowing maybe the queen to come back to b7.
Right.
The hover hand there was strong for both of them. Oh my God, the tension. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has won his game. He has
Wow,
defeated
okay.
Theobald Gretesen. Big, big game. Big, big game. And Wesley might actually win his game against Abdusattorov.
Which is actually an
Okay.
important. We should mention that that's actually a relevant result, because Wesley and Nepo are very much fighting for the key spot.
And Nepo is a point ahead, right? So if both of them win their matches, Nepo qualifies, correct?
Correct. I think so. Yes, I think so.
Okay.
So if Nepo wins, he's kind of guaranteed. Precisely.
30 seconds for Magnus. He still hasn't made a decision after King E8. Queen B7 is the tempting move. 20 seconds now. Tick-tock goes the clock. No, he's actually got more time than is reflected on the clock. I think he's got actually a minute. And we've played a couple of moves here.
King E8 is on the board. This is exactly the sort of position I'd lose with both colors. Queen D3, Queen B6 you gain? Hold on a second.
Queen takes G6! Wait, he just
Queen
gave
takes
up the pawn? I guess he
Queen
couldn't have
takes
defended it. Queen takes
G6?
G6? No, but now white is totally fine, I think. Or maybe not.
Yeah,
Black still has a passed D pawn.
Yeah, the passed D pawn is still a thing.
So, to rewind for a second, after King E8, he played Queen B5, hitting H5, dropped it back to D3, and Hikaru decided that it's worth giving up both of his kingside pawns in order to finally secure the A6 pawn for himself. What an endgame this is going to be. F2 is also hanging with check, by the way. Let's not forget that either.
Yes.
Oh, King
This
G2,
is by
knight
no
F4.
means over.
How easy is that to miss?
Oh
I think Carlsen
me.
might have to go King G1 here. I think
Agreed.
King G1 might be the move.
Agreed. I like King G1.
And he's done it. And finally, this cancer on A6 is eliminated, but it's replaced by another one on H4. Carlsen is just a monster in these positions.
Yeah.
He will not go gentle into that good night.
Wow. Do you have a read on, do you think this is just one of those weird sort of equals positions, or do you think black is better, or what's your read on this exact position here?
I think this should be a draw if I had to predict the likeliest result. Now, Hikaru, of course, is squarely playing for a win because white's pawns are largely immobile, right? Anytime you play G4, you give up the F4 square. So Carlsen essentially has to keep checking black and keep pushing the H pawn. That's maybe the only pawn that he can actually push. Hikaru has to find a way to set his D pawn in motion. And that's exactly what he's trying to do with King E7. He's supporting the knight so that the D pawn can move. There goes the train.
Wow. All right.
H5 is coming.
Not the slimmest idea of what to do here. I know I've said that about 5 different times, but it really has been tough to kind of understand these positions. They're not at all intuitive to me.
No, I mean, I have absolutely no clue what the evaluation should be here. All I can say is that Hikaru is playing without risk. I can't see black losing this game. The only way black loses this game is he lets the pawn through to H7, but that's not going to happen. Black also cannot win without promoting the D pawn. That's literally the only way. And Carlsen, what a bold move as he pushes the F pawn up to F4. And Yasser thinks it will be a draw.
D5.
As well.
Look at this D5, tempting queen takes D5, knight F4 check, Danya. Not gonna happen. Not in this universe. But now you can play D4. Now you can play D4.
Yeah, D4.
Who's better and why?
Queen E4, though. D4 gives up the E4 square, And then there's a pin on the knight. And black's king doesn't have that many options.
True. Very, very true.
Okay, queen d5 played. Queen f6.
What a tense
King
moment.
g4. Carlsen walking on hot coals here. Every step is a step on 400-degree squares. But there's no
Incredible. Look at this
forks.
king. Yeah.
Okay, what to do now for black? How does Hikaru make progress? How does
Great
black
question.
make progress?
Maybe you
Can't push
can't.
d3.
Maybe you have to just give a bunch of checks or something. I don't know.
You can't move the knight. Where do you go with the king? And white's king will have a nice parking spot, 24-hour free parking on f3, where it will A, avoid forks, and B, be in close proximity to the pawn. And Hikaru drops to 20 to 48 seconds on the clock. And he repositions his king to g7, both sides maneuvering with their monarchs. I think we're going to see a draw. Even queen e5, Lawrence, I think might be a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Even the queen trade at this point, with white having 3 passers, should be a handy draw. Queen e5. I would play it here. I would play queen e5
just play
now.
it here. Just play
2
it here.
seconds!
Doesn't do it. Does not do it.
Still fine, though. King is blockading the pawn.
That's true.
And now don't play queen e5 any longer because Hikaru will capture on h5. The knight is anchored to the d4 pawn.
Wow. 32 seconds? Is that what I read here? Oof.
This game is the best. It's easy to commentate these kinds of games. This is a treat.
Absolutely.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Queen
There's a
E5.
check on a3. Whoa, whoa,
Wow.
whoa, whoa.
But the
Whoa,
king
whoa, whoa.
kind of
That drives the
sneaks-
king out.
No, the king sneaks in via the light squares. No, he's gone backwards. Okay.
Because if he would have gone forwards, Lawrence, queen e3, queen takes e5 would have traded queens, and then the pawn would have promoted.
Ah, yes. That is
But
true.
now the problem for Nakamura is that every move has to come with check. If he plays something like knight c5, black's king is a sitting duck, and white has at least perpetual. And knight g7, what did he do? No, I think it's
No,
just
he
a draw.
didn't.
11 seconds. I think Hikaru has to perpetual it.
Yes. What
6,
a game.
5, 3. Whoa. Back to
What
g4
an
goes Magnus.
unbelievable game.
This is crazy, and we
Crazy
haven't
stuff.
seen the last of it just yet. Could Hikaru trade with queen g7? Could that be a legitimate winning attempt?
Queen c8, setting up some kind of discovery.
And
King
a check
goes
on
back.
c6. And Hikaru will put it on d7 or no?
h7.
Check
queen
on f5. Both
And I
players
think-
building up time on their clocks.
Yeah.
Whew. Check on
And I
g6, and I think Carlsen has found a perpetual.
Yeah.
If Hikaru plays king f8, Lawrence, then h6, and only black runs the risk of losing.
Wow. Incredible.
Hikaru's upset, but man, oh man, what a defensive effort by the world champion.
Wow. What a game.
And actually, Carlsen is the one flirting with the idea of playing h6.
Yeah, he might just play on because that's what Magnus does.
Hikaru really wants to play king f8, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
And a wise decision, and a draw, and a handshake, and what a
Yes.
game!
Indeed. Wow.
Oh,
We've
my
been
lands.
spoiled there. What a game of chess. The ups and downs of Fischer Random.
The
How to even
craziest
summarize
part-
it.
Well, I think
Yeah.
what a lot of people in the chat will not realize is that I don't think it was ever that clearly winning.
Right.
The eval bar, even with best play, was showing maybe like 1.8 at best. So Carlsen's
Right.
decision to go into that endgame where you've got that passed a pawn, incredible foresight, but all credit to Hikaru as well for crazy resilient. I mean, he squeezed all of the juice out of that position. He did everything he could, everything under God's blue sky. But at the end of the day, a phenomenal resistance by the world champion and a very fair result, Lawrence. I think that's the only thing we can say with certainty. This was a fair result.
Completely agree. Fair, great fight, 2 warriors. What more could you ask for, really? It was truly a fantastic game. Wow. This isn't it. We've still got one more to go.
We still have one more to go.
These two.
And what's
Incredible.
crazy is that Wesley defeated Nodirbek, dealing him the first loss of his tournament from a position that was virtually unlosable. Nodirbek overpressing,
Right.
blundering, and losing. Just an incredible result. So both Nepo and Wesley win. So Lawrence, Wesley needs Nepo to lose the next game. If Nepo draws or wins, he qualifies.
Right. Well,
Wow.
it could happen. I mean, we know Nepo, but he is playing Gretarsson, so it's not
And
a
he's
great
got white.
spot. Yes. Oof, that's a tough one. That's going to be tough. That is going to be tough.
It will be. I mean, yeah.
Wow. I mean,
I'm speechless.
yeah, that game has just taken the wind out of me. But at least we've got, so much tension left in Group A. Is Gretarsson going to play the spoiler? Is Wesley So going to do the double on Abdusaturov? Can you imagine? Can you just imagine that actually happens? And Wesley
That
goes
would
through.
be-
Nepo will be sick to his stomach.
He will totally be sick to his stomach. That would be unbelievable. And
Yes.
I mean, Carlsen-Nakamura game 2. I love the fact that these are mini matches because I cannot wait to see what happens with colors reversed. But before we get on a short break, refill our coffees, drink some water, make sure our seatbelts are still fastened and the contents didn't shift too much in flight. We want to thank once again Brave for presenting our chess.com coverage of the FR World Championship. Brave means private browsing and more, and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds right now at brave.com/chess. Well, we had bravery on display from everybody in the first match game of today's second match. There is still intrigue. The final qualifying spots have not been determined. Their order has not been determined. And we have another Carlsen-Nakamura game coming your way in just a couple of minutes on the other side of the break here at the Fischer Random World Championship. We'll see you in just a couple minutes.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack.
How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then duck, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no! No! Mouse slip! No! I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion! Give me those points, baby!
And we welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 Fischer Random World Championship. Our chess.com coverage is presented by Brave. And I'm here alongside International Master Lawrence Trent.
Oops.
Lawrence, I think, is fixing some audio issues. And in the meantime, we just need to catch our breath because we just saw an absolutely incredible round of action as the camera pans out to the classy playing hall at the Natura Hotel in Reykjavik, Iceland, a city with such a storied chess past, most famously hosting Fischer Spassky World Championship match in 1972. And now, exactly 50 years later, another amazing World Championship. We've got one more game to be played today. And in this game, two main things are going to be decided. We are going to see whether Wesley or whether Jan Nepomniachtchi makes the final qualifying spot into the knockout. If Jan Nepomniachtchi makes at least a draw, then he goes through. If Wesley wins and Jan loses, then I think Wesley goes through. And we will see who will win this epic match between Nakamura and Carlsen. Lawrence, I assume you can hear me?
I can hear you now, loud and clear.
Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. I think you were enjoying the peace and quiet. But I'll pass it to you as we look at the results here in the standings. This has been such a treat. This has been such a treat.
It really has. I mean, what a fight these two especially put on. Not leaving anything on the side. Just every ounce of their strength and creativity and imagination and fight. And that's the word. And that's what I'm seeing a lot in this tournament. Fight, real fighting chess. It feels like it kind of engenders and incentivizes more fighting chess. You're not seeing very quick draws at all in any games. They're fighting tooth and nail till the last moment. And we've got the same position. And look at that, b4. I mentioned b4 or c4, Danya. Hikaru has now gone for b4, which looks like a very sensible move to me.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, what we kind of started with. And we were talking about the Sokolsky and all that jazz. This is what it was in reference to. I think move 1 b4 is obvious. And, you know, we also pointed out that Black can play b6 or b5, Carlsen, with a somewhat more conservative approach here. Okay, so far, they're going down a more logical path, I think, than in the previous game.
Mm-hmm.
And never mind, f4. Okay. f4. Wait, Lawrence, what if c5?
Well, that was what was played. F4
Wait, what is Hikaru doing?
Like, f4 is insanely random to me. Haven't we learned already that moving the f pawn, even in this situation, is too dangerous?
This was a really bad move by Nakamura. He completely forgot about c5.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, he's already much
No,
worse.
This is really bad. I'm kind of surprised, I have to say. I'm kind of surprised.
BC.
I didn't expect that at all.
Ugh, this looks terrible for white after queen takes f4. White needs to be careful not to get checkmated, basically in the opening.
Right. Yes, this is not ideal, to say the least.
Huh. Queen takes f4, and if white plays cb, I mean, this is like a millimeter away from checkmate. White does have e3, but I mean, look at black's pieces. The bishop crisscrossing the king side. I mean, I'm pretty stunned at the way
how
this
is this?
unfolding.
Yeah, this is stunning, isn't it?
Well, you
Truly.
can just tell in the way Hikaru's sort of facing away from the board. I think he's just trying to figure out what it is, what the heck he just missed there.
Just stunning.
No, it's definitely not prep. It's definitely not prep. I mean, the engine is throwing a -1 advantage. This is definitely some sort of
it's already
confusion.
Already throwing -1. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I think it might have been some confusion from Hikaru. Maybe he prepared f4 against a different first move, but he is off to a dubious start here. Doesn't mean that the game is over. I mean, if there's one thing we know for certain, it's that Hikaru is going to produce chances here one way or the other, by hook or by crook. Okay, queen f5.
Queen f5? Okay. Makes sense so far.
We are gonna have trade on b6, I think, is forced. Yeah, there we go. Bishop takes goes Carlsen. And maybe bishop f3. I mean, how bad is this? I don't think it's
probably not
quite as terrible as maybe even the computer is suggesting.
Right. Bishop f3. Yeah, it doesn't look too out of line, does it? Because once the knights come out, knight comes to g3 with tempo as well. Feels acceptable.
I have a question though. What about rook b8?
Okay.
How do you defend?
Oh, that's so pretty.
h5.
I also like h5. I really like h5. I really
your
like
earlier
h5,
idea. Lots of ideas, right? You're trying to go h4, h3.
Yes.
White's in trouble on the king side. That's the bottom line here. That's the reason I'm concerned for Hikaru's position. Just the general state of his development here is disturbing.
Yeah, and it's no. This is Magnus is certainly going to be very happy here. No question about it. I'm kind of surprised that this actually happened. Allowing c5, f4 is it's just so out of character. It doesn't fit with the position somehow. I wonder if it's tiredness. I don't know, but it's just not a move that felt right because it was loose. I mean, the pawn is just loose, and you look at the queen, and I mean, the starting position you've already analyzed, or had a look at the potential of the long diagonals, right? So it's very bizarre.
Yeah,
very bizarre.
b4 kind of douses the position in gasoline, but f4 lights the flame. I mean, this just gives black hook, line, and sinker here with both of these pawns now under pressure. So definitely something going wrong there. The good news for Hikaru is obviously he's clinched the second qualifying spot. A loss is not the end of the world, but obviously from a psychological standpoint, from a pride standpoint, you want to end the preliminary stage with a positive result. So his priority right now is to figure out some way to get his knights out of the game, to get castled, and to ensure the stability and safety of his king. My question, what happens after knight g3? Where is Carlsen going to go with his queen? Why is this so bad? -2.
Wow,
-2.
what?
Oh, well, I cheated a little bit, but Queen A5 is a super nasty move. Now you're like,
You
"Pah,
threaten D2.
is this really what's going to bring
By
me
the way,
down?"
I need.
Unfortunately for White, the answer is yes.
Yes. Oh, he's played knight G3. Oh no, he played it after taking, but Queen A5 anyway. Same idea.
And what's crazy is that if White plays Bishop C3, whoop, Bishop takes E3.
Oh my.
And
that's very
after King
missable as
F1,
well.
yeah, there's
Queen
Queen
A6,
A6
yeah,
check, and this is over. So, oh man,
that's very missable. Okay, so knight G3. I do like Queen A5.
Oh my god, and Queen A5, Knight F3. Oh my god, I was about to hallucinate and say Bishop takes D2. Let's bring it on.
Do you punt Harry and punt him one more time? Knight F1 H3.
Oh my god, there's like so many cool like ideas connected with like a queen sack. Nothing quite works, but I think you do.
Incredible.
You play H3. And just look at the weaknesses, the gaping holes on the king side for White. After G3, this almost results in unstoppable checkmate. I mean, White needs to basically bring his king up, and then the knight's coming into G4.
No.
This
reminds me of a bit of bug. Reminds me a bit of a bit of bug house when you try and land that pawn on H3. Just pick up a pawn. I mean, seeing Yasser in the chat, bug house specialist. How often you try and weaken that king with a pawn on H3. But yeah, outstanding stuff. Just outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, just yawning weaknesses in White's position here. And Carlsen has to try to keep his foot on the gas pedal. If White can get this other knight out and then get castled, White still has this asset, the bishop on A1 aiming at G7. Black's knights are not developed, so Carlsen has to stay precise here.
Certainly does.
Do you think he's going to go Queen A5?
Yes, I do actually. It feels like a Magnus move because he's scanning the entire board. And as we can see for a super chat, Yasser Sarawan, not a fan of knight G3, encourages H5, H4 push. Absolutely agree, Yasser. I think it massively encourages that kind of action.
And Queen G4 by Magnus. He doesn't play Queen A5. So my immediate reaction is that this might not be the most precise move. And I have an interesting idea. I'm going to take a page out of Yasser's book. What about the move C4?
Okay.
And if H4, Queen F5 forces the queen trade?
Ooh, that's nice. Just
or
to
even
relieve
Queen
a bit
E4
of pressure.
might be more accurate.
Yes.
I feel like C4 might have been an overlooked idea by Carlsen.
Actually,
That's
hold on
right
there.
up
I've got an
Hikaru's
idea.
alley.
Sorry, Danya. In that last position after Queen... sorry, the rook on A8 is hanging. I wanted to play knight F6. Actually, that's maybe not so clear even.
Ooh, and he's
Can we
castled.
put that up? Just... I did castle. Okay, fair enough.
Sorry, put up which line?
No, the line you just put after Queen E4, I wanted to try knight F6, but it's probably a bit too optimistic.
No, but again, I don't like what Carlsen
Don't
is
worry,
doing
we can carry on here. Yeah. So C4 is Yasser's suggestion here, is it? To be able to play C5. I kind of like it.
E6. Yeah, C4 looks good. C4 looks great, and all of a sudden, again, I think White is out of the woods.
Agreed.
It's shocking to me still that Magnus, his greatest strength, arguably, is just his ability to pounce and twist the knife the moment he senses, a seam in the position. But it seems to me that in this tournament, he just doesn't have that pizzazz, that verve that he usually plays with when he's got the small advantage. And once again, I think Hikaru will be in pretty fine shape if he plays C4.
I think he finds
knight
C4
F3
as
instead.
Well, oh, okay.
He waited for you to say that, and then
yeah, that's normally what happens. The commentator's curse.
So H4 knight E5, I guess, is his idea. Okay, again C4 looks good.
F6. Yeah, c4. But I like f6 by Carlsen. This is one of those rare occasions where I do like this move because you prevent knight e5, and c4 has been played.
Wow.
It
Yasser
feels
called this
balanced here. Yes.
Balanced, and I
Well,
like
Yasser-
white's center. Like,
Yasser knows a lot of stuff, which is, important. Yasser's a great player.
Yeah, I mean,
Yasser's a great human, actually. Let's just go one above.
the greatest.
h4 played. Now queen e4. Now queen e4. Now queen e4 will be played. No question.
This was the whole idea of c4, actually. Well, c5, of course, is part one, but part two is that queen e4 comes at precisely the right moment, and it hits the rook on a8, forcing the queen trade. Hikaru is in fantastic shape here. Did Carlsen miss this? No, I don't think so. But black is just solidly worse now, no? Solidly worse.
I think so, yes. Solidly worse.
Like, not even a question. Black's pieces are more passive. Pawn structure is inferior. And it's as though nothing ever happened in the opening. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, no, this has been a massive improvement for Hikaru. Magnus won't be feeling that great here. Now this is unpleasant for black, actually. This feels unpleasant.
Yeah,
to me.
This is basically a free hand for Nakamura. I would largely say they're playing for two results. Too early to say that, of course, because of how many pieces remain on the board. But Hikaru likes these types of positions. I mean, who doesn't? Better endgame, relatively no risk, and white's going to nurse the advantage. Perhaps we should go back to our bird's eye view because, we have to be responsible commentators and at least keep people updated on the battle for the last qualification spot that's going on. So while the smoke has cleared in the Carlsen game, shall we take a quick look at Nepo and Wesley's positions?
Absolutely. Let's go there.
So Nepo, top left of your screen. Let's start with the Nepo game because he's actually worse. He's actually worse against Grederson.
Wow. Can you imagine?
Oh my God. Imagine if Nepo loses, Wesley wins, and in that case, they tie in terms of their match points, and the qualification spot will be decided by the game point tie breaks. I don't know who's got more game points. I think it might be Wesley.
Could be Wesley. We'll leave that to the mods. If that does happen, of course.
We'll cross that bridge if we get there.
Yes, if we get there. Because, even though Grederson is slightly better, I'm not thinking winning just yet.
Oh, no. Yeah. And I think what Nepo might have overlooked is this move knight h4 in this position. Although the engine doesn't like it. The other move I thought about is bishop g5 to clamp down on the dark squares. But, why is white worse here? Like, okay. He castled. I forgot about that.
He castled.
And that was the right
Again,
move.
one of those...
Whoa. Nepo's in trouble.
Yes. Oh, wow. Okay.
Whoa.
So castles the engine likes, does it? Okay. Interesting.
So now, like bishop f6, rook g5 check is on tap as well in some positions. This is concerning for Jan, who is up a pawn. That's the one thing that's really going for him. And given an opportunity, he will expand in the center with d4. But can he stabilize the king side? And can he ensure that none of his pieces kind of fall off the map here?
That's the point, isn't it?
Jeez.
Touch and go. Touch and go is how I would describe that.
Wesley's praying right now for to the Grederson gods.
Absolutely, yeah. Because it's actually a really big swing. Grederson wins this game, Wesley wins, and he goes through. Is like it's $150,000 favor could potentially. So
that's such a big
huge.
First prize. That's crazy.
It's such a big first prize. It's just monstrous.
Yeah, Nepo will regret Grederson the way he played if he manages to lose this one.
I think that's your best to date. I don't know if you planned
It might
before
actually
the
be top 5 of
broadcast,
all
but
time.
It might.
During.
It's up there. It's up there.
During.
That was great.
Thank you. Saved the best for last.
Should we have a look at the Wesley So game very quickly against Abdusaturov? Just have a quick peek at this position because
for sure.
It's interesting. The bar is in White's favor, but maybe it just thinks that the bishop on a1 is very good, basically. And that there's some attacking potential, some f5 ideas, or c4, yeah.
Well,
it doesn't feel like much, though.
But all Wesley needs is a draw.
Yes.
Having
Wesley
won
will
the
go
previous
into...
game.
Exactly.
Also, we will need to come back to the Hikaru game because I think he's about to win. But go ahead. Sorry, Lawrence.
Really? Hikaru's about to win?
I think he's about to win. We're seeing him on camera. We need to go back to his game. Now, to draw some conclusions, Nepo was worse, but the position is unclear. Wesley is slightly better, should be able to hold at least a draw. And if that is the case, then Nepo basically needs to not lose. Back we go to the Nakamura game. Or maybe I overestimated it, but can you blame me for thinking this position is like almost losing?
I mean, you're basically saying c6 falls, and what is black doing? Is that your argument?
Mo, I forgot that white is down a pawn right now. I apologize. I thought that the material is equal and white is about to win a pawn. The fact that rook takes c6 only establishes material equality changes a great deal. So I amend my assessment to clear advantage for white. Clear advantage for white. Yeah. What do you think? Am I overestimating this? Probably.
No. Not at all. Not at all.
Look at the knights.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I would take white all day here.
I mean, it's clear that like anybody who prefers black here is lunacy. But the question for Magnus, like, can he find a way to get around these knights? I mean, there's like rook h5. If he could trade one pair of knights, if he could swing the knight back to e7, then that would at least relieve some of the pressure. So from this perspective, I thought maybe king f7 or bishop d8 and knight e7. He has played bishop d8. And that's a great move, I think.
That's a great move. He wants to play rook takes c6, knight e7, and trade some pieces, I guess. And get rid of this pesky knight on f5. No, but how bad is it? How bad is it?
If you go rook c6, knight e7, I take it, I go rook b1 and rook b7. I mean, ugh.
Can we still castle here?
Which move?
Can we still castle?
I think you can. Oh, you can castle, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a critical move. Just to clarify things. So if Magnus draws his game against Hikaru, they tie the match, but Magnus takes the first seed. If Nepo wins in the other group, he's in the semis. So it doesn't matter.
Actually, we have an amendment. Sorry to cut you off, Lawrence. We've clarified that Nepo has guaranteed. He's in. And it's because of the last game. He's guaranteed. I forgot that Nepo won the last game. I apologize. I thought Nepo drew the last game. He won the last game. So he's guaranteed himself at least a point in this match. And even if they tie, his head-to-head is higher. So his tie breaks are better. That's it. Nepo is officially into the knockout. So the 4 spots have been determined. So the winner of this match fights Nepo, and the loser plays Nodirbek. Who would you rather play? The world champion
Well,
contender
that's a
or
good
the world
question.
rapid champion who's beating everybody right now? Well, let's think about that.
That's a great question.
Chicken or pasta?
Yeah, exactly. Not clear to
Wow.
me at all, actually. Not clear to me at all.
In the meantime,
Yes.
D4 by Mr. Nakamura as he spices up the situation in the center, tries to get his bishop as active as possible. What do you make of that move? E takes D4, bishop takes D4 on the board. So white accepts another pawn island, but the bishop is now nicely centralized, and white's minor pieces are at an all-time peak in terms of activity.
I have to say I like it, actually. I think it's a classic kind of move. So I do like it. I will say. Yes.
And he's
You get that
milking
activity.
Carlsen's. Yeah.
Yeah, you get that activity, and Hikaru is so dangerous with activity and all of that piece play. Now, knight e7 is on the board. Now, Danya, I know knight takes e7 exists. Is he going to play knight takes g7? Is he going to do it? I mean, it's a move. It's a move.
Fall off my chair. It is definitely a move, and it needs to be investigated. King g7, knight f6. Great spot by you. So, first primitive question.
Yes. No, go on.
Why can't I just play knight f6 and king g8?
Well, okay, I take on
Are you
h8,
really-
I go rook f8.
Okay. King g7.
And maybe now I can...
Yes, you go
so I've
there.
got two, yeah, I go rook af1, this, and then rook f7, rook e7 is actually a threat.
Ooh. Okay, you're convincing me. Yeah, this is unpleasant.
Convinced?
This is
Okay.
definitely unpleasant.
Okay.
But I'm not convinced that black probably has a more accurate move here. Maybe king g6.
Like king g6. Now we need a stunner. We now need a... But now we've got knight e8, rook e8, rook f6.
Wow. And black's king suddenly kind of
King-
caught in the crossfire. King h7?
Rook f7. Also rook
Yeah,
c5.
and you at
rook
least have
f7.
perpetual, I think. Yeah, but rook c5? No, rook f7, I go to h6, and I can block with my knight on g6. He's done it! He's done it! You look at you!
But
and an
here,
explosion
even it's not
yet
clear,
again.
right?
We're about to get this
Well,
position
I mean,
because I think Carlsen is
I
going to
don't-
go king g6.
Yeah, king g6 feels wholly natural to me.
You're
King
on a
king
roll
g6
in
feels
this match.
wholly natural. Well,
Yeah, you have to get out of the discovery.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Seatbelts. If you unbuckled them, we've entered some rough skies. Turbulence is beginning. Here we go
King
again.
G6
King g6
played.
is indeed on the board. Now, we could have some sort of a perpetual there with like rook f6, rook f7. Very often, these types of attacks in the endgame don't yield sufficient attacking prospects for a mate, but frequently result in some sort of repetition of moves where the king can't escape perpetual checks by the rook. That's one
Right.
general way the game could go. And given the eval bar, I think the engine seems to believe that that is the likeliest way that it will go.
It can go that, but
Good
I'm
games,
just
good
looking like
commentators. Thank you.
I'm looking at these knight discoveries, Daniel. What about a move like knight d7? You hit the rook, and there's some knight e5 check stuff, and knight takes c6, and is that even clear? No.
Far from clear.
Rook h5, knight
King h-
f8,
Oh,
king h6.
king h6.
The line continues. Rook f7,
Rook
threaten mate
f7.
in one.
Well, not quite. But
No, sorry.
for all
no,
intents
it's
and
not.
purposes. I mean, this is, yeah, but you don't want to allow this.
No, I don't think so. And he's done it! I've called it!
You're unbelievable. I'm just going to shush, and I'm going to let you call every move in this game.
It's
97.
It's such a gorgeous move. Just aesthetically.
I mean, the geometry of the way that the
Yes.
pieces are coordinated here. Imagine not knowing the evaluation here. Magnus has to be terrified in the situation. He doesn't know that this is the
says
draw. He
that-
doesn't know that the eval is all zeros.
Right. I wonder what he's going to do here. Rook.
Well, he's going to move the rook.
You wanted to go rook h5, right?
I wanted to go rook h5, and the position that we were focused on, after rook f7, I was going to make a crazy proposal. I was going to propose the move knight g8 and get mated. No. Sorry. Here there's rook c6.
It's rook c6, yeah.
Rook f5 is
Rook
the move that I was going to
f5.
propose.
Ah, okay. And then rook h7, king g5. Knight e6, king g6, and
this is
checks
nauseating.
Run out. Getting dizzy looking at this. Maybe rook f1?
Gorgeous geometric constructions here. Rook f1 is a sensible move, but I would argue that it's a little too slow. It seems like you're relinquishing the grip on the position. I can go knight f5 at least, bishop b6 in some positions. It seems that white needs something with a little bit more pizzazz. Yeah, no, I agree.
Because knight e6, knight f8 is always there as a
and king g4 gets mated.
Yeah, and king g4 gets mated. So,
so this is a critical position, actually. Can white find some way to spice things up? You can't go e4 because the knight is hanging. That's annoying. Knight is hanging. You know, maybe just knight e6 and rook takes h4. Let's not lose sight of the fact that white, just like in the previous game, has 3 passers on the king side, plus an attack. And 2 pawns for the piece at this point. Okay, back we go to the live position because they're making moves. Rook g8. Rook g8. He doesn't play rook h5. He goes for the more grounded move. And Yasser called it. To use the rook as a blocker in some lines. Of course, you could give it away for the bishop and get 2 pieces for a rook.
But this is incredibly scary. So knight e5 check.
King h7.
Then I can probably even go knight takes c6. Or knight f8.
Yeah, I mean, knight e5, king h7, knight c6.
And after knight takes c6, I'm gonna throw in rook f7. I might throw in the intermezzo.
No, rook f7, king g6. No, then I go king g6 and I attack the rook.
Sorry, rook takes.
You were testing.
Okay,
little puzzle rush you were giving me.
Little puzzle rush, yeah.
Okay, but now I'm going to go. What am I gonna do? Yeah, rook f7 is coming. A great situation where you just can't look at the eval bar.
Yasser in chat saying take the pawn. He would love to just pick up that pawn.
Oh yeah. And that's black's only passer, so if it's eliminated, white can breathe a lot easier.
Yasser applied for a job the other week.
Did he
and
now?
on his CV, they asked what experience he had. Professional pawn grabber. Didn't get the job, so he's back in chat with us. But good luck next time, yeah. So if that CV needs a bit more polishing, they're not just going to take you because you like taking pawns.
Yep. You need some extracurricular activities. You can't just all be, pawn grabbing and power grabbing. Whew. I feel like I've like run a mile. It's like
I mean, these
out of breath.
We'll be honest, these commentaries are absolutely brutal as well. This is coming into our 7th hour. We've got, of course, people got to realize as well, there's a whole production team here. We've got all the configurations to set up, everything beforehand, the run through. Guys, this is hard work to be switched on. And of course, the other point is we're not using an engine. So we're using the eval bar. Sometimes Danya is checking, but we're trying to assess these insane positions and often blundering pieces. So do have patience with us. And big shout out to Danya.
Well, big shout out to Lawrence. You're calling all of the moves. You're calling more moves as the commentary nears its 7th hour. We do turn the engine on from time to time to confirm certain conclusions, but by and large, we try our best, especially, I think, given the spirit of Fischer Random, right? The whole point of Fischer Random, the zen behind it, is to avoid theories, to avoid preparations, to make people think with their own brains from move one. So it would be unbecoming of the spirit to just over rely on the engine.
Agreed.
Okay, so knight f8 or knight e5. I think that's the big choice. Is there a third candidate move? Maybe rook c5. Maybe you just keep the tension and, you know, add a little bit of gasoline to the fire. Or am I blundering something?
No. I don't think you're blundering anything just yet.
Rook f4 also move. I mean, I feel like it's hard for black to make a move. So maybe white shouldn't, you know, try to fix it if it ain't broke. What about rook f4? What are you going to do here? I feel like that's a Hikaru. That's a Hikaru move right there.
This is the sort of position which A, I need to be looking at it from the black side, and B, I need to not be playing it. So I need both of those conditions. Who defends such a position well?
Magnus.
Magnus?
Yeah, let's name some
names.
names.
Maybe Magnus is your guy.
I don't know why I feel like Hikaru's going to make this move. I just played him so many times. No. He brings the knight back to e5. Okay, so he goes for the sort of straightforward option. The king can move up to h5, but will probably drop back to h7. That was the point of rook g8. And it does. And is Hikaru taking on c6? Is that what he settled for? He does. Yep.
I think he is. Yeah, we're going to go down that line. Knight c6, rook c6. Yes. And now Magnus needs a move. Rook g6. Ah, this is clever. Rook f7. He wants to go knight g7 here, perhaps.
Or
no,
king
sorry,
G8.
knight g7, rook takes g6.
No, king
Excuse
g8.
me, king
He wants
g8.
to go king g8. And then Hikaru wants to take on a7. And I think we're going to fizzle out into a draw.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
This is clever.
I think this is starting to resemble, you know, some sort of a bishop versus bishop and knight position. Carlsen is going to have the push chances, but Hikaru shouldn't have too much trouble holding this. Yeah, rook f7. And king g8, rook takes a7 is on the board. Which rook is Carlsen going to take? Not a question you ask every
Yeah,
day.
that's a good question, yeah. Probably you take
a7,
a7. Oh, no, he doesn't. He takes the c6 rook. Okay, rook c6.
And what about rook
a8.
takes a8? Oh, he's got rook there. I forgot he had rook c6. Apologize.
And he's going to slowly unravel on the back rank.
But Hikaru could push the a-pawn if he wants. Of course, that runs the risk of losing the a-pawn. But I really don't think white is risking here. I mean, 3 pawns for the piece. Bishop fully anchored by the e-pawn. Now, this is a draw. This is going to be a draw. Unless I'm missing or misreading the position entirely. Yeah, a4. I think
white is the only one with real chances here, though, Daniel. Right? I mean, you still play on if you're Hikaru. You know, you're never in danger of losing, even if you blundered a4. Should be an easy draw, you would think.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to exchange the h pawn on demand. If you start dropping pawns, then you should be able to play g3 at the right moment. And worse comes to worse, save the rook versus rook and knight. But there's no reason that white should give up even a single one of his pawns, much less the a and e pawns. Okay, but it's a try. I don't think Carlsen is going to let the a pawn through past a5. He probably should go king f7 at some point. Shouldn't he? Just to unpin the bishop and maybe prepare bishop f6.
Yeah. Yeah, I think king f7 is just the move you make here. What else is he
Knight
thinking about?
e6.
Knight e6? Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. Proposing that one.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Ooh, wait, I had a brazen idea. I'm looking at some tricks involving the move a5. And try this line on for size. Knight d4, e d4.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you move your king up and say, okay, a6, I'm just going to stop the pawn. Whoop! A7.
A7, that's cute.
Oh, and this is still a draw.
Doesn't work.
But this is still a draw because black
It's still a draw.
can basically take everything.
Yeah. Still a draw. H3. H3, is that a losing attempt? No, I guess it's not.
No, I think that's the easiest draw.
Oh, really? Because
The
after
G figure, rook
G3...
D1, rook
Ah, you
H1.
have this. Yes. Excuse me.
So, most of my moves in endgames are losing attempts, but...
Knight A6. What? Springer am Rand bringt Komme und Schand.
I heard the Springer, which is a knight. I know Laufwehr is the bishop. That's all I know.
Knights on the rim. No, the literal translation is knights on the edge bring
Shedge.
something in shame. I can't remember what it is. Embarrassment, is it maybe? Can't remember. Anyways, the knight on a6 leaves an interesting impression.
Yes. Knight can go to c5. I mean, that knight is not stable on a6. I think it's probably going to last longer than Liz Truss, but not by much.
Very good, Danya. Very good.
I'm surprised I was able to hold myself back all commentary long. You got to save the really.
You're not
good ones for the
insulting me,
seventh hour.
believe me. You're not insulting me at all. I agree with you. I've done commentary gigs longer than Liz Truss was in power. Bishop c7 on the board. I like this, attacking the h2 square. Actually, this is a little awkward, right? Because you don't want to play h3. Hikaru kind of grimaced there. He was a bit annoyed because I think he's understanding that Magnus is getting reasonably well coordinated. Okay, king f3.
I think it's time to take the exit ramp if you're Hikaru. I mean, bishop h2, yeah. I think it's time to take the exit ramp and play rook b6. Draw.
Bishop h2, rook b6, yeah.
Actually, if you want to hear something crazy, after rook b6, if I had to choose a side, I'd probably take white. Am I...
After what? Sorry? After rook
psychotic
b6?
for saying that? Yeah. Because I want to go bishop d8 and I want to win this pawn. I don't think I'm crazy for saying that. Of course, obviously, it's a dead draw. But if anybody has to be careful, it's definitely black here. Am I making any sense?
No, you're making tons of sense.
Probably even bishop c7 is a draw, but this is exactly how you lose. This is exactly how you lose. The knight is tied down to the a pawn, and the remaining two pawns can easily tackle the king. So Carlsen is probably contemplating bishop takes h2 and trying to find the sort of most clinical way to remove all doubt about the result. Oh, and it looks like Wesley is going to win another game, by the way. Or at the very least is going to hold a draw from a position of strength.
Yeah, he's doing very well. And in the Gretarsson game, fair play to Gretarsson for a fantastic final day after a really, really tough tournament. He's doing extremely well. Fair play to him.
Absolutely. Not easy just to come in, having a full-time job and, coming in playing all these top guns, acquitting himself as best as he could, beating Wesley with the black pieces today, and formidable effort by the lower rated players in this tournament to give the Top Guns a run for their money. And indeed, guess what? We've got the trade of rooks on the board. Bishop d8 incoming. And obviously, this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, I mean, odds on at least, right? Odds on for a draw. Not 100% yet, but most likely, yes.
Yeah, we're looking at another camera angle that's not on your screen, but Carlsen sort of staring into the distance, Beth Harmon style. Hikaru, for once, is looking at the actual board. Oh, never mind. Bishop d8.
So bishop d8. He wants to go bishop g3. And his idea is king f3, knight c5, a5, bishop e1. This is his genius construction.
Oh, very nice. And Hikaru should just take on h4. Hikaru should just take on h4. I don't know why he didn't take on h4 the previous move. Of course, even without sans these two pawns, bishop against bishop and knight is a dead draw. As is bishop against two bishops. Bishop f2, no. Not bishop e1. Okay. At this point, you can have this repetition with king f3 and king g4. You could take on h4. You could play bishop b6 and bishop d8. Choose your poison. Choose your draw.
Yeah.
What a match. And even this game was pretty entertaining, I have to say. Even this game was had some punch. e4. Is Hikaru still trying? Is he still trying some shenanigans?
Well, he there's one last trick, right? Knight takes e4 and then some kind of, you know, king f3 or something.
Knight e4 has been played. Oh. King f3.
Yeah, I mean, it might still be a draw, weirdly, but I'm not... For example... Oh, no, it's the wrong rook's pawn. I wanted to try something, but it doesn't.
Lawrence, he did play knight takes e4. Did Carlsen see
He took it?
He did.
No.
Wait. What is the draw? Oh, I got it. It's king e8. But that's the only move. That's literally the only move. And wait a second. Now White has to be a little careful here. Okay,
that's
bishop
really
b6.
Impressive.
Takes. Okay, now just
anything.
You can probably even make it to b6 if you wanted to eliminate the pawn. Yeah, okay. And Hikaru had to double check that. That's why he's taking so long on king f3. I got excited there for a second, but Carlsen doesn't miss such things. Carlsen doesn't miss things.
No, I would have been very, very surprised to see Carlsen miss that, to be fair. Okay, king e8 on the board.
I think Hikaru is going to take on h4, and the peace accords will be signed on that note. Yeah, not sure there's anything left to play for here. All right, let's wrap it up. And there it is. Bishop c7.
Bishop c7. Trying.
Squeezing every last drop out of the position.
Similar idea, because now you go king d7, right?
I guess king d7, bishop f4. Wait a second. King d7, bishop f4.
f4. Bishop e1.
What does black do after bishop f4? a6.
Bishop e1.
No, but a6.
Oh. King c...
Whoa.
Whoa. Wait, what?
Bishop f4. Where's the draw? I mean, I'm sure there is a draw, but where is it? He's played it. Holy smokes, how is he doing this?
Wait, what?
Carlsen and
Carlsen-
Hikaru casting a
Has
glance,
he
but
blundered?
Magnus like, no, it's still a draw, of course, but oh my god, he might have to give his knight away. He missed that after bishop e1, white doesn't have to take on e4. White has to move a6. Then you take. Okay, this is still a draw, though.
King c6, king takes e... But is this a draw?
Yeah,
Is this a draw?
It has to be. I've had this endgame before. The pawn is too far back.
Okay.
Because here's
Right,
the thing.
okay.
By the time, also you can play h3 and get it into a corner pawn. But by the time white dislodges the bishop from e1, black's king is going to be in the promised land. So just incredible the way Hikaru squeezes out every last drop of blood, every last drop of fight in every position. But it's a draw.
Wow.
Jeez. Louise. I'm not sure what Hikaru's thinking about here, though. Is there a move that's not king takes e4? Yeah.
Yeah. 6.
So I guess king f3 and king g4 is the only way to proceed,
Yes.
right?
Yes, of course.
And then bishop g5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 moves until you, and only then you take on h4. If I were Magnus, I would play h3, and I would use the technique.
Yeah,
of
that,
moving
I was
my
thinking
opponent's
that.
pawn. I was looking at a funny line. So let's say white plays king f3, black plays h3. Ooh. Wait, maybe there's like g4. Am I asking for trouble here or something?
Wow.
Bishop
What?
f4. Oh, wait, no. What am I
No,
saying?
bishop,
Here the-
because it's
It's never too late.
Losing
Here
your
the king stops
mind.
the pawn.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking a nap after this one, that's for sure. I'm resetting
Yes.
my vision. This is where the eyes start to glaze over. Oh, and
Yes.
okay, so he played bishop e3. Oh, okay, so he wants bishop f2, but that's a draw. I think king b7, bishop f2 takes, king c6, king g1, h3, g3, king d5, king h2, king e6, king takes h3, king f5. Ooh, that's close. This is crazy.
It's close.
So,
Yeah,
Lawrence,
no,
I'm
this is-
calculating this, and you could say,
Yes.
oh, I'm going to get my opponent and set him up with an h-pawn. This loses because white pushes the pawn forward and then wins h3. But I think
That's
black
crazy.
draws by doing this, and then only now do you play h3.
Right.
And then you go here,
And you're just
and then
in
here,
time.
and you are just in time by one tempo. But holy smokes, you have to calculate that. There's also king g1. You can try to go like this. But here, the king goes at it the other way. And again, barely, but you hold it. Yeah, h3 played, actually. So Magnus going for our original idea. Okay, it's a draw. Because now
Yeah, this
g4, I
one,
think the king is in time.
He does go
tries it.
g4. You
Oh,
can
go
also
bishop
play
d2.
bishop h4, right? What about bishop h4?
Oh, that's just a fortress. Beautiful. You got it.
Yeah.
Bishop h4 is so
bishop
critical.
f2, bishop f2, h2, right? And it's
Yep, he's done it.
and he's played
No,
it.
Hikaru has to go g5 and just make a draw.
Yeah.
Don't go king e4. Yeah, there we go. g5, bishop takes g5.
h2. He's played h2 first. Takes on g5.
Boom. Bang.
He'll make a
And
he'll
a
make a
draw.
knight.
Oh my
I
god,
called
you
it!
called the last move of the game.
I
That's
knew
so
he would
funny.
underpromote to a knight.
You know Magnus so well. That's just unbelievable.
That's
Oh my
ridiculous,
gosh.
by the way.
What a hilarious end to the game. What a match. Two of the most combative draws that you will see. 1-1 is the score.
Yes, and with that, of course, as we said a short while ago, Magnus does take the top of Group B. Other games still in progress, I believe.
Oh, what a match. Magnus will face Jan Nepomniachtchi in a little rematch.
Yes.
Not that the two have ever played before. No rivalry at all between them. And Hikaru Abdusatorov. And I'm looking forward to that match with a special kind of gusto because of how many times they've played in the Rapid Chess Championship. Abdusatorov scored more than one upset against Hikaru in the RCC. So Nakamura will have a chip on his shoulder as they go into the match. Wow, what a series that is going to be. I can't wait, but we'll have to wait because there's a couple more games to be decided. A couple more games still in progress. In particular, Jan Nepomniachtchi has turned it around against Gredersen, and now the Icelandic Grandmaster is the one struggling to hold the draw.
Yeah, he's had a few of these moments. To be honest, has Hyopi? Ooh, yeah, and this position is not holding anytime soon. You win H3. No, this is not a hold.
I don't think so either.
So it looks as though Jan is gonna win. Abdusatorov, this looks level-ish against Wesley.
Yeah, let's switch to our bird's eye view for a second, just so we can properly update everybody on all the proceedings. So basically, we have the Nepo game in the top right, where Jan looks like he's going to win. So's game on the top right is a draw, I think. Let's go to that game just to verify that it is indeed going to be a draw. And if that's the case, that'll be Nodirbek's only mini-match loss of the preliminary. How unbelievable is that? How unbelievable is that?
Yeah, I think he'll be slightly disappointed that he didn't get a clean sheet, but you can't be too unhappy.
There we go. Rook
F1,
F1.
rook takes B4.
Yeah. And we'll have bare rooks on the board. No, but Nodirbek is just it's crazy how he's playing right now. It's just the confidence, the gusto with which he's playing every tournament is insane. There we go.
Truly is.
Another one in the books. And Wesley doesn't get through, but wins the last match. Disappointing result for the reigning Fischer Random World Champion. Let's not forget that, Lawrence. The reigning world champion is Wesley So, and he doesn't make it into the knockouts. Shows you how close in strength everybody is.
Indeed. And Jan Nepomniachtchi putting the finishing touches to this game here. This is a classic. You use the pawns to shield your king from the check from the black rook. So you'll go rook a7 check, and then you'll slide that king into e6. And no hope. Because also rook takes a2 defends the f2 pawn, which is very unfortunate.
And that's the real problem. That's the real problem, that f2 is defended. When white pushes f4, then obviously the king defends. So the rook and the king alternate in terms of who gets to defend both of white's pawns. Yeah. And Hjorvar loses. He seems a little bit upset. I mean, that is just a rough way to end a 2-0 loss to Nepo with a good position at one point in both games. So Hjorvar doesn't quite pull out a second victory, but he should hold his head up high. It just isn't easy to come in without much practice and hold your own against these monsters. And that leaves us with only one remaining game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fedosey Bluebaum, a completely random looking position, which, well, who knows?
Well, Vladimir won their first game. So all he needs is to hold a draw here, and I don't anticipate that he should have too many difficulties. Although if anybody's pushing, it's probably black. Just given the practical difficulty of keeping the knights well protected. But they are protecting each other. And black's structure is horrible. So I think
That
he
is
should
true.
be able to hold his own here. No, I think, of course.
Yeah.
This game doesn't decide anything. Unfortunately, both of these players are out of contention, but Fedoseev putting down a good performance. Honestly showing that he can compete at the highest level, and I love seeing him in super tournaments. He's such a dangerous opponent. Always has been, and I still think that he's going to make a serious bid for a spot among the top 20 in the world as he tries to stabilize on 2,700.
Absolutely. I always enjoy him. Watching him play, I use this word a lot for him, creative, and he is. He looks at chess in a slightly different way, I feel, to other grandmasters of a similar level. He finds interesting ideas. So I really enjoy watching him play. Would hate to play him over the board. Absolutely hate. I would not be able to guess any of his moves. Yes. Have you played him a few times, Danya?
I've played him a couple times. I think I played him twice in classical chess, and we're good friends. So I've played him probably in hundreds of blitz games and training games. And I would say that we probably have a pretty similar style in some ways, but his positional understanding is excellent too. I think what a lot of people forget when they look at a guy like Fedoseev, they think, he's just trying to get a chaotic position every game. Maybe so, but just like Tigran Petrosian was a king of calculation and tactics, you cannot have this style and be 2,700 without having an incredibly solid positional underpinning that undergirds your tactical play and allows you to grease the wheels of this kind of creative style. So he's got the whole package, and he's had it for years. And it's unfortunate that we won't see him in the knockout, but we will still see quite a few incredible, incredible matches as Bluebaum keeps the rooks on the board, trying his best to level up this final match.
All right.
Oh, man. Whew.
It's been quite the day. Rook A2 on the board. I guess you go Rook B3 here just to soften. There's no other move that really screams out.
Both players
then try and play Bishop or Rook D7. Didn't like Rook D7 as much, but okay.
No, they're repeating. They're repeating moves, I think. Bluebaum is just going back and forth.
Okay. They might be repeating.
Although it's weird because Matthias, does he win any money if he ties this match? Is there actually anything on the line money-wise?
That's
because if not, I would totally get it.
No, I don't think so.
We're being told that he will be in last place, sadly, regardless of this result. Okay, what is Fedoseev thinking about? Just go Rook A5. Bluebaum is literally repeating.
Is Gretarsson not in last?
So
no, maybe Gretarsson is. Oh, there are playoff matches anyway. Interesting. Okay. Consolation matches to be able to decide the prizes. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see them then in the next few days. They have decided not to repeat. Bishop D4 now on the board.
Yeah, knight B4. Bluebaum continues to poke and prod. Continues to poke and prod. Oh, this is great. So we will see all of these players again. And I'm a believer in consolation matches. I think if you're already there and you've qualified, you should get a chance to prove your worth, even if you didn't quote unquote make it into the top bracket. Vladimir down to 30 seconds. So this is going to be a while, I think. But he shouldn't lose this. He definitely should not lose this.
No, he should not lose this.
Yeah. It's, one has to be sad for Bluebaum, a big fat donut. But that's just part and parcel of these types of tournaments. You're just not, nobody's going to give you a pity draw. I mean, everybody's just going after you.
Right.
I've experienced that in tournaments like the US Championship, and They're not even close to the caliber of this tournament. I guess now they are, but okay, they're playing a bullet game.
All right, yeah,
Playing a
down
bullet
to
game.
bullet. 5-second increment. Nice CD5 on the board. Bishop E5 looks like the sort of move you would play here just to consolidate.
Yep. I just don't get how Matthias is going to make any progress, even hypothetically, provided the white doesn't blunder the knight in one move. There's just no breakthrough. There's nothing to attack. D3 is protected by the knight, so and the other knight's protected. They protect each other, so I just don't see
Rook C4.
any realistic chances for Matthias.
Makes sense.
Okay, bishop back, rook back to B7. Yeah. They're just making moves, of course, but this should be a draw. King moves up to F3 there. You can see on camera. There we go.
King E3.
King E3. And you can just go back and forth between E3 and F3 if you so desire. You can just sense the disappointment on Matthias's face. It's just rough, you know, to have to suffer defeat after defeat, keep coming to the board, playing your best. And he absolutely has. A lot of his games have been very competitive. They've come down to the wire. Think his match against Hikaru, good example. Just missing that oomph, you know, that last bit of energy, that last bit of tactical precision. That's what separates I-2600s from the monsters. And he tries his last attempt, F4.
Oh, Rook C6 though. Rook C6.
Bishop C5.
Rook C6 here.
But Bishop C5.
Ah, Bishop
King
C5.
E4.
Sorry.
But still, King E4
King
there.
E4, yeah.
And Black has to be very careful. Yeah, man. Imagine if Fedoseev wins this game.
F5.
He goes F5. Wait. That's a bad move. Now the pawn is a sitting duck. Oh my god. What was F5?
5 was
he's
a
panicking with
little
5
bit loose.
seconds.
94.
Okay, now a flat-out time scramble.
5 check. Now
Bishop E5.
Yes, nice.
Good stuff by Bluebaum. Knight D4 is a massive threat. There's a mate threat on E2.
Knight F2.
Oh my god, Fedoseev is panicking. And H5, here goes the pawn. Oh my god. Is Matthias going to tie the match here with his first win of the tournament in the very last game of the prelims? 8 seconds.
It's still very difficult. 94.
It is, but Fedoseev is almost losing the knight. Knight C2 and knight E1. Not quite. Maybe just H4.
97.
No, instead he goes up with the king. No, but that forces Bluebaum to repeat, because if you had won a G5, there would have been a check on D5.
Ah, okay.
I think H4 is simple and very strong because White's F2 knight cannot move due to the mate on E2.
Rook G2
He doesn't do it. He's going
Rook A7.
King E6, I guess. Oh, and if the knight moves, you have knight C2 and rook takes F2. Now King F5 is winning. Whoa! Why'd he do that?
Takes. This is probably still
That was a
good.
No, but Loris, that
enough.
was a terrible move. King F5 was game over.
Yes.
That was
Rook
a horrible
G3
move by
he'll play
Bluebaum.
now. He'll this probably is still winning though. Rook G8.
But I can't. Okay. Why did he take that knight? King F5, and he had White's king in a mating net. Weird
Good question. Very strange.
Now Fedoseev, I think, has chances. Knight H3, knight F4. Oh no, there was rook G3. Okay. That bishop takes C7 move was a shocker. I think it's a draw now.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I guess it is, right? Yeah, I guess.
Bluebaum might lose one of his pawns. Rook C6 is the threat.
Right. Rook A7 he'll play.
Yeah, very good stuff by Vladimir. Knight C5, still trying.
Rook A6, King E5 he'll play.
Oh my god, Rook A5 and Rook takes D5? Rook takes D5.
Oh no.
That's
no,
it.
no. H4.
Don't lose this if you're Matthias. Oh
H4,
my god.
do it.
Oh, Matthias with another heartbreaker.
Rook
He just
D8.
can't catch a break.
Now you can go knight c3 and it's drawn rook and pawn.
I don't know. The pawn game is
think.
the pawn game is lost.
Knight g3?
H4.
H4?
H4.
What is knight g3?
Knight e2, I guess he wants. He wants a little fortress there.
Really?
Still a draw, I think. Still a draw. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. Back to d4.
6? Yes. And now you can't go king e5.
Back.
You have to go king f7.
Yeah, but now knight f5, I think,
Knight-
is just easy.
Knight f5?
Or knight f3. It doesn't matter. Either way. Yeah, he goes
Knight
back to
f3,
f3.
yeah, I like this move.
Okay, blue black might have to go knight f4 and try to win with that extra pawn, but at that point, Fedoseev can even give the knight away for the pawn. We'll be here for another hour if that happens, because they'll play rook and knight versus rook.
Oh, God.
But I hope Fedoseev can hold this in a better way than that. Nah, this is a draw. G8, take h3. Yeah, just take h3.
Yeah.
Knight f4.
King
Okay.
h2 is... Knight takes
Yeah,
d3.
yeah, knight d3.
Okay.
But okay, should not be winning. King up to e6. Blue Bomb's only chance might be either to get Fedoseev to walk into a fork or to somehow get a mating net going. But neither of those things are remotely plausible given the location of White's rook. Or maybe Vladimir will lose on
But
time.
he's already played two strange moves. I mean, knight c6, king f4. He's already making it.
King
what? King f3?
I guess he has
Rook
rook
a7,
a3,
king
but he's
f2?
living on the edge.
King
Living
f2?
on the edge, literally. Rook takes
king
d3
f2?
there. No, now rook a3.
Okay.
And king f2, you take the knight on d3 and block on h3.
Oh, excuse me. I beg your pardon.
Good
Rook
move by
g5,
Blue
nice,
Bomb,
cutting
restricting the knight.
Yes.
Did I say I forgot about
yes.
that? Ooh, rook knight f2. I think you should try knight f2 or knight e5. No, knight e5.
Knight
There's
e5
like,
I like to come to f3.
he goes f5. So Fedoseev could take that pawn and make an easy draw, but he wants to just draw this straight up.
Why is this? There's no knight f4 and knight takes e6 protects the rook.
Oh my god, why did he check him?
He blundered.
Oh my god.
What a terrible
And now knight e5, knight e1, knight f3 is mate. He got himself mated. Knight takes f5. No, knight takes f5. It's still a draw. It's still a draw. He lost on time.
Knight f. He lost on
I think
time.
it's still a draw.
He lost.
Oh my
on
god.
time.
And his smile players
He's
are all
laughing.
smiles. Oh my lands. I think knight f5 is
Yeah.
still a draw at the end.
Wow.
Oh, and how good the Blue
Goodness
Bum
me.
is able to finally get a win. Vladimir in good spirits. Trust me, if there was a qualification spot on the line, there'd be a totally different atmosphere had this game ended the way that it did. Wow. Oh my god.
Incredible stuff. Incredible
What a day.
finish.
What a day.
Wow.
Oh
All
my
right.
god.
So
This is crazy. Okay. All right. So first,
all right. Wow.
Lawrence, what do you say in
let's
this
just do
situation?
Well, I don't know what you say in the situation. I mean, you saw Fedoseev there with a wry smile on his face, because what else are you supposed to do except smile in that situation? We have been spoiled today. Let's have a look at the standings after the preliminary group stages. Group A,
We've
Abdul
got our
Saturov
qualifiers.
blasted through. Lost one at the end, but he made sure of the top position long before that game. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi who edges out reigning world champion Wesley So. Wesley So, we gutted not to be able to go through. And it is Jan Nepomniachtchi fighting for a classical world championship. Is he going to be a multi-world championship holder by the end of next year? We'll soon see. Wesley So, as I said, not able to go through. And in Group B, Magnus Carlsen just edging out Hikaru Nakamura, but both of those go through. Magnus in first position, meaning it's a repeat of the Classical World Championship. Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi in the second semi-final, and Abdusattorov against Nakamura. That has got the makings for an absolute blinder. Two very ambitious players.
It absolutely will be. We want.
No, I was just going to go over the format very quickly. It's a best of 4 games. So the first 2.5 points, of course, as always, it's a unique starting position. Elimination. We're in the knockout phase now, and if we do get to Armageddon, which is of course a possibility, there will be bidding in order to determine who gets the lower time control. The winner advances to the finals, who will then play for the championship, Fischer Random World Chess Championship. Wow, I am blown out, Danya. That was intense.
That was amazing. I mean, and the greatest thing is that perhaps the best part is still ahead. The schedule, very important, folks. There is no Fischer Random Chess tomorrow. There will be another type of tournament tomorrow, which I'll remind you of in a moment. But tomorrow is a well-deserved rest day. Then Saturday, October 29th, and Sunday, October 30th, the weekend, are the playoffs, the semifinals, and the finals. The start time is exactly the same as today, 8 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. New York time. Mark your calendars, cancel your brunch with friends, don't sleep in, turn it on the TV. You will not want to miss these 2 incredible matches. And if you're already experiencing withdrawal and you're saying, man, I've got a free day tomorrow, I want to watch some chess, you're in luck, because the Women's Candidates Tournament has already started. It started 2 days ago. 8 players will compete for a seat across from reigning champion Zhu Wenjun, who will challenge her in the 2023 Women's World Championship. Who will come out on top? Well, you'll have to tune in to the Women's Candidates tomorrow. That's October 28th here at the chess.com channel. If you want more info, type !Women's Candidates in the chat for more information. It's an amazing field. 2 awesome matches being contested in the Women's Candidates, and that will be coming your way tomorrow with the Fischer Random continuing on Saturday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we make our concluding thoughts, a quick shout out to Brave for sponsoring our chess.com coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship. Switch over in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. And on that note, Lawrence, I'll pass it to you one more time before I wrap up for your final thoughts on a grueling but absolutely epic day of Fischer Random action.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a pleasure, Danya, as always, to commentate with you. It's been up and down. I have to say, some of the highlights, that Carlsen-Nakamura battle today was just so intense. So much fight. That's what I really love about commentating on this particular championship. And we've been spoiled also with the semi-final pairings. Sure, it would have been nice to see an underdog story, but I think the majority of people want to see the big boys really battle it out. And Abdusattorov, the one of the shining stars in chess, world rapid champion, Olympic champion. Now, is he going to do the unthinkable at the age of 18 and become Fischer Random World Champion? He's got a bit to go. He's got to get through Hikaru Nakamura first before getting to the finals. And what about Carlsen-Nepomniachtchi, a repeat of the Classical World Chess Championships this time? Who's going to edge it out in the Fischer Random format? We'll soon see. Epic, epic chess awaits. Don't forget to tune in, not tomorrow, but the day after. And we'll see over the weekend who becomes Fischer Random World Chess Champion. It's going to be amazing.
We will indeed. Lawrence, thank you so much for lasting through the commentary. I mean, this was such a pleasure. This was so much fun. Couldn't imagine doing anything else. Always a pleasure to commentate with you. Thank you, everybody in the chat on Twitch and on YouTube, for supporting your favorite player. Lots of energy in the chat. Over 25K at our peak, and we hope to see those numbers and even greater numbers over the weekend. You'll have no excuse, no work, clean slate. You'll want to watch. You won't want to miss it. Join us at 11 a.m. And of course, thank you to our producer, Hala, for another flawless broadcast. These Fischer Random tournaments, not easy to produce. And I thought today went incredibly smoothly. And now for everyone in our amazing chess.com team and everybody in the chat. I'm Daniel Nerditsky, and I am Lawrence Strand, bidding you a fantastic rest of your Thursday from the Fischer Random World Championships. We will see you on Saturday for the final matches. Goodbye.
Come on, the Ravens.